are now watching I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times!
What's going on, horror fanatics? Welcome to I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel. As you know, I'm your host and creator of the channel, Marcus. If you have not done so already, please shoot this stream a like. It definitely does help out with the YouTube algorithm a ton. As well as if you're a new viewer to this channel, please shoot that subscribe button as well as that notification bell so you get all the latest content updates to the channel so you can catch streams like these. As well, if you would like to become a member to the channel, shoot over to the channel dashboard, shoot that join button, and choose what level membership best suits you. Okay, everybody, so as you are all well aware, this is going to be part 2 of Halloween Omnibus, covering films 4 through 6, the Danielle Harris era of Halloween, the era that a lot of us want to see return for the next Halloween film. And guys, I'm really excited to talk about this. As you guys know, if you've seen the thumbnail, I have some really great guests with me here tonight. Sorry, I'm just trying to, get everything. Just got home not too long ago. I'm kind of rushative a little bit right now, but I have some great guests with me here tonight. You guys know them very well in the community. They're no secret. So without wasting any more time, I'm just really excited to get into this conversation. Let's bring our guests in. First, we're going to start off with Bob from Hunting for Entertainment. What's going on, my friend?
Nothing much. Glad to be back on the channel. It's been quite a while.
It has. It has. That's why I decided, I was like, hey, you know what? Bob hasn't been on the channel for a little bit. We're doing Halloween franchise Omnibus. And I know for a fact that 4 is your baby. So I'm like, you got to have Bob here on the channel for this for sure.
Yeah, and 5 to me was the death of the franchise for a hot second till 6 came back.
That's a very good point. It was, what? It took like another 6 years before 6 did come out. How ironically. So yeah, it definitely was dead in the water for a little bit, and we're going to touch on all that because I have to say, if there's any time period in the franchise that is probably the most interesting in terms of the direction they tried to go after 4, it's 5 and 6 for sure. So we're going to have a lot to talk about. So
yes, we are.
Coming in next, you guys know him as I Like Scary. My man has just blown up to over 22,000 subscribers here on the platform. So when I bring him on, everybody give him a big congratulations and a big hand. His name is Brandon. So let's get Brandon in here. What's going on, Brandon?
What's up, man? What is up, Marcus?
Let's go, bro. 22K. Let's go.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, man. I really
Absolutely,
do,
man. You deserve it, bro. I'm telling you this right now. I swear, when I'm going on here, whether I'm uploading something or I'm about to, do something for the channel or whatever, every single week for like the last 4 weeks, it's like 12K, 15K celebration, 16K. It's like every other day you're having a celebration, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's unbelievable, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. You put in the time and the work, brother, and guess what? The fruits of your labor are paying off.
Definitely, man. I appreciate it, Marcus, man. And you
absolutely
you keep going too. You and Bob, man, you guys are amazing for sure, man.
Bro, man. It ain't stopping over here. Anytime I get a chance to do something for the channel, I'm on it. Like, I have a couple videos on ice right now that after the stream I'm actually going to upload because Canva, which is my video editor or whatever, I paid the bill. I had to pay the bill today. Well, here, before I paid the bill, they decided to watermark my videos. So I'm like, okay, I got to go back and fix that.
Yeah, get that done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
All right, and our last guest, y'all know her as the General. Last but certainly not least, Val Janowski here on the panel with us tonight. What's going on, Val?
Good evening,
Val. Good evening, Val. This is gonna be good, man.
It is great to finally get to do this and talk Halloween with you, Brandon.
Yeah,
I know.
Val. Yeah, I've been waiting for this one.
Yes, absolutely. When I decided to do this, I was like, you know what? There cannot be a Halloween omnibus at some point without having Brandon on the stream. Like, come on, look at the guy's background. Look who's standing behind him.
Yeah, that's my guy, man.
You know what I mean? So we had to have you here on the channel, buddy, for this. Big Halloween fans, all of us.
We call you the guru of Halloween.
I
Very true.
appreciate it. Yeah, I love Halloween. I love Michael. That's
Absolutely.
my
Like, bro, it's crazy because I try my best to, differentiate between everything
Mhm.
and stuff, even though Halloween is my favorite franchise. But,
Yeah.
bro, when I need some Halloween information, I don't even go on Screen Rant or Collider or none of that no more. I
Yeah.
just watch your videos, bro.
I
I'm just like,
appreciate it.
Brandon knows. I'm like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I know
man.
where to go to.
Nonstop, man. I'm just reading articles. I'm reading the Kills novel right now. It's cool. It's cool. It's interesting.
Yeah, I definitely want to get my hands on those, as well as Circle of the Werewolf, the Silver Bullet one,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Me and Katie were talking about that because from rewatching the movie, we came away with some interesting thoughts as to what the book may have let out about, the Reverend in that film and all
Yeah.
that stuff and how he became a werewolf, all that crazy stuff. So I can only imagine what's in Kill's book that did not make it to the theaters.
Man. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Yeah, it's a good one though, man.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good with Halloween, man. Like, and that's the beautiful thing about this franchise is no matter how far it may have veer off into Neverland in terms of story, they should go places. At the end of the day, how can you not love Michael Myers and Halloween? Because in so many ways, Halloween can be just about anything.
Yeah, I agree.
Facts.
All right, everyone. So before we really get into it, let me get here to the chat. I am 30 comments deep, so I'm going to zoom through it here. Acknowledge you guys here in the chat. I greatly appreciate every single one of you guys stopping in for this conversation. Adrian K, what's going on? I hope you're having a great day.
DX, man.
Hey, what's up, Russ? Russell Dorsey saying, what's up, everyone? I smashed that like button before I came in this awesome stream and chat. Happy Wednesday, everyone. Thank you, Russell. I greatly appreciate that. I hope you're having a great Wednesday too, buddy.
What's up, Russell?
Denisha Lane in the chat. What's going on, Denisha? One of my modulators. I hope you're having a great day.
Definitely.
Dominic St. Clair Studios. What's going on, Dom? Hope you're having a great Wednesday. It's good to see you. Melissa, what's going on? I hope you're having a great day. Man in the chat as well. What's going on, man? I hope you're having a great day. How's it going? And real quickly, I want to acknowledge somebody who's probably not here in the chat right now, but I expect her to be in the chat going forward a little bit more often. And I'm sure you remember her, Bob. Shay Dawn.
Yes.
Yes. She actually reached out to me today on Instagram. I hadn't heard from her in a while. And she reached out to me today and was like, hey, just wanted to say, hey, I'm doing good and stuff like that. Was thinking about you guys and stuff because I know she was, going through some tough times. So she reached out to me today. So I expect to see her popping up in the chat more often. So I just wanted to acknowledge you, Shay Dawn, if you do happen to stop in the chat. That was really nice to hear from her earlier because it had been a while.
Yeah. And also thank you for messaging me too, because I was worried for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Dino, what's going on, bro? What's going on, brother? Dino saying, all right, awesome panel here tonight. Yeah, that's right, man.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's right.
Yeah.
I agree.
I had to put it together, guys. Like, come on. We got to get some great people here on the panel to talk Halloween. People who know what they're talking about, especially when it comes to films 4 through 6.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
This is gonna be
Morgan in
interesting.
the chat. No, go for it, Brandon. What was you saying?
I say it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun for sure. I can only imagine how Six's conversation's gonna go.
Yeah.
All right, so I am caught up with everybody, but real quick, what's going on, Phil? I hope you're having a great day, buddy. Philip Morgan in the chat. All right, everybody. So, as we are well aware, we are going to start off with film number 4. This film right here brought back Michael Myers in the Halloween franchise. As we are all well aware, Halloween 3 Season of the Witch veered away from Michael Myers, and much to public demand, they brought Michael Myers back in Halloween 4. Dwight Little is the one who directed it, and Roy McElroy writ most of it. I think he got cut like halfway out of it, but a lot of what they used in the movie was, for the story that he wrote and stuff from watching that Halloween 4 documentary, and he spoke about it. And this film, in terms of feeling like a Halloween Michael Myers film, the atmosphere, off the bat with that opening, with the credits and everything, you see the barn, you see the pumpkin, the pitchfork, all that, the orange lettering. It felt like Michael Myers was back. How do you guys feel about that? I will start with you, Val.
It made me very happy again as a Halloween fan because, again, I remember coming out of the theater with 3 just mad. Mad. And I initially went into 4 like really kind of like, but loved the opening, and like you, I was like, heck yeah, here we go, he's back.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
All right. So, Brandon, how do you feel about the opening credits? Before we get to meet Jamie Lloyd, Rachel Carruthers, and these new crop of characters, how did you feel about the presentation of the opening for Halloween 4?
It felt like Halloween. The moment it opened, it was like, oh yeah, this is Halloween. You don't even have to put a title card or anything. I know it's a Halloween movie, And it was just so, to be honest, it's one of the best openers to me. Like just the theme kicking up and everything. And
Right.
It felt like Halloween. Like I agree with Val. After 3, you're like, where's Michael? He's on the TV. And then you go to 4. It's like, oh yeah, we got him back. He's back. I'm happy, So that's how I feel about it. We have Michael back.
Absolutely. Bob, same question. How do you feel about the opening, the first couple minutes or seconds, if you will, of the film, the lettering, the background, the ambiance? How do you feel about that opening for Halloween 4?
Well, I'm an oddball for this because this was the first Halloween film I ever got to saw, so I had no concept of who Michael was. To me, it felt like Halloween. I felt that like kind of intensity there. And when we get a little farther in, let's just say I knew I was in for something, because that is one of the best openings to a movie I have seen in a long time. Nothing made me feel so connected like that opening in modern time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I have to agree with all y'all. Like, especially like what Val said, coming off of Halloween 3, and initially how that made you feel not having Michael Myers. And then you see that opening. Forget, the VHS cover, where you see his mask on, the cover.
Yeah.
When you get to those them couple seconds into the movie and they're going through the lettering and you hear that score in the background, it's just really dreary, and you see the fog and all that stuff. I'm just like, yeah, Michael's back, baby. This is Halloween. This is it. So that I feel like in terms of like openings, credits, all that stuff, this film might rival Halloween 1 and 2 for the best because of how it made you feel. Like it definitely made you feel like we were going to be watching a Halloween movie that has Michael Myers in it. The atmosphere from the start was off the chain. It let you know that we were going back to Haddonfield and we were going to get that same feeling that we had back in 1978 or watching Halloween 1978.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick. Hey, my good friend Eric, the Bearded Entertainment, rolling in hot with a $5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. I know Erica's going to be having a stream after this. If I'm not mistaken, ranking the Halloween films. Let me know about that, Eric, in the chat.
That's cool.
Yes, he's going to be covering, Halloween after this stream and stuff. So I'm definitely going to, stop in the chat box and show him some love. But Eric with the $5 super chat saying 4 was great for 3 reasons. Michael and Loomis started to lose it, and Jamie Lloyd was amazing. Michael and Loomis definitely did start to lose it, especially Loomis.
Yeah.
Especially Loomis.
He was done.
Yeah.
And, of course, Jamie Lloyd, Danielle Harris was amazing. And hopefully she gets a chance to be amazing yet again here in the next couple years. So I fully agree with that statement, Bearded Entertainment. Eric, what do you guys think about that? With his 3 reasons for why Halloween 4 was great.
Yeah.
Spot on.
Yep.
Spot on.
I agree.
Spot on, but
I
there's
agree.
one thing. But there is one thing that's missing. You can't have Jamie Lloyd without Rachel.
Yeah.
That's the point,
Yes.
man.
Really
True.
Yes.
Yep.
I
It's a
love
good
Rachel.
point.
I love Rachel.
Yes, Rachel. Man, we're going to talk about 5 and that injustice, but Rachel was amazing. You know, if you talk about, you know, and we talked about a little bit the other day, Val. If you talk about that, she was like a sister, obviously, because that was her foster sister. But you talk about that motherly figure that Jamie needed. I feel like Rachel was closer to that than even the foster mother, her own mother.
Yeah.
You know, so absolutely love Rachel as well. She's amazing. But thank you again, Eric. I greatly appreciate it, buddy. And again, I'm definitely going to check you out after this stream. That's right, Eric. He says Michael was back. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, what's going on, Jamie? Glad to see you here. I want to say it here now, Jamie. I'm sure you got my I don't know if you saw my comment towards the tail end of your birthday stream. I'm sorry I did not get to make it. It was pretty busy at work, so it was no time for me to really settle down and really even pop in for a few minutes. But I definitely want to get you here on the channel so we can definitely conversate about whatever horror movie you want to conversate or whatever. I want to at least do that for you for missing your birthday stream. So we'll definitely talk on Instagram here soon, Jamie.
And Jamie, I hope you're still okay up there with the wildfires and smoke and all of that.
Definitely. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't know anything about that. So yeah, definitely stay safe, Jamie. And everybody who's around that area, stay safe.
Definitely.
That's no fun. Dino talking about Tina was awesome. Okay. I know some people are like mixed on Tina, so we're definitely going to talk about her in Halloween 5 for sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's move on to the opening scene at the hospital. When you guys first seen Michael on the screen, how did you imagine he would look? Did you imagine that this would take place in a hospital? And did you imagine that we would see mummification Michael Myers laying there in that bed? My boy was wrapped up. Boy was wrapped up tight.
Oh my God.
He did, bro. He looked just like a mummy. He did. He had him all wrapped up. And hey, I'm here for it. Why not? You know, I mean, he is kind of undead at that point. So
yeah, I mean,
why not?
Yeah.
At that point, you know what happening too. He gets cooked. You
Yeah.
know? So
After being set on fire.
Could you imagine? You know, we saw how James Drew Courtney looked. He got a little crisp. But man, could you imagine that Michael, Halloween 4, Tom Morga? Oh my God. If he would have got unmasked, he would have looked crazy.
That's true. That is true. Well, one thing I will say before we really delve into it, I do think that they missed an opportunity to show Michael more burnt up.
Yeah.
He looked a little too clean. He did, especially when you looked at his arms. They should have, just should have crisped him up a little bit more. I'm gonna say I'll even say Loomis had more burn.
Crispy.
Loomis had more burn debris on his face than Michael did on his arms.
The egg yolk, man.
The egg,
the egg yolk. I could not unsee that. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot do that.
You know what the day is? You see the day? Every day I look at this in the mirror, and every day I remember. Every day he said, every day I look at this in the mirror, and every day I remember. That's a hell of a sight to have to look at the egg yolk all day.
Then which because they didn't like it, like halfway through just vanished, so you're wondering what happened to it.
Yeah, they just took they probably was like, hey, you know what? Take that off. It looks too much like a yolk. You got to do something with that.
Right, absolutely. Like they got the burn marks on the hand. Beautiful.
Yeah.
But that, I don't know what happened there. But that opening scene where we're at the hospital, we see Michael in the bed, then they transport him. And then once he hears that he has a niece, he has another family member out there, and you see the clenching of the fist. You do fist. You see that fist ball up like he knows that he's got to get out of here. And he takes those EMTs out the way that he did. Was you a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to see more of that brutality, given what we've seen when Loomis and Hoffman got to the scene? Like, you even hear the cops say, it's hard to tell. They're all chewed up. Like, how do you guys feel about that opening scene in terms of the hospital? And then, obviously, Michael taking the EMTs out. And are you disappointed that you didn't get to see how brutal that was? I'll start with you on this one, Bob.
Well, Kid Me was thankful they didn't go too much into it. Imagine that TV edit. That might have not been the first one I ever did see. So Kid Me's like, yes, thank you. Adult Me, however, is like, man, why didn't y'all put this in? I know that this isn't meant to be so brutal, but it's like, you're showing me this aftermath. I'd at least like to see a little bit like what led to it, other than seeing the one EMT's head smashed and screaming. I would have liked to at least seen like the ambulance drive off or something, see what happened to that guy at least. But different time frame compared to today, so I give it a pass because let's face it, movies back then weren't as gruesome as they are today.
It's very true. It's very true. Brandon, what are your thoughts on it? On the opening scene and all that?
I mean, I liked it, you know. I liked how it was kind of simple. You got to think how much pain Michael was probably in. He was burned. You know, you got to think how how it feels when you get burned on a stove. You just put your finger on it. So his whole, you know. So I feel like that was crazy. You know how he puts the thumb in the head. That was kind of. I'm like, oh my god, bro. And fun fact, that was a retractable thumb. That's crazy. So I'm like, wow. But yeah, I think it was very simple and cool. And I feel like if we would have saw the brutalness of that, it would have kind of went in that same, you know, category with Tyler Mane. Probably worse.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
you know, I feel like sometimes people, like, you know, in Kills, we got Michael, and it was cool with the firefighters. It was more calculated and clean. It wasn't too much, you know. But I feel like sometimes people ask for a lot. They want Michael to be, you know, Jason Goes to Hell, break an arm, pull you upside down. I feel like when you start to make Michael like that, it's too over the top. I like Michael he's very straight to the point. I think that's why a lot of people like him. He's very much calculated. He gets to the point. He doesn't want to play with his food, you know.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely not trying to be eating no hearts out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Transforming out of bodies.
Yeah.
Oh man. What do you feel about that, Val? What do you feel about the opening scene, the hospital, the EMTs? What do you feel about that?
The hospital, because again, it made you like, oh no, here we go, you know. I think they walked that fine line perfectly between what we normally have gotten from Michael Myers, where, like Brandon said, it's more clean, not a lot of blood. It's just bang, you're dead. He's not ripping your arm off and beating you with it. But and I think they walked that line really good by giving us the aftermath.
Yeah.
Without showing it. And I like that. Because I'm not a huge gore fan. I don't mind it. But again, that's not Michael. That's not the shape.
Right.
He's not full-blown gore.
Yeah.
So I think if they would have, I think I would have been more disappointed if they would have went that way. I like that whole first sequence, you know, again, it kind of worked you up like, okay, we're going, you know, here we go on that ride again. And it was a good opening sequence.
Yep.
Right. I think the score was really good. Like, especially that's when you heard kind of the upbeat version of the original theme. That's when we really kind of started to get a beat behind it. And though it was different, because I was so used to just piano, you know, though it was different, I liked it because it set a certain tone and a pace, in my opinion, for how this movie was going to go. Like, it's going to be a slow burn, but we're going to pick up the speed just a little bit. That's what I felt, you know, especially from that opening scene. And then the score, like I said, dropping when they're taking his body out to the EMT, to the truck and all that. Like, it was a beautiful setup for things to come for sure. Bob, did I touch on you? I can't even remember.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
Kid,
I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody and all that stuff.
they are all good, man.
Okay, so now, obviously, after that scene, we get introduced to the one and only Jamie Lloyd, portrayed by Danielle Harris. And we quickly see that she is the daughter of one Laurie Strode. And as we know in this movie, they killed Jamie Lee Curtis's character off because she didn't want to come back and return. So they made it as if to where she basically died in a car crash. And now we see this young little girl living with her foster parents as well as her foster sister. And she's having these nightmares of the Nightmare Man. And then you see her having these nightmares, and it's about Michael Myers. And that initial take, what was your feelings about this little girl? And how, in that initial moment, did you think she was going to fare in this movie from a performance standpoint? Did you think that she was going to underperform, or do you think that she overperformed all of y'all expectations? Val, I'll start with y'all. With you. Oh my God.
That little girl ran with that part. Now, my expectation of it, she way overdid it because I was not expecting that from her. For any child in a horror movie, that's got to, playing a part in a horror movie, you kind of almost lower the standard a little bit, but she took it and ran. Now, I do have to admit, and I didn't get to say this about part 2. Initially going into that and finding out she was a relative, again, like 2, that's where I kind of was like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that family connection thing. But watching this movie and watching her just build on the story, she was good. That young girl was awesome.
Yeah,
I agree. Bob, what is your take? In that moment when you're watching her in that opening introduction of her character, and she's having these nightmares, and you see Michael Myers, we're going to talk about that mask after this. But you see Michael Myers and you see her having these visions, and because I know this is the first Halloween movie you ever saw. So I'll be fair. As you got older and rewatched it, how was your feeling about this character, about Danielle Harris playing this character? And did you expect her to underperform, or did she overachieve in her expectations on how she was going to perform in your peripheral?
Okay, this is more suited for my first time watch, actually, to answer more fairly. She outblew my mind, okay? Look, I'm about the same age she is. That would probably be my same kind of reaction in that scene. Like, being younger was my connection to someone that saw the original as a teenager. Like, instant connection. Like, everyone will love Jamie Lee Curtis that was older that saw that, because kid me saw it at about age 8. I have that connection to her, which made it so much more impactful. If I would have started with 78, do you think I'd have a connection with Laurie Strode being a young kid, not a teenager? It wouldn't have fit. Right. So I think starting off with 4 actually made it worth my while to love this franchise because of how she performed. And to be honest, that's one of the few exceptions of kids are allowed to perform in Hollywood. A lot of kids can't, but she took it and rolled with it. And look at the career she made after that. But it's not just that. Spoilers for later in the movie. If you look at the opening to the ending, everything comes full circle. And I'll explain that when we hit the end.
Okay. All right. Sounds good, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm interested to see where you're going to go with this. So Brandon, your turn, buddy. What is your feelings of Danielle Harris? Did you think that she was going to underperform, or did she overperform your expectations from your initial thought of seeing her in this film, and at least in this opening scene, with how she handled the nightmares, the emotion, the fear, the passion, all of that?
The moment I seen that scene, man, I knew it was something. Like, once you see her, in the bedroom, it's like it felt real. You got something. Not trying to say anything, but it's hard for some kids to act, she had me
True.
convinced, keyword convinced. She just had me convinced. Like, so I feel like, it's really kids out there that are afraid of the dark or kind of play games in their head and think someone's in the closet. And the way they just shot the scene, how she's screaming and how she, and then Michael kind of gets up on the side of the bed, and it's like, bro, she's ready. I'm out. I'm not even gonna play around and go peek over the bed. Her scream, bro, for her to be that young, the scream was so alerting, bro, for her to be so small. And she not even just that, just the whole scene with her going back and forth for Rachel. I think Danielle Harris has it. She's definitely top 3 for me, and she's so underrated. You
underrated.
You
No
have
respect.
Yeah, you have to think like Lori, she came in, she was a teen and everything. Danielle came in as a kid, and she got in a horror movie, Halloween. She got introduced and just threw in like, hey, go for it, and she carried it. And you gotta love it. You gotta respect her for that. And I know for a fact she will do great in this day's age of Halloween, for a fact.
Yeah.
Guys, I mean, I'm gonna do a video about it. And this is just me, and I'll tell you guys here initially because it's not gonna be a deep dive or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I personally feel this next Halloween movie is going to go 3 ways, possibly. 1, we're going to get Danielle back, and that's what's going to happen. 2, and I only say this because of box office, and the money is important. And I'm not saying the same story. I'm just saying Paul Rudd returning as Tommy Doyle. Not picking up from 6, but maybe following him after 78 directly. That's my thought. Or you get both.
Yeah.
That's my initial thoughts. I think it could go either of those 3 ways. I'm pulling for Danielle to get her respect as well as Ellie. I would love to see them come back. I think it can be done. We know that Alan B. McElroy is still out here writing. He just did Wrong Turn, the remake, a couple years ago.
Yeah. To kind of touch on what you just said, Marcus, I came up with something crazy. I actually watched Halloween 4 like a couple days ago, just randomly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, we all want the continuance of 4, right? And I really do,
Yeah.
But I was thinking, David Gordon Green he did a direct sequel. He said, hey, I want to continue from 78. Now, some people hate it, some people love it. It is what it is. I would not be surprised if we got someone that is a diehard Danielle Harris fan, right? And decides, hey, we're going to give her flowers. We're going to put her front line and decide, because you got to think, if David Gordon Green erased 2, right? And he continued with that with 2018. Why can't you get 4 and make that a direct sequel, but kind of mod it? And what I mean is, Jamie Lee Curtis said, "I'm done with Halloween. I'm out. That was my last." You can, she obviously is done. You could write her off, or I'm pretty sure, Lori would not mind having a little small cameo, like a flashback. Either way, I think it can incorporate Loomis and so much more, and it will be a fresh start, a second chance with Halloween. Think about it. If they can pull off a flashback and kills, right, and make Tom Jones Jr. look like Loomis 78 house.
Oh, absolutely.
Imagine if we get a direct sequel. Maybe it picks up from Michael getting shot off the balcony. Boom, drops, time jump. And we got someone that's probably working at Starbucks, and it's kind of like a pan and shot or whatever. Boom. It's Danielle Harris. It's Jamie Lloyd years later. And then we start to get these flashbacks on how Lori, because in 2018, she even touched on 2 failed marriages. But this is going to be a complete. Like, think about it. It can work. And I haven't heard anyone say anything about this. They just say Halloween 4, continue it. This will put her front line. This will make Jamie like the final girl right now, like the new generation final girl. And I feel like she will get her flowers, because think, if she gets took away from her mom and they never talked about what happened to Loomis afterwards, or Lori. Maybe Loomis found out, like, hey, Lori had a kid. I'm going to leave her this letter because she's going to deal with this man, the boogeyman. I'm going to leave this letter. And for fan service, that's a great opportunity to get a voiceover for Loomis. Get a flashback. Throw Tom Jones back in there. Maybe show him writing a letter. Either way, it's just so many ways. I feel like with that, just complete, like making Danielle the direct sequel, and she gets the showdown with the boogeyman. And it kind of just, it's like a fresh start, It's a fresh start. It's not Halloween 4. It's not a remake. It's a direct sequel with her
Right.
daughter. It's with her daughter, though. You know, it's with Lori's
Right.
daughter. So people won't get confused, because I think people, you know, don't realize when we got different groups of Halloween fans. We got ones that, you know, when a new Halloween come out, they're going to say, hey, then Michael just get grinded up, you know, it's the ground beef. They don't understand the timelines.
Right.
But I feel like this one right here will make it, you know, explainable, because you got to make it a point to say this is Jamie Lloyd's daughter. This is her. I mean, this is Jamie Lee Curtis's daughter that was in a foster care. We knew nothing about her, and almost similar to how this, you know, with Rob Zombie when Scout Taylor Compton was in a, you know, the basement, and Michael had to show her like, I'm your brother.
Right.
Maybe a scene like that. Danielle doesn't even know that the boogeyman's her uncle. You know, maybe he has to show her like, or don't do the Rob Zombie thing. Just somehow, some way. Yeah, don't do that. I don't want Michael saying, hey man, this is, but somehow, some way, let her know like, oh my God, Michael Myers is my uncle.
Right. Now that's very interesting, Brandon, because I think that can be done because how you said pick up directly from 78.
Yeah.
Michael disappeared. We don't know where the hell he's been.
Right.
Yeah, and
you know, so
you can go to Halloween Return script route where the direct sequel for 78 where it picks up you're in Michael's shoes. They put you in a POV. So the way it started in 78 with young Michael, the sequel picks up you're in his shoes after he got shot. So you kind of see where he's going, the next house, and he kind of pans out. You can do it. It'll be cool. I'm telling you.
Man, that would be cool. Seeing it from Michael's point of view.
That'd be crazy.
Wow. That's like some hardcore Henry shit, bro.
Oh man,
like,
yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. And why, in my opinion, why it works is because you're going to kind of get this in slow mo because Michael's going to be walking moderately. He's not going to be speed walking. You get to see everything that he sees. You know, like I like that.
And just picture, you know, you hear the breathing. You know, maybe you get a shot of him like looking down at his torso. You know, he got shot 6 times. You know. And you could kind of see maybe he still has the Lamson knife in his hand. He looks down, you hear some kids laughing, trick-or-treating later in the night, and he looks up, boom. You know, maybe even pull a 2018. He goes to one house, take him out before he kind of heads out. Never know.
I like it.
I like
Bob,
that.
how do you feel about that?
I like that.
Hey, as long as we don't get it starting off with a direct sequel to 4, because then you're going to run into a Halloween 5 situation where you kind of have to figure out a way to retcon that.
Yeah.
Even though I'd rather have a new kind of killer, I think it would actually add something. I think Harris would be the one that could carry your mantle over a lot of others if you're going to try that. And I think there's a few that wouldn't mind trying that, but you'd have to set it up to end the trilogy that way now. So start off with Halloween 78 and build up to that ending of 4.
Yep.
I like it.
How I would go about it. So that fits perfect for me.
But in truth, I think no matter which way you go, if you bring Danielle Harris back, fans will love it. They love her.
Yeah,
absolutely. Now, see, and maybe this is just me battling with the negativity that I feel some, especially the newer generation who doesn't really know that, you know, no Danielle Harris, no Part 4. You know, this is why I feel like having a Paul Rudd to come reprise his role as Tommy Doyle would definitely help, especially in terms of box office star power. This is nothing against Danielle Harris. She's an amazing actress, but she's an underrated actress. We know this. She's not, you know, Hollywood's #1 babe, you know? So when I look at it, you know, I absolutely want her to come back, but I feel like she's going to need some help in terms of the promotion behind the movie. Who are people going to come and see outside of the diehards that do know her? You know, the other people, you know, the other casuals and stuff like that. And I think you can do it. You know, especially we're talking Brandon's way, picking up exactly after 78, that leaves Tommy Doyle out there too.
Yeah. And to be honest, you know, that's why I say it's like a fresh start. You know, don't worry about 4. This is not 4. Remind you, this is not 4. Don't worry about 4. Don't worry about 5. Don't worry about 6. This is us getting introduced. This is Danielle. You know how Lori got her story? This is Danielle's story. This is Jamie Lloyd's story. And I feel like you can even pull Rachel in there. They did in a Rob Zombie's Halloween. They made Danielle Harris, Annie Brackett. You can make you know what I'm saying? Because 5 doesn't exist. You can really incorporate Rachel. You can make Rachel the big sister. You can even make Rachel someone Danielle works with. And everyone will understand, like diehard fans like us, they'll say, hey, that's Rachel, you know, or something like that. I just think, I feel in my heart, someone, when they come back with Halloween, I don't think they're going to go. I mean, I can see them going for 4, but I feel that they're going to pull that, because I feel like 4 is not enough for Jamie Lloyd's story. She was little bitty, you know, she was kid. I feel like if you go the direct sequel route and just explain her story over time, and now she's an adult, and you got some flashbacks in there, I think you will be good.
I agree, man. Like I like that idea a lot. I really do. And I am in agreement with you. We could use a fresh start.
Yeah.
And that would be a perfect fresh start. You know, especially if you're doing it in that way that she doesn't have any idea, you know, who he is. He hasn't been seen, especially, okay, so where would you set it? Would you set it in the 2000s or in the late 90s? Because Danielle still looks very young. Danielle looks like she could be in her early 30s, mid 30s.
So I'll look. So first, I would definitely want that flashback to look like that Kills flashback. You know, I want it to look like that, but kind of just like make it look like the Halloween 4 vibe. You know, trick or treating. You got the pharmacy, Halloween stores. You know, I want the mask hanging up, leaves blowing. You know, but I really do think that, you know, it can jump to modern day for the time jump. Definitely jump modern day for the time jump.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying? Kind of modern day. And this, if you do this, it's clean. You start a new timeline. We still love our H2O, our 4, 5, and 6. Danielle is going to give us this new timeline. She definitely is going to bring in the money. And this is when you can start bringing different crowds in, because everyone's saying that now. You know, we want to see Michael take on a different crowd. Danielle Harris, she looks like she will hang with other crowds like a Allison or Vicky from 2018 or Dave, and she just connected with them, you know, or Scout. And now we got these new characters that we all love, similar to, you know, I mean, if Scream can do it, Jenna Ortega, Mindy, Halloween can definitely do it and have like a new group and be comfortable
and
with
it's funny you brought up Scout, Brandon. How would you feel Scout being like the Tina in part 4, like not part 5's Tina, part 4's Tina, the one who is driving Rachel around?
I mean, see, look, I could see that happening because they have this big podcast. Everyone knows them as like this duo, and that'll be a little bit of fan service. Like, oh, Scout is with Danielle, they're cool.
Yeah,
but I would not keep her in like a long time. I'll give her a little cameo.
It would just be like a cameo, just like what they did with that Tina in Halloween 4. It would be a nice homage. You know who she is. You know her and Danielle's podcast. I think that would be perfect for Scout to do, and then she's not in the movie anymore.
Yeah, I think that'll be cool. Just, you know, fan service, it will definitely work. And I feel like with Tommy, it just works. Just if you just sit there and think about it, you don't have to even worry about explaining too much, because Lori, we just found out that she's dead. You know, you can do whatever you want to do with her. You know, she did not, you know, she wasn't fit for being, you know, to be a mom. You know, just like she said in 2018, you know, you knew that. You knew I was going through things. I lost 2 marriages. I feel like there's no need to explain Laurie Strode. You got Danielle now. This is her daughter. But I don't know. And another thing that kind of makes it sketchy, the theory, is that from my understanding, Jamie Lloyd and Danielle Harris and Jamie Lee Curtis are not like balanced in the real world. They don't talk for real. You know, from my understanding, she didn't even know who Jamie Lloyd was as a character.
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis didn't even know. It was at the Halloween Ends premiere. She was like, I don't know who you are. But okay. So that's the only thing. It's like, I don't know.
See, I personally feel like this real quick, and I'm gonna let you guys touch on it, Val and Bob. Me personally, I feel like that's just ego of Jamie Lee. I really do. You know who she is. You know who that girl is. Come on.
You know she is.
You know who she is.
You know she is.
Like, come on now. You made, because my whole argument with that is that you basically made a direct sequel in H2O that canceled out her fucking story.
Right.
Like, so you know who she is. Like, and when I heard that, when Danielle talked about that, how basically Jamie Lee shunned her, I'm not gonna lie, that made my heart break a little bit because it's like, why? For what? She
What
put just
purpose?
as much love into the franchise as you did. See, if anything, you can argue that she may have put more, Jamie Lee, because you didn't want to do any more. And what did she do? That young girl picked this ball up and she knocked it out the park,
Yeah.
ran with it, to quote CM Punk, and then shoved it down your fucking throat. But she did.
Yeah, because even hardcore, Laurie Strode fans from the beginning, like me, I ended up falling in love with the Jamie Lee or the Danielle Harris character and
Right.
her. I really did. So for me, it was like, okay, Laurie Strode isn't in it anymore, but we got a fantastic. I don't want to say substitute either because it wasn't.
Yeah.
I don't look at it as a substitute, but replacement, whatever you want to call
Addition
it.
by subtraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and to be honest, Rachel, she's my top 3. I'm sitting on that. Like when you look at Rachel and how she, took care of that situation, she was a final girl. That rooftop scene, oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yes.
hear me? Do you hear me? Laurie Strode was in trouble. Seriously, man. Like, man, when you just see, her running through Haddonfield and just in the car and she's driving a truck. Oh, yeah.
Yes, bro.
Oh,
that
yeah.
part.
Bro.
That part when she says, "Die, you son of a bitch," and then she
Yes.
kicks at the crank, and she's just staring a hole through Michael. Like, yes,
Bro,
you definitely got to have Rachel up there, man. Like, she was amazing.
And
With this.
we talked about that before the last time about her character arc and how wonderful that Rachel's character arc was. She went from this snotty, have to take care of my snotty little foster sister to being that loving, caring sister, taking like total care of Jamie.
Yeah.
And
it's like that scene, that's when I fell in love with the Rachel character, when she's lowering Jamie down and Jamie's like, I can't. She's like, well, try, damn it. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the mom, the sister, the auntie.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what did it for me.
Absolutely.
In that whole end, how she protected Jamie, protected
Yeah.
Jamie in the whole end scene. It's
Bob, how do you feel about Jamie Lee supposedly not knowing who Danielle Harris or what Halloween 4 was? How do you feel about that?
Hey, Jamie Lee, if you got a problem with what I'm going to say, you can sue me. I really don't care. I got no money for you. That's a bold-faced BS lie. I don't care about your royalty in Hollywood, who your parents are. You're telling me you have no idea who Jamie Lloyd / Danielle Harris is, who actually brought your franchise back to life after Halloween 3 abysmal movie with the ratings. So you're telling me the one person who carried your franchise back to life, that gave you Halloween 20 years later, that gave you Halloween 2018, you don't know who she is? You know what? To quote CM Punk, I'm going to kick you in the nuts and you're going to like it. Because you're lying to me.
Oh, man.
Bob, we got Bob started, y'all. He's cranked up. He's ready to go.
Guys, I also want to ask you guys something. Who was constantly making convention appearances? Was it Jamie Lee Curtis or Danielle Harris keeping the franchise alive?
That's a very good
Harris
point.
was going to all these conventions, keeping the franchise alive after the abysmal resurrection. So again, I gotta call BS on you, Jamie Lee.
That's a very good point that you just brought up, though, Bob. Keeping the franchise alive with conventions.
I can
stuff like that.
Have an opinion about that. Wow.
Oh yeah.
By the way, I kept it as clean as I could. So if any swear words came across, I apologize.
Oh, it's all right, man. It happens. The algorithm knows at some point we're going to be adults and we're going to slip the tongue, and it's just bound to happen.
Oh my God.
But no, I agree with that. Like you said, and you guys know that I'm like on a mission. I'm going to all these conventions and stuff to try to, do the best I can for content purposes and all that stuff. Like, I agree with what Bob said.
Yeah.
Danielle has been keeping the franchise alive just before the new trilogy and everything.
Not just that,
He's been
Marcus.
keeping it alive by going to these conventions, keeping people's names fresh about the Halloween movies. Even if you don't like 5 or 6, even if you don't like 4, it's the point that she's been putting in the work, keeping Michael Myers' name alive, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
Not just that, and I want to bring this up to you because this goes back to our convention there. You knew the minute I met you. I never said, "Oh, I want to get a picture with Jamie Lee dressed up as Laurie." What did I say from day one, Marcus? I wanted as Jamie Lloyd in the costume, and you saw the face after that picture. So that tells you where my loyalties lie. That's what brought me into the franchise.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Heck yeah, man. And you called that too. You got what you wanted. That was a beautiful day.
Yeah,
that was a really beautiful day.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So let's move on to the Halloween 4 mask. And real quick, I do want to acknowledge some people in the chat. What's going on in Shape in the Shadows? Haven't seen you in a little bit. I'm glad you stopped in. I hope you're doing well. Jason the Nice One. Jason, go ahead. I'm assuming you were bugging out at Bob.
Man,
Bob went off.
That
Hey,
laugh,
I get passionate, man. I get passionate, okay?
It was the I don't have nothing for you. You can sue me.
Yep.
Hey, it's true. I ain't got money growing on trees, so I mean, you ain't gonna get a dime from me. So.
Hold on. You know what you could offer, and I know you're not going to give it to her, but you could offer the photo with you with Danielle, just to rub it in.
I got a better idea. I'll give her my copy of Blu-ray with the picture. Here, go watch Halloween 4. You don't know who it is.
Oh, that's funny, man.
Jason Nice One saying, run a treat. Jason the Nice One saying, hey, everyone, finally made it. Hey, Marcus, Brandon, Val, and Bob. What's going on, buddy? I hope you're having a great day, Jason.
What's up, Jason?
Jason's saying hi to Russell. All right, so let's move on to the Halloween 4 mask. And before I give my take on it, I'm actually going to start with you, Bob. And what is your thoughts on the Halloween 4 mask? Do you like it? Do you not like it? Or is it in the middle for you?
For me, as I got older, it became in the middle. I originally did like it, but then seeing the original and that. But the reason for me it falls in the middle is at least they gave a story as to how he got a different mask. It's not like it changed midway through like when they were making a sequel. He had to get it at this store. They took it away, so he just got a new one. So that's why for me it falls in the middle. It's also a little misleading with your poster or VHS cover or that, but it's still in the middle. The 5, we'll get into that when we get to 5.
Yeah,
we definitely will. We definitely will. And I'll tell you what Eric's rank, because Eric did a ranking on the Bearded Entertainment the other night, the masks. And let's just say Halloween 5's mask is up there with the worst.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Brandon, what is your thoughts on the Halloween 4 mask? Did you like it? Did you not like it? Does it fall in the middle?
So look, first off, I'm gonna show you. I have the mask. I'm gonna show you.
Let's
guys
go.
So it's right here. This is, you can see it. The tagged mask. But look, let me tell you, I actually like.
Hold on real quick, Brandon. Put it up to the screen again. I don't know if it's just me, maybe because it's just like that and it's not like on somebody's face. But does Brandon's mask look like a lot more cleaner and crisper, like a lot more refined than the actual mask in the movie?
Yeah.
Yep, it's from Trick or Treat Studios. But
wow,
I got this only because I'm a huge Halloween 4 fan. The mask looks crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? I saw what they try to do, try to make it like 78. It just wasn't there. And that scene when Dr. Loomis is in the school, Michael had blonde hair with I'm like, bro, how did you do that? That moment in Halloween 4, I just cannot get over that. Who was drunk on set? Who was just like, you're like, no, you know what? You just go put it on. How did you shoot it? How did the cameraman shoot that? A blonde head Michael, like with a pink skin tone and kind of saying.
Yeah, I was just about to say the pink strawberry. I call it the strawberry Michael.
Yeah, and I actually watched it was an interview couple years back, and someone had said what happened was they had like replicas, like like a couple copies of the same mask. And I guess someone took the hero mask home or something, like the one that Tom Morgan was using. And so one of the copies, they were in the middle, like you got to do the pink first because it mimics the base of it. That's how it is with the pink, and then they go over with the white because of the skin tone on the neck. So I guess someone decided not to finish, and he's like, "Hey, pick that up, put it on, go out there and shoot it." The Captain Kirk. It starts off with that skin tone.
Yeah,
color. It's like, bro, how did you shoot that? I really want to ask someone like that was on set, like, how did you shoot that with knowing that's not the same mask? What was going on? But personally, with me, it's not one of my favorites. It's all right. Yeah.
I actually forget them filming. How did that get past editing?
Yeah, editing. My point exactly. I don't know.
Wow. If I'm not mistaken, from watching the documentary, I will say this: there wasn't just the whole switch with the writing and all that stuff. There was definitely some switches with like special effects and all that stuff, and all this happened like during production. And I think that's why Dwight H. Little was like, I don't want to do the next one, because there was just so many problems going on that the last time, and he just was like, I'm not doing it again. And plus he wanted to do other things and stuff, which, stinks, because I think he did a really good job directing this movie.
Yeah.
Okay, Val, so what is your thoughts on The Mask? Do you like it? Not like it? Is it in the middle for you?
No, definitely don't like it. Not little below middle. I mean, again, C+ for effort, but not really. Yeah. And you have to admit, guys, there are worse ones in this franchise, but again, you could tell that it wasn't one of their priorities to make sure they got that mask right.
Yeah.
Right. Dino, strawberries and cream Michael. Let's go.
Man.
That's funny. I like it. Scott Walker in the chat. What's going on, Scott? Scott saying, hi, Marcus. I'm still sick, buddy. That is no good, man. The best piece of advice I can give you, Scott, NyQuil and rest, bro. Yeah. For that flu that you've been having the past couple of days. I don't know what medicine you're using and stuff, but if you have NyQuil there, or at least a form of it, grab some, man, because NyQuil, at least for me, for a lot of people I know too, you take some of that. Now, granted, you're going to be knocked out.
No.
But that sleep is going to feel so good. And when you get up in the morning, you might feel like a whole new man. So definitely, if you can, Scott, if you guys have that there, definitely check out some NyQuil. I think it will definitely help with that flu. That's no good, man. I hope you get better. And Adrian K coming through saying, this is my favorite YouTube channel. Man, Adrian, I greatly appreciate that. Honestly, it means a lot. I greatly appreciate that compliment. That is so cool. Uh-oh. We got trouble in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Crave Cinema, Triple C herself. What's going on, Carrie? Saying, hey, wonderful, beautiful people. What is going on, Carrie? I hope you're having a great night. Glad to see you. Okay, so for me, with The Mask, I don't want to say I like it. I don't want to say I don't like it. It falls in the middle for me. And the only reason it falls in the middle for me is because over time, I feel like, especially when Michael in that scene, in the nightmare scene, when he sits up and he turns and he looks at her, the eye shape, and it's just in the eye shape, it reminds me of Jamie. Her face, her actual face, because of the eyes, though. And for me, The Mask looking that way, at least in my opinion, is why I can manage it, because of that bond between them two, being that's his niece. I know that's probably not what they intended to go for.
Yeah.
But when I really look at that mask, especially in the store scene, when she's like, he shoves the mask on and she's screaming or whatever, and he swipes at her and the glass breaks, and she just, she has those puppy eyes. And when Michael's like retracting back from the glass, the shape of his eyes kind of look like hers. And that's just how I feel about the mask in general after, rewatching it so many times. It's not a pretty looking mask by any sense of the imagination. It's not.
Yeah.
But the eye shape for me, because it kind of reminds me of Danielle, I can deal with it. It falls in the middle for me. You know what I mean? It definitely could have been a lot better, but unfortunately, that's the mask we got. I will say this, that they did right with it, and I think we all can agree. They made sure we couldn't see his eyes.
Yeah, they made sure for sure because they actually used a mesh. They used a mesh.
That's right.
So they made sure, like, even if he, put his eyes right to the mask, you wouldn't see it. It was a mesh. So that's crazy.
Yeah, that is, like, again, not a pretty looking mask, but for me, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to Rachel Carruthers. And Brandon, I'm going to start with you, brother, because I know you got her high up on your list.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I guess I'll ask this. What is it about Rachel Carruthers and Ellie Cornell's performance, in your opinion, that made you want to see her do more Halloween films?
Man, from the moment she was like, I got that date with Brady, bro, I swear, bro, since I was a kid, bro, it's something, it's so real, bro. Like, man, seriously, when she says that, no, yeah,
that's exactly how she fucking said it.
no, man, no, from that moment though, seriously, when Jamie is looking and she's like, I'm sorry, I'm the reason you can't go out, and you can just, it just felt real. Rachel feels like a real person. It feels like I know her, and she wants to go out with this nice looking guy, and she really wants to kind of make things work, and it just felt real. And she still had to be a big sister to Jamie and stuff like that and support her, and and she knew she hurt her feelings. She's like, we can go get the costume, maybe get ice cream after, double scoops and everything. She tried, even though this is not her flesh and blood, she tried, and she protected her like she was her own. And that's real. It's like, she went to the edge of earth for Jamie. She was on a roof. She fell off a roof for Jamie. She fell off a whole roof. How did she survive? I don't know. But yeah, or not break a leg and get up perfectly. I don't know. But for me, it was more like scenes like that, but mainly it was the rooftop scene. Just how they just handled that whole scene. And she's on the roof and everything, and with the truck scene, she just was a final girl to me. I'm gonna just be honest. She was a final girl. She wasn't far from Laurie Strode, in my opinion. And look, Laurie Strode, Jamie Lee Curtis in general is my favorite female actress. She's my favorite final girl. So coming from me, that's a lot. And I feel like, you got to respect Ellie Cornell as Rachel, what she did and how she tried. And you got to think she was a little itty bitty just actress. She wasn't, big like no Jamie Lee, but her name just spoke volumes after 4. We were hurt in 5 when she got that whack ass death. But I feel like, yeah, man, Rachel, she was it, man. She was it.
Man, to touch on that real quick, you bringing it up, to this day, that director, I forget his name. Was it Joe Chappelle? Or that was part 6, I think. Whatever his name.
Dominic something.
Yeah, there you go. I don't wish nobody to ever get harmed or beat up, but he need his ass whipped for that one. You know what I mean? He
Can I
needs his
challenge
ass
him to a Hell in a Cell match?
He needs his ass
I'll do it
kicked
in
for
legal
that.
ways.
Like,
Yeah.
like that's just one of those things where you just look at him like, all right, so can I punch you in the face right now? Like, that's how I feel about it. That was one of the worst moves that they could have possibly did, especially in 5. But we're definitely gonna get there and stuff. So, Val, what is your take on the one and only Rachel Carruthers?
Yeah, I have to go with Brandon. I think she's one of the best final girls. And again, that's because of the growth we watch her have in just, in 4, in one movie, where again, they took her from this, had self-centered me. I got this date to literally completely 100% protecting and taking care of Jamie, and just to watch the growth with her in each situation that they came on throughout the whole movie. You know, again, like Brandon said, she's the girl next door. You fall in love with her. You know, you can relate to her being a teenager, you know, and that she just was a really all around great character, I think. And yes, a great final girl, Brandon. She really was.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
You know,
Absolutely.
willing, like you said, to sacrifice herself. She fell off the roof, like you said.
Yeah, you know
to sacrifice to make sure.
I mean,
Jamie
running him
was
over with
okay.
the truck. I mean, she could have got hurt in that too.
Yeah.
And you got to think too. She kind of went through the same thing as Lori. Lori didn't know this was going to happen to her on Halloween night. She got forced into being a final girl,
Right.
and Rachel did too. Like Val said, she was just self-centered, wanted to go on a date with a nice-looking guy, but it's like, no, you don't even know. You got a whole different plan tonight. You're going to become a final girl,
Yeah.
And she got thrown into the situation.
That's very true. That's very true. Bob, what is your take on Rachel Carruthers?
Other than everything they said, I'll say this, and this is a very hot take. Compared to the time, it shows you didn't need to always have a bombshell to be that attractive woman. Like, you kind of took an average, normal girl you would see in like a Haddonfield or in the Midwest, and it felt so natural, and you can connect to it. And that's just that. That's how you want a sibling to be. You see this growth. You don't see that very often with sibling characters. Typically, you'll see them argue a little bit, then all of a sudden, boom, they're there. You kind of felt that natural progression once Jamie got lost. Like, she really does deep down care. Like, yeah, we can say, oh, she wanted to take ice cream and that, but you can argue, oh, she's just catering. But the minute Jamie got lost, that's where it all connected for everybody. It's like you could see she really does care for her, even though they're not blood siblings.
Yeah.
And hey, if we ever do get a remake, you don't even need to have Rachel come back in that capacity. You can change it around. Maybe Rachel's Jamie's mother in the new remake. Imagine that kind of connection. The fans would have that from before, and we can kind of relate. And it's like, okay, it makes sense where you're going in this direction. So I think everything played up to a T in this, and there's so many directions you can take from 4 to build up a new trilogy.
Yeah.
Just don't follow the ending, please.
Corey Cunningham.
I agree.
Wait till the next trilogy. Let's see how fans would react to seeing natural progression.
Hey, remember, it's just changing shape.
Yeah.
Exactly. It is known as the shape. It's
true.
Originally. I mean, now everybody calls him Michael, not the shape anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
But for me, I agree with everything you guys said. Like, Rachel is that girl next door. And I think what benefits both of Danielle and Ellie is nobody really talks about this. If you really think about it, what made Halloween 4 stand out for me is the fact that you didn't know who the hell these girls were. It kind of followed the same formula as 78. We didn't really know who Jamie Lee Curtis was.
Yeah.
Donald Pleasance was the most notable actor on that roster because he already had films. He already had projects. He was already a legend in his own right at that point. Nobody really knew who Jamie Lee Curtis was. Nobody really knew Nancy Loomis, PJ Souls. Like, that entire cast, for the most part, was a bunch of newbies.
Yeah.
And for me, that's what makes Halloween 4 so great, especially with Danielle and Ellie, is that they captured that again, in my opinion, because I've never seen Danielle. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Danielle was like in General Hospital or one of them soaps growing up. But in terms of like the big screen, especially in a high profile movie, a franchise such as Halloween, you never really even seen these girls. And the fact that Rachel herself, like, she not only provided that motherly presence, sisterly, she provided everything, but she also showed you a peek into herself as well. Like, she was that old school good girl, loyal. She was loyal to Brady. Even though Brady was dogging her out, she's still at before, you know, Michael crushed his skull. You know, she still basically wanted to see him live and still cared about him. You know, I love Rachel.
Yeah.
I think she's one of the best characters in the entire franchise. You know, and for me, not only did she show that she's the girl next door, not only did she show that she has that vulnerable side to her, especially when it comes to men and relationships and stuff like that. You know, she shows she has a toughness to her. She shows she's not no pushover. Like when she confronted Brady. You know, I thought, you know, oh, what? You just hop on to the next best thing? I thought you were different from other guys. And then going at Michael the way she did. Like you said, Brandon, she fell off a roof. She got up somehow. Got up, made her way to the schoolhouse, and extinguished his ass.
And then went over to Kathleen Kamont and threw the coffee on her. I'm like, oh yeah, she was on a roll. She was on a roll.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's the thing too. Like Rachel showed, like, I'm a good girl, but essentially don't piss me off.
Yeah.
And I like that about her character. And I really wish that both her and Danielle would have got the due diligence that they deserved. You know, hopefully we still have time. Hopefully that those mistakes from the past can be made up here in the future. Fingers crossed.
I hope.
Fingers crossed on that. So the next thing I want to talk about before we move on to Halloween 5, next couple things I want to talk about, we're probably just going to bunch these two together because I think you kind of can. Because for me, the on-screen chemistry between Donald Pleasance and Bo Starr as Sheriff Meeker, I absolutely loved it. I feel like it was something that we kind of got a peek into in the original Halloween, but it's something that didn't go really far into in Halloween 2 because Sheriff Brackett moved to the side, and then we did have Officer Hunt, who I thought was a great character. But this time around, you got to see Dr. Loomis kind of have this bond of relationship with this sheriff based on Michael coming back and everything's going on. How do you guys feel about the Dr. Loomis character in this film alongside Sheriff Ben Meeker? I'll start with you, Val, if you're still there. Okay, I think Val had to go do something. So, Bob, how do you feel about the Dr. Loomis and the Ben Meeker characters in this film?
For me, I felt they kind of did that perfect. I mean, one, you have Loomis who's slowly, in his progression, starting to lose his mind, and people aren't taking him as serious as they should. I mean, he is technically right, but, you know, in people's minds, you know, he is slowly losing it. But you see that progression between the two of them, and it kind of built up to where later on we'd have, when you had, geez, now I'm forgetting names here of the original, kind of coming back to want revenge and kills for, you know, the Brackett, Sheriff Brackett's daughter.
Sheriff Brackett, yes.
Yeah, you kind of have that going on, but it slowly progresses to that rather than it being rushed. I think like we even get to see progression with those two as characters rather than it happening instantly. Like they could have gone off and like, while he was sitting there warning him, you know, his daughter could have been killed off screen and we wouldn't have seen that progression. So in a way, when we get to later on in 5, you know, the bond, they can kind of connect, but they still don't like each other because obviously Meeker is blaming Loomis for everything that happened.
Yeah.
So again, we have someone blaming someone that they think is losing their mind.
Yeah.
But I felt it worked out well. Without Star, I don't think anyone else could have played Meeker. I think it would have fallen flat, in my opinion.
I agree with that. I do. I think Bo Starr absolutely fucking killed it. I like Meeker a lot. I don't know why. It's just something about his character that he's the cool cop, man. Like that's just him. Like he's stern, but he's cool. There's just something about his demeanor that I picked up from that. So, Brandon, what do you feel about Dr. Loomis and Sheriff Meeker in this film? Real quickly, I do want to say to Carrie, because Carrie says, "Hey, I got a wrench. When did this happen? This happened after the last live stream I did, Carrie. I told you that I was going to be on top of it, and I was. So there you go, Carrie. You got your wrench." And Carrie dropping links in the chat. Thank you so much for that, Carrie. I greatly appreciate that. You can also find the links to both of these amazing guys' channel in the description as well. If you are not already subscribed to Hunting for Entertainment and I Like Scary, definitely want to get over there and subscribe. They have great content. Bob does a little bit of everything. He likes to, do gaming. He likes to, any type of games, honestly, like baseball, gun games. He does everything. He talks about wrestling and stuff. And Brandon, I mean, look at the man's background. Need I see more? So definitely go check these two's channel out. They're great guys.
Appreciate it. And one thing I want to say, man, one thing people don't know about me, I am a big wrestling fan. I go to Raw every time they come to my city. SmackDown, Raw, the WWE live events, buddy.
Yo, Brandon, listen real quick, bro. So WrestleMania is going to be basically in my backyard this year in Philly. Bro, like we should all get together for that. Like I would love to plan that. That would be sick. Like I ain't gonna lie, I ain't looking to get, no I mean, I would love to get front row, but I know them motherfuckers cost a pretty penny, and I ain't built like that yet. I mean,
I ain't built like that either.
You know what I mean? But if I get a decent seat and stuff like that, like, bro, I would love to do that and, meet you guys there. That would be great. Like,
that's actually a dream of mine. Like what's crazy is me and the wife, we're die hard. Like she's big, on Becky Lynch, Bianca Belair.
Nice.
I love, Seth Rollins.
That's my boy. Let's go.
Yeah, The Fiend. Hey, man, I'm big on that. John Cena. Undertaker's my favorite overall, though. I love Undertaker.
I'll have to send you this shot I got from Texas. But one of the vendors had like an Undertaker, like I want to say it was a blanket. Bro. Yeah. The artwork behind it, it was just like, oh man, it's beautiful, man. Like I'm gonna have to show you that picture.
Yeah, man.
It's beautiful.
I had to say that because I know that you and Bob love wrestling, and I remember one time I had jumped in on a stream. You guys were talking about wrestling. I'm like, they don't even know. I don't just love this guy. I watch Raw, man. I want to go to WrestleMania, Royal Rumble.
Bro. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Like that's one of the things that I get mad at myself because I forgot how much Royal Rumble comes to Philly.
Yeah, it does come.
So as soon as I heard that WrestleMania was going to be in Philly, I'm like, okay, I'm not missing this. This is my backyard. I'm only 2 hours away. I got to make it. Yeah, it's going to happen. So, hey, if you guys are down, we can definitely slowly plan for it. We got time. We got 3 months before the tickets release?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Okay. Definitely. Yeah, I would love to do that. Okay, everyone. So sorry, we had the fanboy out over some WWE and stuff real quick. Man. But okay, so we're waiting for Val to get back.
No, I'm back.
Oh, you are back. Okay, Val wasn't sure.
People in my office now. So
okay, so Val, what is your take on the Dr. Loomis and Ben Meeker characters in Halloween 4 and their relationship?
I liked it, I don't know. That's a hard one because I guess that's one I never really thought on, the relationship between them two. I mean, you do see it grow a little bit, but I never really thought on that one.
Yeah. That's a good question. It is.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I asked that is because for me, I feel like slowly but surely you started to see that school is in session for good old boy Meeker.
Yeah.
Because when Loomis arrives, he's basically shoving him off. He doesn't even really want to hear it, whatever. But slowly but surely, he starts to see that Loomis is telling no lies. And for me, the arc for that is when they go in a police station and they see that everybody's torn up. Michael ran through everybody. And he's like, he said they wouldn't have went out without a fight or whatever. And then he says, what kind of man would do this, Doc? Tell me. And he's like, and Dr. Loomis was like, they didn't know what they were fighting. And he goes up to him and he's like, what is he? Tell me. What the hell are we dealing with? You know what I mean? Like, and just like that arc right there, I loved how that played out. Because much like Sheriff Brackett, he didn't believe Loomis at first. And only up until his daughter died did he believe Loomis in Halloween 2. In Halloween 4, even though Meeker's daughter got killed subsequently, this happened all before that. So Meeker had gotten a chance to try to not only save his daughter, but everybody else, given that he got to see, unlike Brackett, he got to see what Michael was capable of.
Yeah.
So for me, that dynamic, that's why I really love the on-screen chemistry between Donald Pleasance and Bo Starr, because I feel like they really captured that. I feel like that's something that could have been for Brackett in the original that we really didn't get to see. He only got to hear what Loomis was saying. Meeker got to see that firsthand, like slowly but surely. He's seen it with the dog, the police station, everything. And again, I think they could, and I agree with Bob, they couldn't have picked a better guy to play Ben Meeker, in my opinion. They couldn't have.
So this is off topic, but in the chat, I see that Carrie says that Val is starting her own channel. Holy shit. Is this real, Val? I gotta hear it from Val. Are you starting your own channel? Yeah. Please.
Yeah.
Please. I'm begging.
Yes,
I knew about this for a couple of weeks now, but I wanted Val to be the one to announce it because it was only right, you know what I mean, if she wanted to announce it. And so, but Val has expressed interest in doing it.
Yeah, I did. And I'll send you guys, I wrote like a script to my first video that I want to do.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you guys so you can read it over and
Please.
give me input or, see what you guys think of it.
You already got it, Val. You already got it. Did you just see this stream? Talking Halloween, you got it, Val. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. You don't even need a script. You could do
you don't need no script, Val. Yeah.
Right.
You're good.
Exactly. That's good stuff, though. Val, I hope you do make the channel. You should.
That got me excited, man.
I've been wanting to. But then I hear all you guys talk, and then I'm like, maybe not. No.
That was good.
About all your issues, and all of that. And I'm like, I'll just stay in my lane, maybe. No, I've been thinking.
This is your lane, though, Val.
Yeah,
this is your lane.
I've been thinking about it.
That's
why I'm trying to do more like live streams with like you guys and that, just to start to get comfortable behind the camera, or in front of the camera, and
I'm telling
you,
you, Val.
always know this, Val. I mean, I'll be on camera and then sometimes I'll cut off. You don't always have to have the camera on. You can just talk behind your icon. You know what I mean? If that's what makes you feel comfortable. Val, do it. Do it. Come on, Val. Come on. You're already part of the family. Now it's time to level up. Let's go. Let's get you a channel.
I've always said that.
Thanks,
Val,
guys.
Thank
you. I appreciate all the support and encouragement. I've been thinking about it for a while, but again, just was in the background thinking about it.
I think you should off the fact that YouTube is very like therapeutic. That's how I look at it. When I push record, it's like I'm venting. Like, you guys are my therapist. Listen to me.
Yep.
For real. Seriously.
It's real though. I feel that though, Brandon. Honestly, I'm right there with you, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
It's funny that you say that, Brandon, because part of the reason that kind of really pushed it to the forefront was a lot of the trash talking about ends.
Yeah, Val, it needs you. We need you, Val.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh no. And you can never say enough in the chat. You can't. You only got this much to say. So that's what kind of pushed me to really, really seriously start thinking about it. So
Hey, Val, let your opinions go, Val. Let them
Yeah.
go. Honestly, like you said, there's not enough to type in the chat to really get
Yeah.
out what you want to say.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
and I can attest to that because once upon a time before this channel became about, I was in the chat and I had so much to say, and I'm just like, okay, it's time. Like,
Yeah.
trust me,
Yeah.
I went
One-
through that too. The nervousness, not
Yeah.
knowing, how people will receive me, the negativity that sometimes does come with being a YouTuber and
Right.
stuff like that. But once you get into your flow and you
Yeah.
really believe in whatever you're talking about and you're passionate about it, you will see that none of that negative or anything, none of that stuff matters. You know what I mean? And if it gets too negative, I mean, you don't really want to do it, but there's a block button for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
Val, if we can encourage you, even more so to do it, we're going to do it.
I feel like, when with a YouTube, it's hard, it's hard to start a channel when you don't have any name or anything, and I feel like, procrastinating when you do that, it hurts the motivation. But I feel like once you take that step and you push record and you start to get used to it, it's like, oh, because I was camera shy when I started, believe it or not. I hate cameras, I hate pictures, I hate all of that. When I started doing YouTube and everything, kind of, hey, what's up, you all? Like, I was like, man, you know how many behind the scene bloopers I have? I'm like, oh my god, it's cringy, man. Like, so I say go for it, Val. Just off the fact what I see in the community with you when it comes to Halloween, I'm just like connected. And when Val's talking about Halloween, I'm like, man, that for a female. I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but for a female, man, it's not too many female horror content creators out there. It's not enough. And I think Val, you fit perfect.
Well, and you guys know I find my essays in your comment section sometimes. I do have plenty to say about.
Yeah.
So, but thank you guys. I appreciate all the encouragement. And again, I'm laying the road,
Yeah.
the pavers down now. So
Hell yeah, I can't wait.
That's great. Hey, one step at a time, Val. One step at a time.
yeah.
Yep.
Real quick, Scott Walker says, I love the WWE, but I prefer the old school from the 90s, from the 2000s, Stone Cold, The Rock, Undertaker, Kane, Dudley Boyz, Kurt Angle, Booker T, and the rest. That's what I grew up with back in the day. I'm right there with you. However, I will say this, Scott. Check out the 70s and the 80s, like the territory days. Bro.
Give me Jim Cornette any day of the week.
Bro, tell me about
Midnight Express, man.
Let's
Best
go.
Tag team.
Let's go. Absolutely. No, Carrie, it wasn't. I don't think it wasn't like anything crazy. No, I just personally, felt like if Val wanted, to say it, that she was going to say it. But you're good, Carrie.
No, Carrie, it's okay. It's okay.
Michael from Movies and Beyond. What's going on, brother? How you doing tonight?
What's up, Michael?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Sarah Campbell in the chat too. Sarah saying had to pop in and see our girl Val. What's going on, Sarah? Hope you're having a great night.
Squad.
Oh, it's okay, Sarah. You didn't want to see me, Knight, or Bob. It's all right. It's okay. It's all right. We're just chopped liver over here.
Hey, it's fine. I already went on my rant. So, I mean, everybody.
I'm taking over.
Probably
That's good stuff. I'm just picking on you, Sarah. I hope you're having a great night. Okay. So back to, Loomis and Meeker. And I'll, just talk about Loomis real quick. Obviously, this is where you start to see the cracks. Like, you slowly started to see them in Halloween 1 and Halloween 2 with Loomis and his, mental capacity and how much more he can endure going after this man who's not human, Michael Myers, and stuff. But in this one, you really seen it. And you've seen it from the beginning when he steps into Hoffman's office. What does Hoffman say to him? I've said it for years. I think you're the one who needs professional help. And then when he gets to Meeker and just the fire and the passion that he is bringing out in those moments, like the urgency, you slowly within that urgency start to see he is going mad himself. And I think what really culminates it at the end of 4 is, we're going to talk about that ending. One of the best endings in the franchise, in my opinion, that could have led to so many possibilities that we didn't get to. But to that ending, and you see him, no, 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 screaming at the top of his lungs, and you've never seen that before out of Loomis. Not even in Halloween 78. Yeah, he's, tell the sheriff I shot him 6 times. Tell him he's still on the loose, He's saying it in a mild yell, if that's what you want to say. But in 4, man, he's just letting it go. Like, 6 buddies, sheriff, that's what I've seen between here and Richmond. A filling station in flames. Like, he is going for it. And to me, I absolutely love it. Brandon's going.
Hey, sign him up, man. Sign him up. Voiceover, man. God damn. God damn. I had to close my eyes for a second. I'm like, damn, is Donald Pleasance alive?
Oh, y'all know that's my boy, man. Like, that's my guy. But I absolutely love the fact that he brings that out. But I also think that it definitely shows Loomis is becoming the madman that he says Michael Myers is. So, Val, I'm going to start with you. How do you feel about that?
Oh, definitely. Absolutely. And we talked about that last time, Marcus, about this is where we see his descent and into that same, and we talked about that where him and Michael begin to walk parallel crazy roads, so yeah, he's definitely into the descent of.
Oh, hold on. I think Val froze. Okay, there we go.
Oh,
hold on. Say that again, Val, because you froze for a second, Val. Say that again.
I'd like to see that, his descent into madness. That's what obsession does when you are, every fiber of your being is obsessed with whatever it is. That's what happens. You descend into that same madness, again, human nature. Because everything about you, every breath you take is consumed by that one thing. So
falling into the abyss.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Bob, what do you feel about that?
For me, it all kind of starts coming full circle with the original concept. Evil never dies. Like, if you think about it, let's knock out one part of the ending. That didn't happen really yet. But in a way, we're seeing Loomis become that evil that he wants to stop and not realizing he's slowly becoming evil. Then when we get later on, you'll see more cases of evil in this town. I actually think this is a case of the town creating evil. I don't even think it's I think this whole town just has this vibe to it, because you see it even in the ends and that. It's like the town treats these people like this. So really, the town treating Loomis how they did, with not really wanting to listen to him the first time around. It's like it starts to build his evil up. So it all comes full circle in Haddonfield, where evil never dies because they allow it to live.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I like that. I like how you phrased that. I never really heard it or thought of it like that before, but yeah, that's really good. And real quick, because you guys weren't a part of the stream the other day when Val shared an interesting theory about Loomis, and basically implying that Loomis all along has been the one that really manifested Michael's evil by telling him he was a killer all those years as a child, and saying that he is all these things and stuff like that. So Val, if you want to go over it again real quick, let these guys know and stuff. I think that that's a really interesting and somewhat truthful take on that.
Again, like I was saying, Michael, as killed his sister, yes, horrible thing. you know. But when he's in the institution, what does he do that would make Loomis think he's this pure evil? Not talk to him, stare out a window? Are those really evil things? And even when he escapes, at that point, he had only killed his sister.
Yeah.
So again, but Loomis's obsession and telling him, you're evil, you're bad, you're the blackest of eyes, you know, there's nothing good about you, you need to be destroyed. Again, when you hear that over again, you're going to eventually become what that person says you are.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's almost
Yeah.
like Loomis manifested that evil
Yeah.
within Michael. He pushed it. You know, I think Knight said Michael had that little flicker and Loomis just threw the gasoline on it.
Yeah, I actually like to. I never heard of it like that. I gotta say something with that because I love. First of all, I love what Val said because when you think about it like that, it kind of connects with everything, even with the Corey thing. You know,
Right.
like if you think about it, it has to probably be what Val saying because think about that. You know, Corey was in the beginning just a little babysitter. He kills Jeremy, and everyone's telling him, you're a monster. He couldn't even go out with Allison in the bar, and then eventually it's like he was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll be Michael. I'll get choked out and get the mask, and so you know, so that's I love what Val said because you don't think you always think Michael. You know, have you ever thought about how Michael feels? You know, everyone hates him. At the end of the day, he's still a killer. And like what Val said, Loomis is telling a kid. You got to remember that he was a child, so
a young 6-year-old kid.
Yeah,
he's bad. He's young, and I think Knight said it too. Loomis was his only connection to anything. So when your only human connection is telling you you're a bad person, you're evil, like you said, screw it. That's what I'm going to become.
Yeah,
because really look at it at that point. And again, even when he escaped, his only bad deed was killing his sister. And again, while a horrible, horrible thing, does that put it on the level of pure evil?
Yeah, I agree with Val 100%. And to kind of touch on like pretty much everything, like the whole question with Val and Bob, what Bob said, it's like when you think about it, this is for the people that say Halloween, you know, the ends didn't make sense. And look, everything does make sense. You have to really sit there and listen because I've done read books and books go more in detail. Like, okay, like Bob said, in Kills, it was more, evil dies tonight. And you remember when Karen, the innocent guy jumps to his death. And you remember Brackett said, they're turning us into monsters. And if you go back to 4, you go back to 4 and everything with Loomis, he was becoming a monster. And I think it all starts, it all comes full circle because in 78, when Lori's on the floor and she's like, was it the boogeyman? And he was like, a matter of fact, it was. And what's crazy, the way he says, like, a matter of fact, it was. It's like, damn, he is the boogeyman. And that's why when it's something with this scene since I was a kid, when Loomis goes up to the balcony doors and he sees there's no Michael and the way he looks out into the world of Haddonfield, he's like, damn, I knew he was going to do this. It's like, it wasn't more of like he was shocked. If you look at Loomis, it was like, I was expecting this.
Yep.
So,
which is why, in my opinion, he went to check to see if Michael even bled.
Yeah, and that's why Corey, everything with the story works, because at the end of the day, Corey, it's the same thing. If you think about it, it's just a different shape.
Yeah, it's the bad incident.
Yeah,
bad thing turned both of them into the boogeyman.
It's all the same recipe. Kills is like Halloween 4, mob mentality, everything. Halloween Kills and 4 are brothers, just in a different era. Like seriously, like you got people jumping in cars. Remember, Allison gets the shotgun from Lonnie. Think Ted Hollister scene. Everything they use the same formula with Halloween, but it's so under wraps. You have to sit there and watch and watch.
That's very true.
So everything definitely makes sense. I want to say that you got to sit there and think about it. Look at what Val just said. It's like, and Bob, it's like everything makes sense for sure.
Absolutely. Quick here says Ghosty has the greatest voice impressions. I wanted to touch on this real quick, and Carrie says, Val, that blows my mind. Yeah, that's a great theory. And not even a theory. I think it's almost factual. Like that you can say what Val has said is completely right about Dr. Loomis and him egging on that evil inside of Michael. But to touch on what you was just talking about, Brandon, about how it all comes full circle, Jason, the nice one, says you even see that obsession and evil carried on in Dr. Sartain, Halloween 2018, Loomis's protege / student.
Yep.
It's a very good point because you do see that. You know,
like,
I want to know what pleasures him killing.
you read up on files of Michael Myers. You're reading up on files in the story. And you're like, oh, you're Laurie Strode. You know, eventually you start reading up on it, you become obsessed with it. You know, he was so people don't realize that Dr. Sartain was so obsessed with Michael. It was like Michael was just like a piece of like a glass cup. He didn't want him to have one crack in him because he was the vessel. He wanted to he was so obsessed with the story, he wanted to remake it. He wanted it to happen, you know. And I feel like, and man, Dino, yes, Val.
Yeah.
Right there's the reason why you need a channel. Right there is the reason why. I will sit up all night listening to Val on some Halloween. Straight up.
Yeah.
For real, man. Like,
yeah, I'm telling y'all, when she told me this, and this was over like a 4-hour conversation on the phone.
Wow.
Or whatever. When she told me this, y'all, I was like, man. It's kind of like that Corona commercial with Snoop Dogg and Sandberg or whatever. And he's like, you know what, Snoop Dogg? I think you're right.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly how I felt after listening to what Val said. And I like it. You know, I like it a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense. And everything you just said, Brandon, you're right.
Yeah.
Whether you like Halloween Ends or not, it does come full circle with the franchise. It comes full circle with everything, even about Michael. They went in the exact same direction. They just had it with a different person. That's it.
Yeah, it was more of the town, you know. It was
the
moment. You got to think, Michael, the reason, like with Corey, he kept, you know, Corey alive. He could have killed him, you know, straight up. He could have killed him. I don't care what no one says. When he grabbed him, he felt bad. You got to think, if you look at that scene at ends, you see Michael actually already out the sewer. So he heard everything on the bridge. And guess who? It was the town. Michael's not stupid. Like I said again, he's calculated. So once he's seen it in Corey, he's like, it wasn't even like an evil transfer, in my opinion. It was, but it wasn't. It was like
no.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
Yeah,
it was a realization. Michael realized.
Yeah.
Corey, you know, because like you said, he heard.
Yeah.
He heard all that. He realized their stories connected.
Yep. And that's one thing.
Corey and the Shape, their stories are literally one and the same.
Yeah. And that's one thing I learned, you know, because I remember when first coming, people like transfer. I'm like, no, it's not a transfer. It was more of, and this is something that blew my mind when I kind of thought about it. Like, okay, Michael seen himself in Corey. That's why they kind of showed the flashbacks when he like screaming, he's walking out of the tunnel and sees Jeremy.
100%.
Yeah. And then what makes it all come full circle, a lot of people look over when Michael's stabbing Doug Mulaney, and look, you go back and you watch it. What did Corey say? He said, teach me. Teach me, get up. He said, get up. You got to show me how to do it. If you really sit there and look at Corey, and it's the little details, he's looking up and down every time Michael's stabbing, up and down. And guess what? When he kills Dr. Mathis with the corkscrew, what is he doing? Repetitive stabbing. And then Michael looks at him, and he has Michelle Dawson on the wall, and then that's when Corey comes to the window like, hey, I'm watching you. Keep going. And And guess what? What was the next scene? He goes ape shit. He goes to the junkyard. He's full blown Mike. He's like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a really good point, Brandon. That's spot on.
Got to understand it, man.
Wow. Like, dead serious. Like, that's exactly how it played out. And when you talk about it like that, it lines up with what David Gordon Green said about the influences for Halloween Ends. That movie, My Bodyguard.
Yeah.
You ever watch that?
Yeah, I watched My Bodyguard before. Yes.
Yeah,
definitely.
Bro, when I was watching that, and y'all know how I felt about Halloween Ends. I'm not a big fan of it. But when I was watching that, you know what I mean, I instantly was like, okay, I see what they're doing here. Basically, these two motherfuckers are going to be partners
Yeah,
because when you really think about it, they are one and the same.
yeah,
You know what I mean? They are one and the same. Like Val said, Michael had, did something, awful. He was basically crucified for it. Corey, he did
yeah.
something by accident really awful, and he was crucified for it.
And what's crazy is like I know one thing about Halloween. I'm gonna say this: I love Scream. It's my second favorite franchise, but for some reason,
Yep.
Halloween makes you gotta sink. And what I mean by sink, it's a rabbit hole, man. And I feel like once you enter that rabbit hole, stuff starts revealing itself. And Val knows what I'm talking about. It's almost like a moment where it's like, damn, oh my God. That's why I love Halloween so much. But one thing that I've noticed in ends, I feel like when Corey's on the floor and Michael kills him, a lot of people are confused. Like, why did Michael kill him? Did he just use him? No, Michael didn't use him. Michael realized, like, hey, Corey, you're not fully like me. I'm gonna tell you why. I don't show no love. I would have killed Allison. I would have killed Lori. So you're not fully like me. So with that being said, give me my damn mask back. I'm going to kill you. You're out. Yep, you gotta go. I thought you were like me, bro. You all watched me and shit. I swear, I'm telling you, if you read the book, bro, it says that Michael actually he notices you're not 100% me. In the book, it says that you're not 100% me. You're actually, something else because you're trying to stop me from doing this. So okay, you gotta
Right.
go. And that's why
Right.
Michael
Wow.
and that's why Michael actually, in that scene with Lori, he kind of just pushes forward straight to Lori afterwards. Like, yeah, you could have get you couldn't get the job done at Dr. Mathis' house. You did it, but now I guess I'm on my own. See ya. That's the truth,
Wow.
man.
That is true, man. Like now that I'm looking at it through that lens, nah, that's really, really true, man. Like, but let's really be honest here. We know that boy Corey ain't dead.
Hey, I'm a
Listen,
tell you.
man. Listen, man. Listen. You know what I mean? I'll put it this way. And then we're going to move on to, Michael and 4, give our overall assessment of 4, and then move on to 5 and 6. But for me, man, when they said about the whole change in shape, and you get that damn Cherry Blossom song playing, and it's like this ominous figure is still lurking around. I know it's supposed to sound, like Lori prevailed, but when that shit hits and it's like, I'm like, man, listen, that boy ain't dead, man. And I feel like if David Gordon Green eventually wanted to come back, or if somebody else liked that concept, they might pick that up, man. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? And I
that,
did a poll. I did a poll on this yesterday, and it's early. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And it's still very early. But I asked people, do y'all think we will see Allison Strode and Corey Cunningham back in the Halloween franchise? And most said no, but there was some maybes in that bad boy and some yeses. So it's like a mixed review on that, man.
The,
And I think anything's possible with it, so I'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah, I agree with Marcus because I thought about that and kind of make it quick. The thing is, it's all about money at the end of the day. But
Yes, sir.
one thing I want to say is, don't say it's not possible. Because I'm gonna tell you what, it's a perfect walkway for those two. I'm gonna tell you because we got their story and it ends the love story. But the difference is, Lori wasn't, dating Michael.
Right.
Corey and Allison dated. And one thing I want to say is, it's the attachment. And
Yep.
I would not be surprised if it's 78 reinvented, but this time this is their beginning. This is the hunted and the hunter and the hunted. And what I mean by that is Allison's progressing with life, living her life. It shows her leaving Haddonfield, but guess what? Years later, she's probably gonna have a kid with somebody. Who knows? She probably has a husband now. Look, and then out of nowhere, we're starting to get these stalking scenes. And what I picture is like an H2O, but Allison is Jamie Lee in H2O. You know how she was. She's seeing, these images of Michael while she's out getting drinks. And guess what? She's seeing Corey instead. She's seeing a Corey with the bullet holes in his costume and in his overalls and, red mark around his neck from getting choked.
Oh, man.
And, that mask is still out there. So it's like once he obtains that mask, he's no longer Corey.
So I will ask this real quick. Is his head going to be turned to the side because his neck got snapped?
Nah, he snaps back in place, man. he snaps back in. Hell no, I walk around crooked neck Myers. He's gonna snap that shit. He's gonna snap that shit back in place.
Right. Yeah, he's gonna have to snap that bad boy back into place, man. We can't have him rolling around crooked looking to the side the whole day. You know what I mean? But damn, that's a really good point, man. I like it. So real quick, I do want to acknowledge Katie. What's going on, Katie? I hope you're having a great night and I hope you're feeling better. And next Tuesday, I already have a post about it and I'm going to share it again. Next Tuesday, I'm going to be on Katie's channel for Creators Corner. She's going to basically interview me, talk about, life as a content creator, what led me on this journey, et cetera, et cetera. And that's going to be a really fun conversation. So guys, if you have the time to stop in, drop a like, say what's up. I would definitely like you guys, to hop over to Katie's channel and check us out next Tuesday on the 13th.
Definitely.
So real quick, get into some of these comments because I see something interesting here from Philip Morgan. He says, in the comics, Michael kills Loomis's fiance, who is one of the only people who believe that Loomis was right about Michael. Did any of you guys know about this? Because I'll be honest, I never read any of the Halloween comics yet.
I never read the comics.
So I've read a comic before, but I've never heard about this one. I've read a comic before, but it wasn't this. This is interesting.
That is interesting, man. Like, Bob, what do you feel about that? Like, killing Loomis's fiance. So I think my only question would be, did Loomis's fiance, like, was she close to him in the comics? Like, did she come with him? Like, or did Michael travel to wherever Loomis lived? I mean, we never really, like, in Halloween 6, they showed us where Loomis lived, but I forget exactly, like, where it was. It was out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So, like, how did, I would like to know how this all played out.
Well,
what do you think about it, Bob?
For me, if you try to incorporate this into the movie, taking it if it did happen in a comic, at this point now you're convoluting the story too much. Now you're trying to add pieces to a puzzle that weren't established before. You're telling me through all the times we did have Loomis, and even in 78, you're telling me this wouldn't have been brought up once to the sheriff, like, oh, we killed my fiance.
Yeah.
Right.
I think you'd just be convoluting the story, and you're making too many roadblocks. To continue it. You're setting yourself up for failure.
I agree with Bob. 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Like, I personally wouldn't put that in a movie. It's irrelevant, and in so many ways, I'd like to think it's irrelevant anyway because we never seen Loomis have any love interest.
Yeah,
like, we know Nurse Marion took care of him. You could maybe argue there was something there, you know what I mean? But we never seen Loomis seem like he had to be home to cater to the woman. Yeah, I mean, my boy was too busy trying to cater the bullets to Michael's chest.
Oh man, Marcus, man.
So I just feel like, I mean, that part, like, it's cool they put it in the comics if they want to, get different and switch things up. But for a movie, I don't think that would be relevant. That kind of takes away from the relationship of Michael and Dr. Loomis at Smith's Grove. If you just basically, because then at that point, you're just basically giving Dr. Loomis a motive to keep going after Michael Myers.
Yeah.
If you do that, then that takes away from the fact that he's really out there just trying to stop him from being evil. So I personally, I mean, hey, the comics did it. I mean, I would like to, read the comics, see what's different in there compared to what we see in the movies and maybe the novels. But that is interesting. But I wouldn't put that in a movie.
Yeah.
Real quick, read some more of you guys' comments. Okay, yeah. The town manifested Corey's evil, Carrie said. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah, it kind of pushed him to that point.
I agree with this too, Carrie. Carrie's saying, Val, if you make a video on that Loomis theory, that video will get so many views. I agree.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah,
yeah. That's mind-blowing right there.
And really, if you think about it, he led so many innocent people to death. Who's to say Michael would have turned out that way if he didn't do that? You can even argue when he turned the mob in 4. He
Yeah.
got that one innocent guy killed because the Hicks decided, oh, let's go, and some idiot thought he saw Myers. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
You dumb son of a bitch. You said you saw Myers.
Yeah, and you know, you gotta, when you think about it, just kind of touch on the ending one 4 when Jamie Lloyd stabbed, you know, at the scissors and Loomis is screaming.
Yep.
It's like right there, that's his nightmare coming true. He's like, damn, I spoke into existence. Now it's getting passed on. You know, and it's like,
wow,
fuck.
that's a really good point.
Yeah,
that's a really good point, and we're definitely going to get to that here in a second. So real quick before we do get to that ending, which again I think is one of the best endings in the entire franchise because of the possibilities that could have led to after that we didn't get to see. So real quickly, what do you guys think of Michael's performance? Now Knight, wow, Knight might's been talking about me right now. You know, Knight, if you are, what's up, buddy? But Brandon, I know you said the guy's name who played Michael was Tom Morga.
yeah.
Now, I always thought it was George P. Wilbur. So did they split time?
So yeah, they split time. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually got to talk to Tom Morgan, and man, he took a beating. He took a beating, man.
Wow.
With Halloween 4. And look, I love Michael in this. Only I hated the shoulder pads. Why? I don't know why the hell you put it. Look, one moment for me, I want to say this, you guys. I want you all to tell me what you think. When they're on a roof, right, and you know they're throwing their suitcases down the stairs, and Rachel gets on the roof with Jamie. You're telling me Michael does parkour with that the fucking tight ass overalls on? How did he get on the roof? He didn't come out the window behind him. He climbed up the gutter, and he's just up on the roof.
Wow, that's a good point.
That's true.
It's like, man, and he's like breathing hard. And you gotta watch Michael. When you see Rachel and Jamie looking at him, he's like taking deep breaths, like, damn, it was a long way up, but I'm up here. You gotta really watch it. He's breathing. And then like the way he's going down a roof, he's like being real careful. You got to look how his boots are like slanted. He's like, oh shit, I don't want to fall.
Right.
I'm serious. You got to look at it, man.
No, I know what you're talking about, because what's interesting is the way he made his way. You can see he was struggling getting his leg over the roof.
He dropped the leg over top, almost like he rolled off the roof.
But he couldn't get that leg up.
He was struggling. Yes, bro, that part right there, they should have just, I'm not gonna lie, y'all should have just made it seem like Michael, you were better off making Michael come out the damn chimney, man, because dang. But
yeah, could you imagine seeing that Michael coming out the chimney? Oh man, that would have been funny as hell, bro. Oh man.
No, seriously though, I like Michael in this. He was actually, it was like 78 mixed with like a little bit more brutalness. He was actually scary in this one, in my opinion. He was Halloween 4 Michael's the truth. He's the truth.
Yeah.
I think
I agree.
He's like right there with that 7. Now he's not Nick Castle. You know, Tom Morgan's not Nick Castle, no disrespect, but the character overall, just looking at Michael Myers, it reminds me of 78, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just
I agree.
Could you imagine a 78 mask on Michael in 4? Oh my god.
That would have been nice.
Man, it might have been up there with 78. It might have been like 2% away from being a best Halloween. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Straight up, man.
Man. Hey, you make a good point, man, because again, this movie checks all the boxes for what we felt in Halloween 78, in my opinion. Yeah. You know, like the only difference is you get 2 female leads.
Right.
You know, to add to that element. And I love that fact that they did that. You know, that's what a lot of people don't bring up. What's different about 4 compared to 78 is that aspect. You don't have just one final girl, you have 2.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and they're both outstanding in their roles.
In my opinion, 4 actually feels more like a Halloween movie than 78. And what I mean by that what I mean by that is environment wise.
Okay.
Yeah, no, Val. No, that's going against the grain. No. But like when you see like
words, Brandon.
No, like when you see when you see Jamie in a store, she's looking through the costumes, and you see the kids, and he's
Yeah.
like, hey Jamie, who you gonna be for Halloween? Your mommy's dead. Like that just feels like Halloween.
Right.
78 didn't have enough. You got the same with Lori looking like at the trick or treaters, but it was more.
No,
I
now
get that.
that I think about it,
like a deeper atmosphere.
Yeah, they definitely do, because in Halloween '78, we're going on such a fast pace that it feels like we get to nighttime faster than what we should have.
Yeah, Michael was the only one in the costume.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, in this one, what that was like three of them total when they're about to get in the car.
Yeah,
4. I think 4.
Yeah, because it was 2. Yeah, it was. I think it's 4. What Bob said.
Yeah, that's right. That is right. Yeah, now that I think about it, that is right. There was 4. Yeah, that would make sense.
Technical and add normal, Michael. It was 5, which was behind the car after they left.
Right. Oh, that was great. You thought it was me, didn't you, Sheriff? Get home, damn it! There's a curfew. I'll catch your ass. It'll be a weekend in jail.
See, you didn't have that in 78. It wasn't too many pranks. It was more of a baby.
Right.
I think what happened was, the original movie was going to be called The Babysitter Murders. I think they already had that kind of laid out, and then the cause decided, no one has Halloween, in stone. This title, this easy name, and they kind of threw it on that, so it kind of makes sense, But
yeah. Absolutely. So, Bob, what do you think about Michael Myers in this movie? Like, did you like him? Did you not like him? What do you think of the performance by both of the actors who played him?
Like Brad said, for me, if we would have had that 78 mask, it would be right up there for terror, especially being a young kid looking back at. Like, that would have scared me even more. At this point, I kind of was into Star Trek, and in a way, that mask kind of looked like Data. I'm not gonna lie. Like, normally would only see him when I'd rewatch it. Like, it's not as scary. It's like, you're getting the Star Trek right, but you're the wrong Star Trek. It's not intimidating me. But
oh man,
if we could have had that original, I think it could have been neck and neck. I think it would have been like anywhere from a 2 to 5% like chance of catching up, but I don't think it would. And the atmosphere to me felt more like it was Illinois than what we did get in 78, but I never considered to think about that with the shots we got. If I didn't start with 4 and didn't get that opening, I wouldn't have thought about like Illinois, because I've been out there. I've seen some fields in that, so it's like I kind of connect more to 4 in that. But 78's always going to take the cake, because without 78, we wouldn't be sitting here talking.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yep,
that's very true. Val, what is your take on Michael Myers in Halloween 4, portrayed by both of these actors?
I enjoyed it. It's like we got a little bit of an upgrade, but kept, like Brandon said, but kept the 78 vibe of it, a little more brutal, but not over the top. The mask, again, kind of threw it off a little bit, but I think overall they did a really good job at doing it and portraying that character the best they could,
Right. I agree.
That one would probably be like my third favorite one out of the franchise,
I'd probably have to agree.
Yeah.
I think for me it would be a tie between that person, those two, and Dick Warlock, and then obviously Nick Castle and James Jude are ahead of them.
Right.
So but no, I absolutely love the performance of Michael in this movie. I love that they basically tried to keep the same mannerisms. He's not moving super fast. He's not moving super slow. He's just moderate. He's chill. He's on pilot, and I think the favorite scene for me that really felt like it was Michael Myers is when he was walking up that staircase, when Brady's trying to tell Rachel, get up the stairs. He's like, get up there, Rachel. Yeah. And Michael is slowly in that score. Right. You saw it before he even made his way up the stairs. I love how he looks up and the fireplace is behind him.
Yeah.
Like he just looks up like, oh yeah, you trying to play hero? Watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And he just slowly makes his way up the stairs. And then right when Brady goes to get and he gets the bullet to cock and he's about to shoot, you see Michael. One of the rarest times in the franchise where you really see Michael kind of move or lunge at somebody fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just takes the gun, the rifle away from him, smacks him in the face, drops the own rifle down, stairs, and then it's just mano a mano, fisticuffs, smashes Brady's head in. But that scene of him walking up those stairs, that for me, I was like, yeah, this is Michael Myers. Like
Yeah.
the mannerisms, the way he turns, everything. And I think that was what really they did such a good job in this movie, keeping that feel and keeping that essence of Michael. Don't rush him. Let him be Michael. He takes his time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And to kind of throw something in there, one scene that showed me like, oh, this is Michael Myers, bro. Like, is when Kathleen come on and she has the coffee and everything. Man, I will never forget that scene. As a kid, bro. I remember watching it as a kid, thinking that was really the sheriff in there. I swear when I first seen it, because the way they captured that look with the moonlight in the living room.
Yep.
And then the music kicks up. You gotta peep, bro. You gotta peep how Michael gives that chair that one rock before he gets up. Like, yep, I'm whoop your ass, like a granddad, like rock.
Yep.
And he has the shotgun, bro, and he pins her on the wall, like in honor of the Bob kill. I'm like, oh yeah, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, bro.
Myers.
Yeah, man. That was a beautiful shot right there, man. Like that really was. Especially like you said, with him just rocking back in that chair like that. Like, and at that moment, especially because of how his hair is on the mask.
Yeah.
You do think it's that deputy.
Yep.
And then you see him all crunched up in the corner. And what I love about that scene, Brandon, is you hear her gasp right before Michael sits up. She's just like,
yeah.
And then the music kicks up. He sits up, turns around, and she's just like,
yes.
Woo! Like, it was perfect.
That posture, man, when he gets up, I'm like, oh yeah.
Yep.
That's 78.
Yeah. And in that shot, and I don't know if you caught it, but the mask, just in that shot alone, looks a little bit better and kind of favors 78 more, in my opinion, just in that shot alone.
Yeah, it was the lighting,
Yes, I was about to say, the lighting definitely helped out in that scene.
Yep, it was the lighting that caught it. Yeah, I agree.
Man, that kill. I'm glad you brought that kill up, Brandon, because that was gnarly. It was good.
Super underrated.
It really is. It really is an underrated kill. It definitely deserves more love. Okay. So now we're going to move on to the ending of Halloween 4, give our thoughts on that and the possibilities that could have came from that had they stood in line with what we got. So I'll start off with you, Bob. What is your overall feeling of the ending for Halloween 4? And do you think it was a missed opportunity, them not going in a direction of maybe making Jamie Lloyd the new Michael? Because we know in the ending what happens after touching Michael's hand when he was getting blown up to smithereens by the cops. She goes back home, she puts on the clown mask, and she stabs her foster mother. And then we get that iconic batshit crazy scene of Loomis, no, trying to shoot her, and she's just breathing heavy like Michael at the top of the stairs with that clown mask on as he holds the scissors, and then it cuts. So, what are your thoughts of that ending? And do you think it was a missed opportunity that they didn't go the route of making Jamie Lloyd the new Michael?
Okay, now this is where I get to go with the whole first full circle thing. We open up with Nightmare Man in her words. We get to see all this in her eyes. Then we go to the store. What happens when she touches the clown costume? She sees a young Michael. See, through the whole opening, pretty much first act, they're playing that connection without playing that connection. So people aren't comprehending that. People only remember the ending for what the ending is. Well, I view it like this. Everything Loomis was talking about, pretty much saying like, oh, evil's gone in that. I don't think it was a transfer. I think she lost her mind from having all those nightmares, because we don't know how long they were going on before this. Then she's seeing young Michael with the costume. As soon as she touches it, I think something snapped into her head and she became the next Shape. See, just because somebody's called Shape doesn't mean it transfers via body connection. She probably snapped, and it doesn't help. Loomis is losing his mind at this point. So she's also having to kind of deal with the little bit she had to deal with him and all of this. I think you had a perfect ending to pass on who the next killer could be. And yes, to an extent, I think it was a missed opportunity. But who would replace a young Danielle Harris to kind of grow up into that? Who would buy a 9-year-old girl going around killing adults?
Yeah.
That's my only thing. But I think now, if you would have left it there and say the franchise lay dormant for a couple years and you could somehow do a time jump, it would have worked perfect if you could still have Harris.
I was about to say, I agree with that. A time jump. Like, yeah.
But yeah, I still think it's a missed opportunity. But I also don't think we can go back and just automatically make a sequel to that, because then people are going to call BS after the whole ends debacle with Corey.
Right.
Yeah.
You're going to have the fan base torn, so you're going to have to try to build that back up naturally. So if you can recreate that magic that you had with 4 somehow when Danielle is an adult, when you bring her back, if you continue that, go for it. Because I think fans will be on board that liked 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. I like that assessment, especially with the whole time jump. And, would it work given the fact, what we got with Backlash about Corey Cunningham being the new Michael Myers? I think that's a really good point. But it was cool seeing her like that in that clown outfit. Like,
Oh, no question. Especially
it definitely came full circle with 78 and Michael as a child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so real quick before I get to you, Val, I do want to acknowledge some of these chats. Young Blade saying, I think at the end of ends, I'm assuming, Michael gave Corey the remainder of his power. So rapid fire, real quick, what do you guys feel about that? Brandon, go.
So I feel like it was never a transfer. It was more of it was right timing. It was, basically like me and Val are saying, I feel like Michael just seen something in him. It kind of were like neck and neck. They were the same person. Just, Corey was just more of a human, I think that's all it was. I don't think it was a transfer of power. I think Michael just seen something in him and he heard his story on the bridge. He felt for him. So.
Word. Val, what are your thoughts on the transfer of power?
No. I mean, again, like you said, Michael heard it. Corey and his stories are one and the same, so no transfer of power.
Okay. Bob, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there was no transfer of power. One, if you go off that, look at all the other people Michael has touched before. You're telling me that somebody wouldn't have had some similar story beforehand that could have happened with. I just can't buy it being a transfer. I think it was right place, right time for Corey to not be killed.
Yeah, and to kind of throw this in there, think about when Michael, what he did to Bob in 78. You see how close Michael was to him? Why Bob's not walking around? And why wasn't Bob under the white sheet killing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Can you imagine him go upstairs and it's really Bob and he kills PJ?
Hey, at least for once, if Bob would have lived, I would have been fine with that.
Oh man, I think Bob was on the screen.
Because for me, part why I don't go for the transfer of power is because and again, you guys will read why I think this. Michael, the Shape, he's human. He's not supernatural. He is not, superhuman.
Yeah.
You'll see why I think that and reading that little script thing I want to send you guys. But so if he's not supernatural, there's no power to transfer.
It's a very good point.
Yeah,
that is a very good point. I have to agree at this point because I always did feel like Michael had a supernatural level to him. But I have to say now that I think he is a human being with just supernatural capabilities. And that's not impossible. You see people in real life. You could see somebody who weighs 150. I'm gonna put it even this way: Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts. What does he weigh? Like 200 pounds flat. Let's just say that. You know what I mean? He's not the biggest guy in the world, but this motherfucker squats 500 pounds.
Yeah.
That's inhuman. That's inhuman capabilities to have that much strength to a degree, especially when you train yourself that way. Now, obviously, Michael wasn't training himself, but that's the lore of him. You know what I mean? That's the whole lore, is that we have this normal sized guy who is 6 feet, 6 feet one, maybe 200. I want to say 210. But this guy has the strength of Arnold Schwarzenegger back in the 80s. Like, you know, like that's what always captivated me about Michael Myers in the character, was he was a normal guy just like us. But
I mean,
when you see what he's capable of, it's out of this world.
yeah, Lori told us what Michael was. People overlook it so much. I don't see how. She said it clear as day. She said, the more he kills, the more he
He
transcends
transcends into something else.
Yeah, that can't be defeated. Keyword, can't be defeated with brute force. So when she says, with brute force, if you go back and look at that, they're trying to defeat that man with brute force, with poles and shit. And that's
right.
So he takes the knife out his back and he kills about 20 people and goes over and have fun with Karen. That's pretty much that. That's that.
Right. No, that's a really good point too. Like, she's even said it. He is the essence of evil. The more he kills, the more he transcends. And that's what makes Michael. That's why, in so many ways, you can keep bringing him back and fitting him in different timelines because of that. And that's one thing about the franchise. Even films 4 through 6, even if you don't like them, most people love 4, most people hate 5 and 6. But even if you don't like them, there are so many storylines to choose from that you could really, if you wanted to, make a Michael Myers movie from. You have John Tate still out there. We want Danielle Harris, we want Jamie Lloyd back. Who's the other one? Tommy Doyle?
Yeah.
So we have so many avenues that we could explore to bring Michael Myers back, and that's the beauty of it. I absolutely love it. And for me, with the ending, and then Val, I'm gonna get to you on your thought of the ending of Halloween 4. For me, the ending, I absolutely loved it. I loved how they did that switch, because I definitely did not see that coming. I mean, maybe I should have when she touched his hand, but I didn't see it coming. And then, she's standing on top of those stairs. And like I said, it's just like Michael. And it's just a beautiful visual. I agree with Bob to a degree about they kind of miss an opportunity with that. Had it been done right, maybe years later, and you brought Danielle back, then I would have been okay with you maybe exploring this possibility of her being the new Michael. But then, to agree with Bob as well, when you really think about it, people paid to see this shape Michael Myers.
Yeah.
Is people really going to be okay with watching his niece now be the one? And is she going to be donning this shape mask and in costume? It's another thing we got to ask too. So, as cool as a concept as it may sound, Jamie Lloyd, being the new Michael Myers, when you really think about it, it just wouldn't be a good idea. But I still think that this is one of the better endings of the entire franchise, because it's something you didn't see coming. It was something you didn't expect. You didn't expect her to go upstairs and stab her stepmother or her foster mother, and I think that, again, with the right people, it could have worked if you were going to go in that avenue, because as we know, and they made this pretty clear in Halloween Ends, the shape can be just about anybody. But I just don't know how that would have resonated with diehard fans of Michael Myers. But it's a great ending, and I absolutely love it. And once again, this is one of the reasons why I want to see Danielle Harris back in a Halloween film, because from top to bottom, she absolutely killed it. She killed it as the innocent little girl. She killed it as the little innocent girl who went dark. Give this woman her damn flowers and bring her back, please. Like, come on now. So, Val, what do you think about the ending of Halloween 4?
I have to agree with you. You know, the visuals were great. Definitely a twist that you didn't see coming, but also had me holding my breath for the same reason you stated, because then I'm thinking, oh my gosh, we're gonna get a 10, 11-year-old, you know, shape. And I was, you know, kind of little, you know, again, holding my breath on that, you know. I loved it. I loved it. You're right. The visuals, the twist, everything. Danielle Hurt, definitely, again, Marcus, you're right. You got the total 78 vibes of young Michael. But again, it had me holding my breath going, oh, shit.
Yeah.
They're going to do it. You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
they're going to basically at that point I was already thinking, oh my God, they're on the line of making him supernatural, passing on, transferring the power. And I was like, oh man, you know. So but again, great ending. Absolutely loved the twist. But yeah, definitely had me holding my breath and going, oh shit, here we go. You know?
Yeah.
I think we would all accept the transfer of power theory a lot better if Michael would have had one of them Captain Planet rings on his finger. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that when everybody touches him, they get that, you know, that jolt of power that we've seen in that show. Maybe people would be accepting more to it. But no, I definitely agree. Like, after rewatching Halloween Ends multiple times, there, you know, and stuff like that with what we got in Halloween 4, the whole passing of the quote unquote power is a little bit supernaturalish. And I get it, you might be trying to blur the lines, but at the same time, it kind of does make it hard to believe, you know, and stuff like that. So hold on, I think I froze there for a second. I did. But it definitely does make it hard to believe, like in the believability factor. Like, we know that Michael's human. He has supernatural capabilities, but he's not supernatural. So why the hell are you passing his power on to people?
Yeah.
You know, and stuff like that. So again, great ending. I loved it. You know, Brandon, did I get to you on the Halloween 4 ending?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah, you go next, Brandon. What is your thoughts on Halloween 4's ending and that twist that we got at the end?
It's pretty much, to me, you know, I love it. You know, the thing that I see in the community a lot with Halloween is people talk all this crap about Ron Campbell and how he's, you know, he's not Michael. He's not. Why did they do that? But Jamie Lloyd and Danielle Harris is the same thing, and people love it. And I think the reason it people loving Danielle is the steps, you know, the levels of her becoming, you know, Michael from the Halloween story. She sees her uncle as a kid, and like Bob said, she connects with the clown costume immediately. That's it, starting slowly. And you know, Michael standing, putting the mask on and everything. And it's almost how Corey had his own thing with the scarecrow mask, and you know, Jamie has the clown. It's the same. I'm telling you guys, they use the same formula. They just kind of switch it around a lot. But one thing I want to say is, you know, I wouldn't like to see Jamie, you know, go out in the next Halloween killing. But one thing I think would be cool if they decide to come back with the Halloween 4 continuance is if they made Danielle Harris like Sam Carpenter in Scream 6. What I mean by that is, look, she's still connected to Michael. That's her uncle, right? So she has these moments where she's like 50% Michael, damn near. She's not like Corey, but she's tripping out. You know, can you imagine this? Like, I don't know how that will happen, but
Well, Brandon, you tugging at my heartstrings right now, man. You trying to give me two Samantha Carpenters. I'm not going to argue with you, brother. Let's do it.
I think if you do it to a certain level, like not full blown Sam,
Right.
how she did Bailey, but if you have Danielle on some like, hey, bro, I'm willing to die, you know, or it'll even be crazier if you kind of give her a little bit of Michael, like maybe she kind of reacts a certain way like Michael or something. Like,
Right.
I wouldn't say Halloween 5 just mute her, make her mute. No, don't do that. But maybe kind of make her like something stands out where you're like, yeah, she's definitely having a moment right now, you know, or maybe like say if her in 4, if they decide to do it, could you picture if her and Michael are going back and forth how Lori then it ends? She gets the knife out the drawer, gets like a little flashy moment, and she stabs him how, you know, Michael stabs Stiff, you know, or
Right.
shit like that. She stabs him Stiff, or she does like a head tilt or some shit. Bro, I will get the chills, seriously, in the theater.
That would be wow.
Bro, I will get the chills, bro.
That will be everything that the end scene between Lori and Michael wasn't.
Right, like I think it'll just be crazy, or like say if her and Michael have an eye-to-eye moment, and like they kind of like, I don't know, don't make it cringy, you know, like just like they're kind of like mimicking each other, but make it to the point you can see the difference. Like she's having a moment, like yeah, she's having one of those moments again. You know, she's
so savage.
she's acting weird, you know.
Yeah, I like it, man. I agree. You know, and that is a great point that you brought up, Brandon. And you know, about people, you know, and I'm one of them, you know, getting upset about the whole Corey Cunningham thing, but they love the idea of Danielle. And you're right, they did build to it. But when you really look at it in Halloween Ends, even though we only, you know, got it for what, an hour 45, hour and 50 minutes, they did build that with Corey as well.
Yeah.
You started to see that he was slowly turning dark. Like you seen even before he met Michael. Remember when the bullies were bullying him, and he had that glass, you know, that chocolate milk in his hand or whatever he had, and he busted the glass because he got so mad.
Yeah, and I really do feel like, to be honest, when we had I feel like when I knew Corey was Michael was when he went back to the home that where his first kill happened, where Jeremy was, and he laid in a dry puddle of blood. It's literally like the quote, the night he came home. That's why. Did you guys ever think about that? That's how Lori knew where he was. She knew where he was because she said, I see Michael in his eyes. So if she knows that Michael wants to come back home where it all started, so okay, we know that Corey killed Jeremy. I'm about to go back to where it all started for him. And guess what? He was there. And that's how she knew, like, oh shit, I was right.
Wow, that's a really good take, Brandon, because I didn't think of it that way.
Yep, that's why she said I hate being right, and she was.
Wow.
And that's why he said you started this, and that's what it was right there, you know.
Right. Wow, that's crazy. I never thought of it like that, but that's true. That's a really good observation. That's a factual observation right there, man.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna check out some of these comments real quick because I do see some people here in the chat that popped in. Hey, what's going on? It's a Scream Baby. I hope you're having a great night. NRU Cody Ghostface. What's going on, Cody? I know you're really excited about getting that drawing from Eric, friend. That's a sick drawing.
That is.
Yeah.
Glad to see you here tonight, man. Thank you for stopping in. Oh, It's a Scream Baby says, I'm going to be writing a script continuing the events after Resurrection, but tying in every film. Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Man, I give it to you. It's a Scream Baby. That's a tall task, fitting everything in from every film. Like,
yeah.
Woo. Even the Rob Zombie ones, huh?
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of retconning going on and all of that.
I had to. It's a Scream Baby. I just had to. But that's what's up. That's awesome. Hey, man. You know, listen. Let your creativity fly. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Let your creativity come to life. If that's what you want to do it. It's interesting. I mean, if you can find a way to fit everything in from 13 films into one fan film, you're doing something, buddy. That's a lot of shit. Ooh. Okay, so my chunky Jordy, what's going on, Gina? I'm glad you're here tonight. I seen you chatting it up earlier. Gina says people might disagree, but I'd say Jamie is a better final girl than her mom, Lori. Ooh, what do you guys think about that? Brandon, I'm gonna start with you because I know Lori's your girl, man. What do you feel about this?
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, man. I literally love, Danielle Harris, Jamie Lloyd. Swear, she's my second favorite. But man, Laurie Strode, the thing she has done. I know, we talked about that earlier, but you gotta respect it, man. Because
Yeah,
Lori, that's the thing I'm gonna say. Lori has a story too. You know, she was that teenager that was a babysitter that wanted to be like Annie and PJ and want to have a Ben Tramer, and she had a shitty night. She ended up being a final girl, and if you got to think of it like this, 40 years later, she's loading rifles. She's in go mode. Sarah Connor, she's like, hey,
yep,
I'm tired of this shit. It's gonna end. To the point she obsessed over Michael so much, that shit happened. She was waiting, and then she finds out it was never about you. Man, I don't know about you guys, when I heard that, that made my heart hurt. That little saying, I'm like, God damn, all these
yep.
years and there wasn't about her. I will feel. You gotta think. You gotta think. All the garage doors, all the torches, all the
Right.
rifle bullets, all that shit was for nothing. You could have lived. You could have
The
lived
fake
your
replica
damn
of the
life.
house.
Yeah, the big replica of the house. You could have lived your damn
A
life.
normal life. She could have lived a normal life
Yeah,
if
Yep.
she wasted. If you think about it, it's very true what Hawkins said. The whole time Michael was trying to go home. It was all one night. It was just stages of him trying to get home. When he got hit by the car with Hawkins, he was on. Where was he? He was just walking randomly.
Yep.
They were They were fucking with Michael. Y'all were damn near picking on him, and he was just like, "Hey, you want to
Yep.
okay?" And that's why Lonnie said, if you aim up all Michael's kills, it leads home. He only
Yep.
wanted to go home. That's the big. I think that was the craziest twist of the whole story. The whole time, you guys were kind of obsessing over him. He was just trying to go home to where it started.
Right.
He's a freshman out of Smith's Grove. He want to go home and make
Right.
a bologna sandwich, man.
Yep. Thanks to Dr. Sartain. Yeah. What did my boy say? Leave my patient alone. Oh
And,
man.
and
Dr.
not to
Sartain.
change a subject, Brandon, how did you get in the Citadel? And not only how did you get in there, how did you get on that court in the courtyard with the
Okay.
red and white checkers?
Okay, so fun fact, I got very lucky, man. Like, so
You did.
this dude, he I guess they owned it. So it's actually a military school. And I
Yes,
just took,
that's
yeah.
why I was surprised you were able to get on because our daughter lived in South Carolina and we got to go there only because and tour in there only because the school was closed at the time. Otherwise, they normally let no civilians on that in the Citadel.
Yeah, it was actually just like luck. So I went in there and it was this guy, and I asked him, "Can I come in?" And they were actually drumming, like they were doing like music and it's like drumming on the little where Michael was standing. I heard all the loud drums. I'm like, I gotta try, I gotta at least go for it. I drove 10 hours away. Um, and this guy, I'm like, I'm a Halloween fan. He looked at my shirt like, oh yeah, you're a Halloween fan. And I guess the woman who kind of, I guess she was like a Michael Myers fan or whatever, because it was like a window. She was behind like this window, like doing paperwork, and she heard us talking. I guess she looked up, and by the grace, she said, "Hey, do you do YouTube?" At first, I thought it was kind of weird, like, because I thought you heard me tell him I do YouTube. But when the reason I knew that she knew my channel, because she was like, "You got like a collection and everything," because she didn't know I collected. It was more of
Right.
like she knew my collection. This is one of my first videos. She's like, "You have like a horror collection." She's like, I know, who you are. You got like a lot of Michael stuff.
Yep.
And I was sweating so hard, guys. I couldn't even get my words out. And I'm just like, man, I would love to go out there, even if it's for 30 seconds, please. And the guy was looking at me. He was being a little smart, smart ass. He's like, you like Michael Myers, huh? I don't see why you guys go crazy over him like that. Man, I'm like, man, I love him. I drove 10 hours. And when I told him that, he was like, I'll tell you what, after their practice, if you wait around for 30 minutes. I'll let you go out there just off the fact you drove. And I'm like, what? Bro, I went crazy. I went crazy. And fun fact, I'm actually going to be doing a Halloween Ends locations in like a few weeks. So,
Bro, there
yeah.
you go, man. Yo,
Some more
Yeah.
location
Bro.
videos, Brandon.
Yeah, Val, I'm going to try to go in depth as possible. And
Yeah. I freaked out when I saw that, and only because from my own experience of being in there, and actually, Brandon, I'll send you the picture that I have of that courtyard. And the funny thing is, at the time I took that was in late 16, early 17. So 18 wasn't even really being talked about yet. And I randomly took the picture of the red and white checker courtyard. So, and I'll also send you the picture of the casting call my daughter sent us from down there too.
Wow.
Yeah. She sent me a picture. She's like, Mom, you should come down here. They're casting for your favorite movie, or for the extras and stuff. So,
they showed me the guy, the female actually knew exactly where the scene was filmed. Like she took me like to the because she knew off of the windows. They have like big windows, and she was like, it was right here. She was like, we couldn't be like on a set, but we were like outside. So, everyone was kind of hyped, like, oh, Halloween is gonna be filmed at our job. Yeah. And she said she remembered hearing the dogs bark, like they were making them bark. Like I'm like, bro, what the hell? She's like, yes. She was saying she remembered it like it was yesterday. So I got lucky, seriously. Like you guys, I'm not going to tell you to go down there and do it. I literally got lucky.
You did.
Shout out to them, man.
You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, normally they don't let civilians on the campus when they're in session. So
if you look at the video, you can actually see the guy. I want to say in a female too. They were standing right there, just so amazed. Like he's really recording. He loves this. I'm like, yeah. I did.
Sorry about that.
No, that's cool because in all honesty, and this is something that Scott Walker, asked about, and I think it's a good idea, especially being content creators, if we were to be able to get that type of access to do it.
Yeah.
But Scott had pitched an idea about all of us getting together to do an interview outside of the Stu Macher house, the real one. Yeah. While, I guess when the next Scream movie is coming out, to hype the movie up and stuff like that. And I love that idea if we can get access to it. And Brandon, I mean, I think that would be a good idea for Halloween too, bro. Like,
so one thing I will say is that I know someone that actually, lives out in Savannah, and they said the couple that owns Laurie's house, the one they had the final battle in, they're super fans of Michael. And they actually let a few people come in like before to take pictures and everything. And I actually got to go inside of 2018 house. Shout out to the guy. Did. Yeah, shout out to the guy. He was super cool, man. Unfortunately, he tore it down. But I hope
I was so jealous watching that video.
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna tell you one thing, Val. The Hornets were scared in Michael. I took him down there. I took him apart, bro. I fanned out the moment I booked it. I'm like, bro, I'm taking Michael with me. And the wife was like, what? I'm like, I'm taking him apart. He's gonna be my buddy. And the moment I walked in there, man, it was like, I swear I just heard the whole scene. You don't believe in the boogeyman? You should. I'm like, bro, this is crazy. The burn still on the ceiling, the kitchen, the basement. I can't wait to do the ends. I can't wait to see what's going on with that. So,
bro, listen. I mean, now that you say that,
yeah.
Bro, I just feel like there's an opportunity to be had there. If that could happen, for the next Halloween film,
yeah,
we could sit there even for an hour,
yeah,
and just set up shop and live stream and have a conversation, hype up the movie, all that stuff, bro.
Yeah.
Man, listen, man, I'll be fanboying right there with you, Brandon. Like, bro, like, man, And I love that idea by Scott Walker. You know what I mean? Especially for, like this new Mocker House. I think that that's a really cool idea if we can get that type of access. That would be incredible promotion for the channels. And it'd just be a fun time. Like, you get to do an interview promoting one of your favorite scary movies outside of one of the actual houses and locations where the original movie was filmed. Like, oh, chills, man. Chills. Real quick, I do want to say hi. I don't think he's here anymore, but he said he's going to watch the replay. But if you are here, Steven, craving something scary, popping in the chat, showing some love, saying, hey, family, can't stay, but wanted to stop by and say hello. I can't wait to watch the replay. Much love to all of you. See you soon. Absolutely, Steven, man. I hope you're having a great night, my friend, and we are definitely going to be talking soon.
Definitely. What's up, Craven, man?
And to plug this for Steven real quick, and I'm pretty sure I have the dates right. Friday, I want to say 6 p.m. Central. Okay, I got it right. Friday, 6 p.m. Central, head over to Craven Something Scaries for a live stream interview with Jason Cavalier and Max Lafreniere from Scream 6. Jason played the store clerk of the bodega, and Max was in costume as Ghostface, as the stuntman. So definitely go check that out. And Brandon, while you're here, do you have any interviews you have coming up that you want to plug, my friend? I know you have Deb from Ends coming on.
Yeah, I actually have heard of more on Michelle Dawson. And I have Michelle Yep, I have her on. And I actually reached out to Joey Harris, who played Margot. And man, I have questions for her because the defense scene in Ends when Michael stumps on that head, Lord Jesus. And she bullied my guy Corey. Well, she didn't bully him. She was actually one of the ones that, wanted to help him. But yeah, those two. I think it'll be cool.
Okay. Yeah, man, that's what's up. Like I seen the thumbnail for that, and I was like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna tune in for that. You know what I mean? That's gonna be a cool interview. Like, and you guys know this, you know what I mean? So if you're on my channel, any interviews or anything you guys have coming up, plug it away, man. I want you guys to get as much support, as much eyeballs to your channels as much as possible. So definitely wanted to plug that in there for you, Steven, and as well for you, Brandon.
Definitely. Thanks, man.
Absolutely. As family, we got to stick together.
For sure, man. Appreciate it.
No doubt. Okay, so let me get to some more of your comments here real quick before we start talking about Halloween 5. I greatly appreciate you guys all sticking around in the chat and hanging out and stuff like that. You guys know how it is when we get going. But I'm not going to lie, this is one of the better times that I've kept up with the chat tonight. So, you know what I mean? I'm definitely appreciative of all of you guys who definitely tuned in and watched us talk about some Halloween 4, 5, and 6. This is definitely a fun conversation.
Yeah, man. Having a lot of fun. This is crazy. Like, the time has flew.
He wanted to go home and make a bologna sandwich. Love that.
Yes, sir. Jamie Michael just wanted to go home and get that bologna sandwich.
Yep.
Just wanted a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Jamie, that lady could have made him a sandwich.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. So now let's start delving into the deeper realm of Halloween, if you will, where a lot of us start to feel the franchise started to take a turn for not the better. And we're obviously starting off with Halloween 5. And as we know, in Halloween 5, this is a continuation of 4. And in this film, we see one of our final girls, Jamie Lloyd, now in a children's hospital. She has a telekinetic link to Michael from touching his hand. And she's basically mute throughout the entire movie. Her foster sister gets killed abruptly within the first half hour of the movie. I won't even say shorter than that. You know what I mean? I gotta go back and watch it and get a timestamp on that. But we see Rachel Carruthers unjustifiably meet her demise, barely be in the movie, and then we get a new character by the name of Tina, who personally I don't mind, but when you really look at it, there was really no substance in terms of like her being that type of figure to Jamie that Rachel was. And then, of course, the mask and the size of one Michael Myers in this film was very underwhelming. The mask was terrible, arguably the worst in the entire franchise. And nothing against Don Shanks, who, give him his credit. He has been in the horror game a long time. Oh, I think we lost Val.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to have to keep an eye on for when she's back. She might have had something to take care of at work. But, nothing against Don Shanks. I give him much credit because he's a loyal, stuntman and actor in the horror franchise, played in a lot of movies that went straight to DVD, all that stuff. You guys know that. But he was entirely too big for the role, in my opinion. And then just the overall direction of where they decided to go with this thorn that is on Michael's wrist. And then you see the man in black show up, who is also portrayed by Don Shanks, who is playing Michael Myers as well. And it just seems like this movie, there could have been so much potential, but it seems like the direction that this director decided to go was in more of a supernatural cultist type of way. And I personally, it's underwhelming because I didn't like the fact that Jamie was mute the entire time.
Yeah.
For the most part, up until the end. And then I just feel like this movie, it was rushed based on the success of 4. And they just really didn't know what to do with it. Michael Myers' house was like a fucking mansion. There's just no way. No way. I mean, like, no way that looked anything like the Myers house. So I guess where I'll go with this is, what went wrong with Halloween 5? And what do you think the direction should have been for Halloween 5? And I'll start with you, Brandon.
So I'm gonna be honest. I love Halloween 5 off AMC Fear Fest.
Ooh.
Like it was just that rotation for me, man. Like at first, I'm gonna tell you, man, I was not a Halloween 5 fan. I kind of liked it for Jamie Lloyd. If that makes sense. I didn't like her being mute. The mask looked like Nicolas Cage. Holy shit, looked like Renfield, but it did though, man. Serious, I could not get over the mask, and then you got the triangle over the nose and shit. Look, let me tell you, man. I saw what they were trying to do, but it was more of it was something about it that I didn't enjoy. It was probably, Jamie Lloyd being mute. I think Michael was good. The mask was terrible. Like it's like you said, they kind of rushed it. I feel like they saw that money and like, hey man, we got to get something else going, man. It's Strike While it's hot. Strike While the iron is hot, and it kind of led to that. Don't get me wrong, I like the story. Loomis was batshit crazy in there. Die.
Yes.
And then it definitely has one of the cringiest moments in Halloween history. You guys talk about Freddie Harris and all of this crazy shit. What about when Jamie's like, Uncle? And he's fucking crying. We saw Michael cry. You're talking about Corey body slamming him. The toughest man on the planet, Michael Myers, dropped a tear. What the hell? No, you don't do that right there. That's ultimate, the worst in my opinion. I'll take Freddie Harris doing the Bruce Lee shit. I swear.
Right. I know. I agree with you on that.
That was just him. Seeing him cry is like, oh man, no.
And unmasked
too. Yeah. So it was Pony Boy. You looked like Pony Boy from Outsiders. Stay gold.
He called him Pony Boy. Stay golden, Pony Boy.
I don't know, man. Halloween 5 is Halloween 5. You gotta love it because it's Halloween, but it's definitely on the low side for me.
Okay, Bob, what is your feelings on Halloween 5? What direction do you think the movie should have went in, and how would you have did this movie compared to what we got?
Okay, well, first off, I'm kind of a fan of it to an extent because the same reason AMC Fair Fest, I gotta watch it all the time. But I'm going to say this. I don't even think the fact that it was rushed and everything. I think their biggest mistake was hiring this Dominique guy who you could tell didn't know anything about the franchise. He didn't seem to want to care about knowing anything. He just wanted to make his movie. It wasn't even about the franchise and what came before. And that was apparent. Forget Jamie being mute. This was also obvious when you killed Rachel. You're going to sit there and tell me one of the smartest characters from 4 is going to be stupid enough to look for that noise in the house instead of hightail it out of there. Come on. Rachel is 10 times smarter than that. That's where you lost my respect on that. So because of that death alone, that's why it falls in the middle. Tina, I've grown to like her over the years. But come on, Jamie's first words are Tina. Why not Rachel when Rachel's being murdered? You know, the one person that, you know, went through all the stuff with you in 4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where you should have really spoke. But again, hindsight's 2020, right?
Yeah.
So
Now,
the direction
what did he say? Tina?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
Tina.
Yeah, man. Like it's crazy how they went through what they did with her with that. Now finish what you were saying, Bob, because I know you had more.
And then this whole Man in Black. This is where we can really tell this guy didn't care. You came up with this tattoo idea. Then you decide to bring this random guy halfway through your production without knowing what to do. So now, without you knowing what you're doing, when a sequel is greenlit, you're now going to press the people that have to make the next movie that don't know what you want to film this stuff. So now, not only are you messing with what came before, now you're going to press the people that come after you that aren't going to know what you wanted to do. So why come up with something that you don't even know what to do with? It's just ridiculous. I don't even know why Akkad allowed this guy to come in and do what he did. I kind of feel like it was a slap to the face. I know a lot of people rag on the whole Corey Cunningham and everything. I think at least they kind of went about it more. It felt more like Halloween to me than 5 did, even though I love 5 from growing up and watching it as a sequel to 4. But I think you kind of see more of a fandom with ends than you do 5. Just in my opinion. So if you give me a direction, give me where Jamie and Rachel have to kind of go what Lori went through in 2, but make it unique and different. Yeah. Why kill off one of your final girls so early?
Yeah. So Marcus, unfortunately, I actually have to head out, man.
All right, my brother. Yeah, I kind of figured it was cutting that time because I know you said 10:30, and we just been going, and I mean we've been going in, man.
No, that's all right, man. No, seriously, man. I really enjoyed this, man. Like, shit, it felt like therapy, man. Like, you know,
bro.
Yeah, no, this was fun though. So like, we kind of like, man, you know, I never get to talk about Halloween 4 too much, you know, to sit down and talk about that. And we kind of just jumped into 5. And man, I feel like we just got super deep with 4. Like it makes me want to go watch it again, you know. That's how you know. In my opinion, I feel like when you have a stream, if you want to know if you have a good stream, man, afterwards, if you want to go watch the movie we're talking about or some shit, that tells you had a good stream, you know, and you enjoyed and had fun. So, man, this was so fun, Marcus. Seriously.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I am going to say this because last Sunday I had the first part of Halloween Omnibus. This Sunday I'm not going to have it. I'm actually rearranging my schedule because Kyle from Night of the Living Flat, he wants me to come on his channel for a little bit and stuff like that. And you know, I want to show him some love as well and stuff because he's been actually hitting me up for a while now and stuff like that. So kind of want to do a stream with him. And I know Sunday night, me and Eric, the Bearded Entertainment, have something coming up as well. So I'm going to push Halloween's films H2O and Resurrection back to the following Sunday. So what is this Sunday? Jesus, the 11th. So the 18th is when we're going to be back. So Brandon, if you want to come on for Halloween H2O and Halloween Resurrection, this, you know, we'll definitely schedule it. And if you have time, you know, you can do this again, brother.
So you said the 18th, that's Sunday.
Yep.
I'll have to let you know because
Yeah, just let me know, man.
Sundays I'm like busy, but I probably if I could come in, it'd probably be for like literally like an hour, like pop
Okay.
in. But man, like I said, this was fun. I would like to do it for sure again, man.
Yeah, man.
Um,
How about say if that Sunday doesn't work out for you, then we'll be doing another Wednesday one as well.
yeah,
So if you have,
Wednesdays.
I'm about to say if you have time that Wednesday, so that will probably be for Rob Zombies,
Oh yeah,
two
look,
films.
yeah, Wednesdays work for me for sure.
Okay.
And I'm a fan of 2007 Rob Zombie. For
Okay.
sure. So
All
yeah.
right. Yeah, man. I'll definitely send you that notification, let you know when everything is set in stone, and we gotta get you back on here, brother. It definitely was a blast.
Yeah, this was fun, man. I really appreciate it. And Bob, man, it was fun, man. You had me cracking up. Sue me. I'm not gonna pay you, you know. It was fun though, man. I needed that laugh. And Val's back. Look.
Hey guys, sorry we lost power. I lost power at the shop, so
Oh no,
I
you're fine,
just
Val.
yeah, so I just quick stumbled around and then locked up the shop and jumped in my car. So
Wow.
Hey, as long as you're good and you're
Yeah,
safe, Val, that's all that
yeah,
matters.
oh
as
yeah,
long as you're all right. But yeah, same like I was telling Marcus and Bob, this was so fun, Val. We finally did it, Val. We got to talk
yeah.
Halloween.
And so
So
I'm so glad we got to finally do this together, Brandon. That's awesome.
Yes, this was super fun, man. Like time just flew. I looked up, I said, damn, 3 hours? Seriously, I'm like, oh
Yeah.
shit. I'm like, holy shit, man. Like, I swear, bro.
Right?
I'm like, this is crazy. Like, seriously, man, it was fun. You guys are amazing. And like I said, it's only, it's only so much, only so many times you can do things like this and sink as low as we did. Like, I feel like we were so deep in a rabbit hole this stream. I'm like, holy shit, like what Val said about Lomas, and then Bob follows up
yeah.
with the Danielle Harris and the clowns. I'm like, oh yeah, they have me over here, man, stressed. And now I'm like, damn, you know.
And
Yeah,
Brandon,
man.
I'll
That's how you know
send
we're
that to
having a
you.
great conversation.
Yeah.
And I'll send that to you on Brandon, that little script thing I wrote about. Well, it's about the mythology. So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to read
I'll
that.
send it to you on your IG.
Okay, I'll be looking forward to. I have to read that for sure. But yeah, once again, I appreciate you for having me on, Mark, because we got to do this again. I know you said Wednesday. You said the Wednesday the week
That would be the 21st.
21st. Okay. Just reach out to me because I know
Yep.
the wife's birthday is the 22nd. But I
Okay.
should be able to. And is it going to be around this time the same, like 7:30?
Yep. Yep.
So yeah, just reach out to me and yeah, man, Rob Zombie. I know Val is like, no, hell
No,
no.
no, no, no.
But yeah, man, just hit me up, Marcus, and I'll
I
let
Definitely.
you
think I'm
know.
sick that day.
Oh,
Oh
Val,
man.
come on.
I'll step up to the plate. I don't like Rob Zombies too, but if you need me, I'll step up.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, 2007, man. That's my favorite out the two. But yeah, just hit me up, Marcus. Once again, I appreciate it, man. And you guys have fun, man.
Yes, sir. You too, buddy.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of your night, and we're definitely going to do this again soon.
Definitely, man. You guys too. Peace.
Have a great
All right,
night,
brother.
Brandon.
Have a good night. Peace.
You guys too. See you.
Okay, everyone. So we're going to pick back up here. We got Val back, you know what I mean, and stuff. Damn, I ain't going to lie. I kind of wish Brandon could still stay on. This was great. Like, you know what I mean? We were really vibing, but it's okay because we're going to keep on vibing and stuff. So, Val, what is your
Yes.
thoughts on Halloween 5? What do you feel like the direction of this movie, like, how would you have done this movie had you would have been the director? And overall of the movie, how do you feel about it? Why does this movie get so much, disrespect, if you will?
I'm not really sure why. Overall, it isn't a bad movie. Again,
Good night, Jason.
Danielle Harris, she, half of the movie, 3/4 of the movie, didn't speak a word. And yet she carried this movie. How would I have directed it differently? I don't, I don't know. I don't know.
That's a good question. It really is, because when you think about, I'll put it this way. I think we all can agree to this. We don't know 100% how we would have did this movie, but we damn sure wouldn't have made our final girl mute, and we damn sure wouldn't have made our other final girl dead within the first 30 minutes.
Exactly. I definitely wouldn't have killed off Rachel. As far as I would, if it was up to me, she'd have been the final girl again, you know. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have really changed the movie.
Yeah, that is a question that I ask myself. Like, how would I do this differently? And like I said, I think it just starts with the fact that you keep your two final girls intact, and you build around. And there's ways to build around it. We've seen it before. It's just, I agree with what Bob said. This guy just had his own vision for what he thought a Halloween movie should be, and he ran with it. And to people who know the franchise, that didn't sit well, because it's like, you didn't make us feel like this was a Halloween movie. You just made us feel like this was some type of introduction that Michael Myers is a part of a cult.
Right.
And then we'll tear that apart when we get to 6, because that royally messes up that film.
Real quick, it's a screen baby. Okay, so you want to join in the chat? Okay, so if I want to say we're friends on Instagram, but if we're not, hit me up on IG, send me a message, and I will send you the link, and I'll let you join in the chat. You know what I mean? And stuff. You've been a subscriber here to the channel for a little bit now, and stuff like that. And you guys know how this goes. It's always good to get fresh faces on the camera and fresh ideas for these conversations. So it's a screen baby. Send me a message, buddy. Okay, so
and I think in part, Marcus, the reason this again many people don't like it is because they did kill Rachel off right away. Yep. I mean, how far was it into the movie when she got killed? Right.
I don't even think it was 15.
Yeah, it wasn't very far into the movie, and then they killed her off. And so I think that, gave it that downward direction for a lot of people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Now let's move on to Tina. And I think that's another reason why the fans really didn't click with this movie, is because before Rachel, we talked about it. We got this character who was the mother, the sister, the family, everything. She was everything basically to Jamie. And then she gets killed off, but we get introduced to her friend Tina. And Tina's a party animal. She likes to have fun. Nothing wrong with that. But it's like Tina doesn't have any responsibility. If you catch what I'm saying there, right. It's like she's not the type that really is responsible.
But yeah, she goes and visits Jamie.
Right.
Even when Rachel
she's
being
responsible
gone.
for visiting her, but I guess in terms of that Rachel, I guess we got spoiled with Rachel. Because Rachel, she was really there. I know when Jamie was in the children's hospital, she really couldn't be there as much because it's just how they have it set up. But even when Tina had a chance to listen to Jamie and stay instead of going to that party,
right,
she chose to go. And I feel like that's where a lot of fans disconnected from Tina, because we were expecting that, okay, we're getting this new character now that Rachel's gone, she's going to be the one to step up and be the new final girl with Jamie. And that's not what happened. So, Val, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on Tina and everything I just discussed?
I mean, in actuality, I like Tina. I think she's a fun character,
Yeah.
I did, you can see a little bit of where she really did care for Jamie.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the absence of Rachel. So again, I just liked her overall. She was just a fun, goofy, again, very reminiscent of that time party girl, you know. Yeah, I liked her character overall.
Okay. Then there's nothing wrong with that. I don't dislike Tina. I like Tina because she is a fun character. She was that kind of, difference from Rachel to where Rachel was a little bit more reserved. She was, she had a wild side to her. She liked to have fun. She liked to party. You know, I just felt like, especially in terms of like really stepping up and being that adult figure that Jamie needed in that moment, that's where she fell flat. And I feel like that's where a lot of others, and I could be wrong, but just from people I've talked to and talking about that character, that's where she fell flat for them because, they were expecting a new Rachel and we didn't get that and stuff. But she definitely is a fun character. She has some great moments in that movie, especially in the car ride with Michael.
Yeah.
Like, how fucking nerve-wracking is that scene? Like, you don't know if Michael's going to turn on her in mid-drive before she gets out of the car. Like, that scene is really nerve-wracking. And I will say, she definitely killed that scene.
Yeah.
So Bob, what is your thoughts on Tina and, everything that me and Val just discussed and all that? What are your thoughts and feelings on Tina?
Okay, I personally have no problem with Tina as a character. Let me get that out of the way. I think it was good to have a character like her. So don't take this out of context because I'm not bashing the character. This goes into the writing.
Right.
Instead of giving us what you exactly gave us with Rachel dying as quick, why not have given us a little more time to have Rachel in the film to build up to see her connection with Tina than the small bit we get with Tina. Just to, get more of a feel of what Tina as a character is just outside of her boyfriend, Michael. Because let's face it, they kind of really were building up her dating a guy named Michael.
They really did.
So if we could have had a little bit more of Tina as Tina with Rachel and Jamie, well, I would have really liked it more because you'd see more of a connection. Even with her being a party girl, you'd see far more. I think it was just a little too late when they decided to show that to us, in my opinion. And mind you, I've grown on her as a character. I just don't feel they did her right. And I feel like because of the injustice of Rachel, both kind of got shafted in character build. I think one needs to play off of the other since you're introducing someone new. Now, if you want my opinion, forget Tina being one of the important characters. What about Billy? I think Billy and Jamie's connection shows far more character build than even Tina. That shows you another kid that's her age. I think that carries more weight, in my opinion, from what we see in the film. And not a lot of people give the credit to Billy that I feel Billy deserves.
No, I agree with that. Billy was a really good character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially being for what he's supposed to be. That kid rocked that role. He really did. And that's something that, in all honesty, you could build off of as well, is because did Billy get killed?
It's implied.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to say, we see him basically run off to the side when Michael is driving the car. But then, that's right. Michael went to the children's clinic. Yeah. But we didn't see, I don't think we've seen his face. We just seen Meeker pull the cover and then he pushed it right back down and then he said, damn it, or whatever. I have to go back and rewatch that scene. But that's the character you can retcon.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know if it was him because we don't see a face, but they kind of implied it being a little boy. At least I think they said boy. I got to go back and watch it too, and now I want to.
And we were implied to believe that because Jamie said Billy when that happened. Yeah. He started saying his name. So, that's possible Michael could have killed him, but it's also possible he didn't. You know what I mean?
And Marcus, in truth, I'm kind of glad that it's like the Tina character that they didn't turn her into Rachel. I wasn't looking for a Rachel replacement after they killed Rachel off. So for me, that part of it you know, her not being or taking over that motherly figure, that really didn't bother me because that, at least for me, I wasn't expecting that, or nor did I want it.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. No, I get it because I don't want I didn't want a Rachel replacement either.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
that's
guess
what
I guess while watching it, that scene, when Jamie's crying and she's like, "Please stay." It's like, damn
Right.
it, stay, woman. What's wrong with you?
Stay.
You should just keep crying. Like,
Right.
Yeah, not to mention.
fuck that party. There'll be plenty more parties. And think about it. If her ass would have listened to Jamie, she might have lived.
Not just
True.
that, you're her first words, and for however long she's been
Right.
with, you're gonna tell me you're not gonna have the heart to stay with her, even though you were her first word. I just feel wrong for that.
Right.
I don't know. It's not that I want a mother figure. I don't know, but that just kind of felt wrong with the connection I felt they really should have had. Because you see in the beginning, it looked like Tina cared, but then you're her first words, and you don't really care. That's messed up, man. That's a child you're talking to.
Right. Right. No, I agree with
Right.
that though. You know what I mean? Like, especially in that moment, that was a little bit harsh because Jamie had conjured up a lot to get her name out.
Mm-hmm.
She conjured up a lot to get Tina's
Yeah.
name out. And then, yeah, sure, Tina was like, I love it. But then it's just like, oh, okay, that was cool. Now I'm going to this party.
Yeah, and then we see another character not believing Loomis. Well, actually, in this case, technically Jamie and Loomis, that Michael's back.
Right. That's very true. But yeah, I mean, man, it's watchable because it's a Halloween movie. But as a Halloween fan, it's not a good Halloween movie.
No.
So and that's where it's at with me with 5, overall as a whole. Now let's get on to The Mask.
Mm.
Oh my God.
Is this mask the worst mask in the entire franchise? And do you feel that Don Shanks, even though he did play a good Michael with his movements and stuff like that, I give it to him, do you feel like he was too big for the role? And Val, I'm
Marcus,
gonna start with you.
wait, hang on. Marcus, I'm home. I'm
Okay,
just
good,
about,
good.
I'm gonna just run into the house and jump on my home computer.
Okay,
So give me like about 5 minutes.
okay,
All right. I'll
all
see
right,
you guys in about 5.
all right. Sounds good, Val. And
Okay.
real quick, I'm gonna say real quick, Joe, it's a stream, baby. I see that you sent me a message, so I'm about to send you a link. I just have to get here on my laptop and go into StreamYard and send it to you. So give me a second. So, Bob, what do you feel about the Michael Myers mask in Halloween 5? And do you feel like Don Shanks, even though he did well with the mannerisms, do you think he was a little too big for the role of Michael Myers?
Okay, let me start off with the mask, because otherwise, if I don't start off with that, it will turn to a rant. The mask is god awful. You're following 4. Okay.
Right.
How do you not have the same mask when you're carrying over from 4? I mean, we literally see him shot into that well or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
And it's supposed to be that same night. How did he magically change his mask from the time he was shot to the time he fell?
Right.
It's not even the mask being a problem. It's you're continuing a sequel that's supposed to literally be the same thing. And then let's face it, that mask was never tucked into the mechanic outfit. The neck sticking out, the nose is awful. But I'll say this about Don Shanks. I don't think it was Don Shanks' fault the way he played the character. I blame how it was. I blame the director, because I don't think he had any clue on how Michael should be hiding. He's known as the Shape. And here in broad daylight, you're filming him through a tree. We can see it's him in the tree.
Right,
this
exactly.
falls on the director that knows nothing about Michael Myers. Now, granted, Don Shanks has his own problems too, but you also have to give him his credit because of that car scene. Because that director could have killed him.
Right.
He kept that going, and that was could have been a real explosion if he didn't get out when he did.
Yeah, that is true.
So I mean,
And
as much
he did do good, like in terms of the mannerisms. He wasn't a bad Michael. It's just he you know, the mask. It's just he wasn't fostered in the right environment. There was no ambiance to it. The only scene of ambiance, in my opinion, and I don't know if you agree with this, Bob, was the car scene.
not just that. I will say this: in that, I guess you can say like basement. I kind of felt that kind of, at least when he was chasing her to the basement, was pretty good too.
Okay, no, I can agree with that. I can agree. It definitely did have a little ambiance to that. It did.
Because I felt really scared for her in that moment because she had nowhere to go. Like, she really was trapped. But
Yeah.
no, I got to blame this on the director. You could tell he didn't know anything about Michael. Don Shanks did his best and he wasn't directed right. The mask didn't help him. Nothing that Dominique did helped Don Shanks other than that car scene and basement scene, in my opinion. The mask didn't help him. Nothing that Dominique did help anyway, other than that car scene and basement scene, in my opinion.
Hey, what's going on, Joe? Everyone, It's a Scream, baby. What's going on, man? How you doing? I say, Joe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I guess because I have the stream on my computer.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know how to stop that. Do you know how? Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, buddy. And it's the echo's gone if that's what you're talking about.
Okay.
What's going on, man? Thank you for joining us.
No problem, man. How you doing?
Oh, not too bad. You already know, just talking some Halloween 4, 5, and 6. You know what I mean? Having a great night, with some great people.
No problem, man. Yeah, I just want to pop in here and get my thoughts too. Since you had a couple people leave, I might as well hop in and give my thoughts.
Yeah, hey man, that's cool, man. I have nothing against that. You know what I mean? I try my best to give everybody a spotlight the best way I can. So hold on, let me see that shirt again. Oh, that's tight. That's tight. That is tight. He came prepared.
Yes, he did.
But no, Bob, real quick to, cap on what you said. No, you were absolutely right.
Yeah, a buddy of mine made it for me.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Oh, man, I might have to talk to your friend. But, to cap off what you said, Bob, I totally agree with everything you said, man. Like, it just, this director just did not know what a Halloween movie is for the most part. There was glimpses, little vague glimpses, but overall, he just went down a path that I felt like, and we're going to talk about it with 6, but it kickstarted this whole cult thing. And I do want to touch on, I don't know if you caught this, either one of you caught this, but a couple months ago, they revealed that the original opening scene for Halloween 5 was supposed to be a different guy in that shack, not the old guy. It was supposed to be a guy who was like a cult, like aficionado or something like that, and he's the one who branded Michael or whatnot. Yeah, and that's how the movie was supposed to start off and introduce the Thorn thing and all that. So I guess we'll go with that before we move on to other things about 5 before we move on to 6 real quick. But what do you guys feel about that? Do you feel like if they would have had the original opening 2 with this other guy, not the old guy, if they would have had this cult leader type guy and we would have seen him brand Michael, would you accept the whole Thorn cult thing a lot better? And I'll start with you, Joe, since you just came on.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
So basically, a couple months ago, they talked about how this opening scene from Halloween 5 was a deleted scene. And the old man in the shack who takes care of Michael for a year.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the original character wasn't supposed to be an old man. It was supposed to be a middle-aged guy who was into cult rituals and all that stuff.
Yeah, I heard that.
And they were going to show how he's the one who branded Michael. Do you think if that opening would have been the opening for the film, you would accept the whole Cult of Thorn thing with Michael Myers a lot better?
Oh, of course, because then it kind of wouldn't just been like pushed on us. It would kind of had an explanation behind it. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they would have did it that way, then we wouldn't have been like, okay, where's this thorn thing coming from? You know, they kind of would have ended 4 and started the beginning of 5 with an explanation of how the thorn became the thorn.
Right. No,
So yeah,
I agree with that.
I totally agree. They should have went that route. I mean, it might depends on how they kind of like displayed it and how.
Right. Right. No, I agree. Like if they would at least give an explanation to it, I don't think personally people would actually still enjoy the cult. I mean, I know there's still some that do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the people who didn't, I think if they would have got an explanation as to how the hell this mark came on to Michael, I think they would have digested it better, but they still might have not liked it, but they would have been able to accept it for what it is. Because like you said, at that point, you're just pushing it on us. So what can we do?
I think a lot of people probably would have accepted it more, just for the simple fact that like we both said, it wasn't pushed on us. So like the thorn came out of like left field. You know what I mean? Like there was like no explanation behind it. I mean, a little bit in 8-6, but I think a lot of people would have accepted it more, and it probably would have made the whole idea of Thorn a whole lot better to continue throughout the entire franchise after 8-6.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. You know, it's a shame because me and Bob talked about it multiple times. It could have had something really special with Danielle Harris
Where did
doing
Bob go?
3 movies.
He didn't get to finish what he was saying. I kind of interrupted him with my echo.
I would say no. Yeah, that is true. Bob, what was you saying at the end there? And then let me know what you think about, you know, what we were just talking about, that opening scene that didn't happen, but do you think that would have been a better opening scene for the whole cult, you know, of Michael Myers or whatever?
I was like, I've actually seen it posted on YouTube before, so I've actually seen this scene play out. Well, supposedly it's real footage. I don't have any proof of that, but it definitely felt more logistic when you see that scene. I'll say that.
Okay. That's interesting.
Only thing is you still have to answer the Man in Black question, and
no, Bob, you said that's on,
I'll say, Bob, real quick, buddy, you might want to adjust your microphone because it's starting to sound robotish a little bit.
All right, hold on.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Might
be because I'm outside having a smoke.
Okay, got you.
What it is.
No, like we can hear you. I'm just letting you know it's a little bit robotic. But man, do what you do, man. As long as I can understand and hear you, I'm fine. You know what I mean?
I have a friend that I game with, and every time he goes outside to smoke a cigarette, it sounds like a robot. He comes back inside, it's perfectly fine.
I think it adds an extra element to the live stream, so I'm not mad. I mean,
it's funny because every time we're playing with him, we hear that sound. We're like, you're smoking a cigarette. He's like, yep.
Okay, Val, take your time. We're gonna be here for a little bit. I'll say we'll probably be here for like another half hour. I'll go to 11:30 or whatnot. So you got 30 minutes, Val. I think you got enough time. And if anything, if you want to just chime back in for like 10 minutes, even if it's like 11:30 and you're about to come back on, Val, I'll extend it another 10, 15 minutes for you. So just let me know when you're ready to come back in, Val. You're good.
All right, let's try that again. Make sure It's not robotic.
Oh, you're good, man. Yeah, you're fine. All right. So no, go finish what you were saying, Bob.
Okay, so I did see the scene on YouTube. I don't know if it's authentic footage, but it definitely added an element to making sense of the whole branding of the Thorn. As long as they didn't add the Man in Black like they did midway through, because that you still need to explain.
Right.
So that would need more work, but the opening made sense for Michael.
Okay. I'm actually looking this scene up now because I'm going to see if I can see it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look that up when we get off of here too. I'm going to check that out because seeing it, like hearing about it is one thing, but then seeing it visually, it changed your whole aspect on everything.
And
Right.
and I don't know if it ever got taken down due to copyright either, because if that is real footage and they don't want it out there, they can take that stuff down pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know that. You know how that goes.
Now,
Okay.
now I don't know if you see my comment. I know Brandon was talking in his little
Yep,
rant
it's right
about.
here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll send the link to you then. Joe.
Cool. I wanted to. I didn't know if you guys knew. Brandon was talking about the triangle on the mask in H5.
No,
You know where that came from, right?
no, I don't think. I don't think so.
So during one of the scenes, the mask got damaged. I don't know if it was a stunt scene or not, and they actually didn't have that many replacement masks, so they had to sculpt Don Shank's nose, and then they applied it to the
Wow.
mask.
Okay, that's right. I did. I did
okay.
hear something about that. I did. I didn't hear from Brandon, but I heard something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's I just looking back at it, the movie took place a year after 4. I know that 4 did well. It was so well received. Everybody wanted more Michael Myers, but it was one of those instances where you should have let the 5th film burn up a little bit. Give it 2 years. They completely rushed this movie, and the guy who they got just didn't know the franchise.
Well, that's the trouble with
That's the
these
worst
films.
combination that you can get, in my opinion. You get a director who doesn't know shit about the fucking franchise, and then on top of that, you rush it a year after the 4th one was so successful. Give it some time to marinate. But that's just my opinion on it. We know how it is. Money talks and bullshit walks. So as long as that money's ringing in, they're gonna rush things even when they shouldn't.
Yeah, like he was saying, I'm surprised Akkad Mustafa let that even roll out.
I'm not. Do you want to know why I'm not surprised? The reason why I'm not surprised that Mustafa rolled that out is because he rolled Halloween Resurrection out. I like the concept of that movie. I do. I like the concept of sticking Michael Myers with a whole new group of people, going after them. There's no family connection. He's just a killer on the loose. I actually like it because it's a little bit different. But the way that movie, how it played out and was executed, it was just really cheesy.
Well, it was the time of the year. It was like everything was
Right.
everything was like
Parody.
MTV era and reality show era, and
Yep.
that's what we got.
The years of the parody. That's when the parodies really started. You had Scary Movie 1 and 2 coming out and stuff and I just feel like you said, why Mustafa rolled that out? Because, bro, we know this. The Halloween name is money. It does not matter how bad the trailer might look. The fans are going to go into it with optimism, hoping that they see a good Halloween movie. And that's all you need. When you got the fan base hook, line, and sinker, it's difficult to want to cater to every fan's needs and wants for every sequel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the sad thing. That's the sad thing about it. But
you'll never please everybody. It's
no, you will never please everybody. You will never please everybody. I mean, look at Halloween Ends.
Oh my God,
there were some people that hated it.
Talk about that movie, please. I don't.
See, that's what I'm saying. Though there's some people that hate it, but then there's some people that love it. So I put it this way, Joe. Whether you hate or you love the movie, one way or another, it's getting attention, which means we're going to get more fucking Halloween movies. So sign me up. I mean,
my script. Hopefully,
sometimes you got to sacrifice a good movie to keep getting more.
I do 2018, man. 2018, I put up there right next to the first Halloween. The way they did that movie.
Hey, I don't blame you. There's a lot of people who feel that way.
They should have left it.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's let's talk about Dr. Loomis and Halloween 5 real quickly, and then we're going to move on to Halloween 6. So, and we touched on it a little bit about Halloween 4, how we started to see the cracks in the dams even more so than before with Dr. Loomis. But in Halloween 5, it was on full display. The man went batshit crazy. And me personally, I loved it because that's character arc, that's character building. You see this guy who started off basically as a normal doctor. He got involved with Michael Myers. And slowly but surely, over the course of these sequels, you started to see the man's mental crack. To the point, for a while, he's beating the hell out of Michael with that 2x4, screaming, "Die! Die, Michael!" He has a heart attack. That lets you know just how mad he went from trying to stop Michael Myers for all these years. And I absolutely love that character building. And I know some people who are fans of, the Loomis character, they didn't like seeing that side of him because they're so used to seeing the warmer side. Me, I loved it because, again, that's character building. He can't stay the mild-tempered doctor forever who's just going to fire his gun. He has to show some personality along the way, more personality. And in 4, and definitely in 5, I feel like we got the most personalized Dr. Loomis in the entire franchise. That line, what he says to Meeker, "I prayed that he would burn in hell, but in my heart, I knew that hell would not have him." That, to me, is right up there with the quotes that he had in 1978. That right there, when he said that to Meeker, that hit my heart. I'm not even going to lie, because you felt it when he said it. And I personally absolutely love Dr. Loomis in Halloween 5 because he is over the edge. He's on that breaking point. So I'm going to start off with you on this one, Bob. How do you feel about Dr. Loomis in Halloween 5?
I think Loomis in 5 is probably my favorite version. You finally saw that unhealthy obsession over Michael finally come out. And you could kind of see it slowly building up. Not so much in 1 and 2, but when you got to 4 with that ending with no, and he's pointing the gun, and you could tell at that point he lost it. So going into 5, the fact you kind of kept him downward spiraling was perfect. That's how you keep your character growing. And you can't get any better. It showed you that even this director, as much as he didn't know, at least there was one thing you can say he really got right. And that was that downward spiral for Loomis.
Yeah.
And let's face it, Donald Pleasance is never going to fail to amaze.
No.
Absolutely not. Like, man, like, bro, I'm not even going to lie to you. After the stream, after I get some more of these, videos that I have, chilling in the cut, you know what I mean, and stuff, and I got to upload, I might fuck around and pop on Halloween 5 just to watch that performance. Just because he's that fucking good. Like, he is that convincing. That's the thing about Donald Pleasance for me throughout this entire franchise. It's his words. And we all know this, especially as human beings. Sometimes words can't be taken into account. Sometimes you have to see it to believe it. But when this motherfucker spoke, you believed it instantly. Some didn't. But us as the audience, we bought into it. Everything from 78 all the way to 5, 6, when it all ended. Everything Dr. Loomis fucking said about Michael Myers, we believed him. Because we felt that passion coming from the performance that Donald Pleasance was putting forth. He did such a good job at character acting. And I say character acting because you can be an actor. You can act your ass off. But if you can't play a specific role to a T the way it's supposed to be done, you're not going to be successful at it.
Yeah.
And this guy, God, like, this guy, from when he started with John Carpenter, all the way through all the other directors, he stayed true to bringing that every single sequel. He stayed consistent with adding layers to the Dr. Loomis character. And that's why, for me, and I know some people will argue with me about this, and that's okay. But for me, he's the greatest character in the Halloween franchise that's not named Laurie Strode and that's not named Michael Myers. I put him ahead of Laurie personally because he stuck with the franchise through thick and thin.
And what's crazy, he didn't even want the role.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's some shit. You do so well at a role you didn't even want, and look how it turned out. He was already an icon before Halloween. He was already heading in that direction. People don't understand the fucking vault that Donald Pleasance has. That man's got credits. But when he did Halloween, and he donned that iconic coat, and that bald head, and that beard, and that English accent as Dr. Loomis,
Iconic,
man. Like, and to me, he's the best character in the entire franchise. I have him ahead of Laurie, man, because, like I said, it's the consistency. It's the consistency, and it's the adding layers. And you're right, Bob. If there was one thing this fucking director did get right, it was not fucking with Donald Pleasance and trying to change him.
Yep. So,
Joe, to ask you the same question, what are your feelings on Dr. Loomis in Halloween 5?
Great role. I mean, he did a great job doing that. My honest favorite is 4, Dr. Loomis. I loved him in H4. But you can just tell as these movies go on, he was just getting fed up with he's warning everyone about who Michael is, and no one's listening to him. And you can tell as his role goes on, he's starting to go crazy, and he's starting to be like methodical, and look how he pulls Jamie in and tries to use her as a freaking, you know what I mean? Like he at all costs, he just wants to take down Michael now. And it was amazing. I love the role.
Bro, and I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up about him snatching up Jamie and using her as bait. You never seen that from Dr. Loomis.
No.
In 78, you seen him trying to protect Laurie, like push her out the way, especially in 2. When Michael stood up from killing the marshal. He told her to run. This one, he straight snatched that little girl up and said, "You want her? Here she is." Man, like, he snapped. He finally fucking snapped. He had it. Like you said.
Yep.
I love it because at some point, when do you don't go off the rails, especially when you have been pursuing him? As long as Dr. Loomis was pursuing Michael, there's going to be a point you snap. You're only human.
And he knew all along that Michael, like at the end of every film, you could tell that he knew Michael wasn't finished. He knew he was coming back. Like he knew.
Right.
You could tell.
Right. Absolutely.
Except for 2, since both were supposed to be dead.
That's true. Yeah. That is very true. That is very true. But I think, but then after, because we got more movies. Once he tried to blow the motherfucker up and it didn't work, Loomis already, you can't kill him.
Yeah.
You can't kill him. I blew him up.
Do you ever have your
and he still lives?
He's still alive after Curse of Michael Myers? What, like, we probably would have never had an H2O or a Resurrection. Like, what those movies would have been like if Donald Pleasance, was still alive playing Dr. Loomis.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, bro. Man,
like, just think about it. Like, if
you hit my heart,
there would have
man.
been an H2O. There wouldn't have been. I don't think there would have been an H2O. They probably would have continued H6 right from there, from that story.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I will say this, and I am hoping to get him here on the channel one day. I reached out to him, and I'm hoping he sees my message. The guy you see in every intro, every video you see, Tom Jones Jr. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a good job. He did a good job in that role.
Man, listen, I met him in person last year at Monster Mania. The cool dude. And let me tell you something. Outside of the makeup, guys, he looks like Donald Pleasance. Like, it's so surreal how much he does look like him.
Well, didn't he kind of have the same type of career as Donald Pleasance? Wasn't he like in like weird films before he took on
I'd
that
have to
role?
go back and look at his bio, but I don't know. I think he was more like a production. I know how he got the role is David Gordon Green seen him. Val told me this, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, Val. But he was on the set of, I guess, Halloween 18 or whatever.
Okay.
And David Gordon Green walked up to him because he said he looked like Dr. Loomis, and he offered him the 78 reenactment role. And that's how he got it.
Yeah, he was.
So he was just some
construction.
random guy standing out in the distance that he was
Basically,
like, hey,
like I think he was part of the casting crew, the background,
Okay.
back the people who help in the background.
Yeah,
And
he was
Wow.
helping with the construction of the sets.
Yes, there you
Construction
go.
Coordinator.
yes.
Oh wow.
So, yeah. And imagine that. Just imagine that. That's a hell of an opportunity. Now you are an acting stone for life in the Halloween franchise. Like,
I love the flashback scene.
bro, I told him that. When I see him, I said, man, Tom, I'm going to tell you this right now, man. I got to thank you so much, man, because you reenacting that scene, you brought back so many childhood good memories of that character because that's my favorite character. Like, man, you did it. You did, man. Like, I couldn't even get words out like I am now. Like, I was just like, man, you just did such a great job.
Even the guy that played Michael, because it wasn't James Ducournau.
Aaron Armstrong, he's my next pick to play Michael again.
Yeah.
I think he would do great as the next Michael if we don't get James Dude.
He pulled off the way that Nick Castle moved in H1 perfectly.
He did.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do a video about it, but you guys know it here now. He's my pick, man. I would love to see James Dude play Michael in a Danielle Harris film. In a Danielle Harris-led film, I should say. But I asked him on Night's Channel in a super chat. My man is fucking busy. He's got projects, that he's doing himself, like producing, directing, and stuff like that. And he said he wouldn't mind. He said he would love to do it, but the timing obviously would have to match up. So, and plus, there's no disrespect to James, but he's no spring chicken neither. He's getting up there too. So when I look at it, especially if we're expecting to get another Halloween film within the next 3 to 5 years, Aaron Armstrong he's young. He's still very young. And he's good. So I got him pegged to be my next Michael Myers. Because I'll be honest, we really don't know all these guys who do as much stunt work as they do underneath them costumes. We don't know them unless the role becomes iconic. You know what I mean? Or at least becomes iconic in our minds. Like how you feel about Hatchet and Victor Crowley, Bob.
Yeah.
Oh, you a Victor Crowley fan?
Kane Hodder, man. He did it perfect.
Hey, can I show you something?
He was a production assistant. Yeah, Tom was a production assistant.
Oh, I love that.
This was molded from the actual Hatchet from the movie.
Oh, that's tight.
Hey, check this out.
Ooh.
This was molded from the skull from Hatchet 3.
Yep.
Bro, that's tight. That's real tight. That's tight, bro.
Right
there. You just made Bob's entire month with that.
I would have pulled those out, but you mentioned that he was a Hatchet fan, so I had to pull those out. I'm a big Hatchet fan.
No, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, I'll tell you this real quick before we move on to Halloween 6. But he turned me into a believer. That shit rock, man. Hatchet is a shit.
Oh,
they're good movies. They're underrated. They don't get enough love.
Well, especially because Ari fit like Adam Green, like he pretty much used money out of his pocket. You know what I mean? To do all that. You know what I mean? He went out on a limb, and I mean he had other films like he did Frozen and other stuff like that. But.
Okay, yeah. So Million says Tom Jones Jr. is an art director. And what's up, Million? Sorry I didn't, get to say hi, but I'm saying it now, buddy. So I hope you're having a great night. But yeah, okay, so Tom Jones Jr. is an art director. Well, I mean, he had a hand in some beautiful art in Halloween Kills. And I would love to have him here on the channel in a live stream for at least an hour, however long, even if it's 30 minutes, an interview, a pre-recorded, whatever. You know what I mean? I would love to get him here on the channel, but I ain't gonna lie, I would like it to be a live stream because I would like all of us to get to experience that.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Absolutely, man. I'm trying to get into that game too, getting some interviews, talking to some of these stars and stuff like that. Even some of these, production, you see what Craven's doing, production designers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That'd be cool to get them on the channel. That's background access into the movies we love or the movies we hate. like like either way, it's fucking great content, man. Like, you know what I mean? So I really hope that happens. You know what I mean? I have a feeling it's gonna happen, and it's gonna happen soon. So I'm just, keeping my hopes alive. But yeah. So now let's move on to Halloween 6. Where do I even begin?
Oh, you better not hate on this film.
Bro, listen, man. I'll put it this way. Okay, so I won't completely bash it because I don't want people who do love this movie, you know what I mean? Because there's people who do like it and love it. I don't want them to look at it differently because I say, what I say. Because some people might be encouraged by that. They might look at it a different way based on my views. I don't want that. I'm just giving y'all my thoughts and opinions on it. The disrespect that was shown to Danielle Harris for this movie was just downright preposterous.
Agreed.
She wanted to do it. She was willing to do it. She just wasn't willing to meet the demands that her character is going to be killed off early in the fucking film. For God knows what reason. And rightfully so. She deserves way better than that. So they find a replacement. They make her older. She's like, what, anywhere between 16 to 18 in the movie.
Yeah, about that range.
Yeah, about that range. So, J.C. Brady, and, kudos to J.C. Brady because she did what she could with what she could with that role. I don't bash her. You know what I mean? And stuff, the circumstances are what they are. And if I was J.C. Brady, I would have took that role too because it's the role of a lifetime. So, even if it's for 15 minutes, it's a Halloween movie. So, we get the replacement. And we start off in the opening scene with seeing Jamie Lloyd being pushed on a gurney and what looks like, and when you go back and look at it now, obviously, or whatever and stuff, now that I'm not a child anymore and I'm actually a lot more observant to these things than I was before, they're in Smith's Grove. They're in the tunnels in the basement or whatnot. And you see all these candles, and you see the coat with the thorn, and then you see them take her baby. And then you hear, and there's two cuts of this. I'm sure you guys heard it. There's Dr. Loomis, narrating the beginning, and then there's Paul Rudd as Tommy Doyle.
Yeah.
The narrations are spectacular by both. That was the best part of the opening. The narration was sick on both ends. Then we see the baby getting the thorn put on it. And then it's just like, okay. And then it gets worse. We find out later on in the movie that it's Michael's baby.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, what? What prompted you to make this sickening, incestuous decision? Because that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like, you really did that. And then it's like you didn't hide it. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? And then, okay, if we want to have somebody be a driving force behind why Michael is the way he is, okay, not my cup of tea personally, but it might be for some. You have it be the fucking doctor who was seen only one time in the franchise getting cussed out by Loomis. Now, I give him credit for trying to tie it in, but this is a guy who we only seen once for a few seconds, and then he comes in this one, and don't get me wrong, I like Mitchell Ryan as an actor. You know, I like old school films, so I've seen a good bit of his movies. Good actor.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Yeah.
But you make this guy the fucking voice man from Halloween 5, and now, Laurie Strode's family, or, part of her Strode bloodline is living in the Myers house. Why the fuck they would do that is just beyond me. Knowing the history, it's just, I feel, I'm going to sum it up like this. It's one clusterfuck after one clusterfuck after one clusterfuck after one clusterfuck. And this movie had a lot of potential. And the reason why I say it had a lot of potential is because you got Donald Pleasance to come back. That's always potential there. But you got a young Paul Rudd. And he fucking killed it as Tommy Doyle.
Killed it.
Killed it. Absolutely killed it. And the girl who played, Kara, Marianne Hagen, she didn't do bad her damn self.
Nope.
I thought that there in this movie, there were some good actors that made the characters better than what they were probably written to be. And it's just so difficult because it's just like you left everything so out in the open. Like, especially when you go back and rewatch this movie, when you see the van creeping up on Jamie, you can tell it's from fucking Smith's Grove. You can see the lettering.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you got this guy, this voice man popping up mysterious. How the fuck has this guy have powers to pop up in a room and then be gone the next? Like, Goody, kill for me. Like, it's just like, I feel like this director, and this is crazy. When you can out fuck up the previous director, who is pretty bad, that says a lot. And that guy who directed Halloween 6, if I'm not mistaken, has never directed again. Like, he's never been heard or seen from again.
I'm not 100% sure. I did.
Yeah, I think they said that. Like, I think I was watching a documentary on Halloween 6, and they said basically leading into the end that Joe Chappelle, who directed it, had up until that point had never directed another movie.
Yeah, I think I remember in the documentaries hearing something like that, though.
Well, after implying incest, I'd hope not. That's just wrong on all sorts of different levels.
All right. And it's just like, it's sad because, again, they had potential. The characters, I liked the characters. I like Beth. I liked Kira's brother. Danny wasn't a bad character. The Pops, even though he was a jerk, he was a good jerk. He played the role right.
Yeah.
And then how about my man Barry Sims? Like, you had good characters. And I will say this, in terms of trying to catch the atmosphere, and I will say at least they made the Myers house look a little bit more like the fucking Myers house. You did do that right.
Yeah,
and the ambiance.
The feel of the movie. The feel of the movie felt great.
The feel of the movie did feel good. Like the ambiance and all that was good. I did like a lot of the lighting that he used in this movie. So it's not all negative. There is some slight positives. But overall, just the direction to go in this cult, like, the doctors of Smith's Groves are the reason why Michael, they control him and all that stuff. And then if you see the director's cut,
which
have you guys seen the director's cut?
Yeah,
saw
I own the Screen Factory box set, so it has the director's cut and everything in it.
Bro, we had Tommy in the hallway put some fucking dust in a triangle, in a fucking type ritual and cult type symbol, whatever. And he says, and Michael picks him up and starts choking him. And he says, Sammy. And it stops Michael. Stops him completely.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't see that in the theatrical version, of course, but that shit still counts to me. It's like, this was, like Bob said, this was just wrong on so many levels.
And Jamie dies different in that version too, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
She dies in the hospital bed because the voice man kills her, not Michael.
Shoots her, right? Gunshot to the head.
Yes, and you see Loomis. I'm sorry, Jamie, I failed you and stuff like that. Like,
the ending's different too.
Yes.
Yeah. Wynn gets trapped in that circle and then transfers it to Loomis, and then Loomis. That's why you hear Loomis actually in the theatrical cut going, "No!"
Yeah, screaming.
However he did it.
Yep. No, you're right. Because the thorn got put onto Loomis.
Yep.
And it's just what a sad way for them to send him out. That's what you do. That's what we hear when he's screaming. Is that Wynn grabs his hand and says, "It's your game now, doctor." And the thorn appears on his fucking wrist. Like, come on.
Which is heartbreaking every time you watch 8-6, man. When he's screaming at the end of that, because he passes away like
right.
That. It's like
he passed away before it. He passed away before the movie made the theaters.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
actually, the final act of the movie, especially, especially like the last scene where he says, "I have some business to attend to here." That's computerized. That scene right there is computerized. That's not Donald physically. And stuff, but
that's what I'm saying. Him screaming, it's like he actually died in that, like, in that movie.
Gonna say, like I'm not trying to make light of somebody's death, but if you listen to that producer's cut and watch it, even with his look, it looks like he was dying just by that happening with that character.
Yep. That's just. I will say this, because I did say it's not all negative. I liked how Michael looked in the movie. The mask was the closest at that point to the original mask, in my opinion.
Yeah, Brad Harding.
That was a good mask. And again, I feel like he doesn't get enough credit. George P. Wilbur, yes. Does he have the football pads? Sure. He's a brutal Michael Myers. And he did the walk and everything good. Now, I will say in 6, and I only liked it because it was different from the norm. They made Michael move faster. Especially when they're in that tunnel in Smith's Grove and he's chasing that guy that he ends up smashing his head into the gates.
That's Michael Lerner.
Like, Michael was jogging in that scene.
That wasn't George P. Wilbur. That was Michael Lerner. And the guy the guy that he smashed his head into into the thing was actually the guy's dad or something like that.
Oh, okay. See, I always thought, that it was George P. Wilbur who played those parts alone or whatnot, because Michael always Lerner, featured him, especially like in the documentaries. It's like they always featured him more than the other guys that did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because he did have more of a predominant role, but he did have a few replacements in there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess you can actually tell, especially like from the beginning scene, you can tell he's a little bit chunkier. And then in that scene in the tunnel, as well as when he's walking in the hallway, he does look slimmer.
Yeah.
Now that I'm like picturing it out.
Yeah, because the hockey pads are off. Like if you see like more bulk, it's Wilbur for the hockey pads.
Right. But like I said, it wasn't all negative. It did have some positives. I really wish we would have gotten more Barry Sims. I really do. And the reason why I say that is because I feel like they could have utilized, what I envision is this. That night when Jamie calls into the radio station Why were we not at the radio station with Barry? You should have cut over to that for a quick second. Just even for a quick second. You should have cut over to that radio scene with Barry Sims.
Get his expression and his facial expression and everything.
Yes, you know, and stuff like that. And plus to get introduced to the character. You know what I mean? Give him some more time. Because I thought that he's a funny character, man. You know, he was an outspoken cat, and I enjoyed him. So,
and then boxer shorts, man, them things were stylish.
Bro, I'm sorry. He had one of the fucking funniest lines I've ever heard of in a horror movie. I'm sorry. My boy straight called Beth out and said, "Whoa, she get this riled up in the sack, Tim? I bet she wears crotchless panties and barks like a dog. Beth, what do you say, honey? Me and you." You know, like it's lines like that. Like that, I'm just like, yo, this guy, because he has no filter. I like that. You know what I mean? And stuff like I absolutely love that scene and stuff. But like characters like I said, they had good characters. The actors were good. Like I loved Kira's brother. This is the Tim Strode stomach pounder. You down for the challenge? Like, you know what I mean? Like he was cool. He was that cool ass brother. You know what I mean? Like they had good characters. They just didn't know. They didn't know how to foster this environment. This guy didn't know what a Halloween movie was. Much like the one before him, he really must have liked this idea of a cult controlling Michael. So he took it to a whole nother level than the previous one did. And
what were your thoughts on Blankenship?
Mr. Yeah, so you have the lady who basically babysitted Michael Myers turn out to be one of the fucking cult members. Like, come on. Like, creepy old lady. The look was good. Creepy ass old lady. Especially, I love that window scene when she's talking and you see Michael in the background and the thunder's rolling. I love that.
Telling the story to Danny.
Yes, telling the story to Danny. I do love that. But then you reveal her as part of the cult, and she's like, "Hello, dear." It's just like, oh, come on.
Yeah, it was corny.
You know what I mean? So,
but if you think about it, though, it kind of made sense because it's kind of like giving, like she was the first one that, like, kind of touched Michael with this curse, or like noticed this curse from Michael because she babysitted him when he killed his sister. So it kind of made sense. Yeah. It made sense, but it was also stupid at the same time.
Right. Or, I mean, given that she was part of the fucking cult herself, who's to say she wasn't a doctor at Smith's Grove? And she, of course, at that time, she was retired. You know what I mean?
It's a possibility that they just never touched on it. That
right, exactly. Because if she babysitted Michael, and she said herself, she said, "I was babysitting him that night. Little Mikey Myers, who lived across the street. And that's when the voice came. The night he murdered his sister." It's like, hold up. How the fuck you know about that voice? Did you hear it too? Maybe you were the voice. You were the voice that was promoting it for, when.
They were programming it into Michael's mind like they were trying to do with Danny.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. And it's just like, this is the direction you decide to go. Like, it's just.
Yeah.
It's sad. It absolutely it is, because you could have had so much potential with these characters, especially, like I said, Paul Rudd absolutely killed Tommy.
Val says she's backstage.
Okay, let's go. Thank you for that, Joe. What's up, Val?
Hey guys. Sorry, I had to eat something.
Oh no. Don't be sorry, Val. You're good. I'll say we'll go another.
I want to hear Val's opinions on all this. She missed a lot.
Oh wow, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She's been in the chat though. She's been active in the chat. Val, she multitasks. You don't know, buddy. Val's a pro. So I'll say we'll probably go another 15 minutes, and then we're gonna wrap everything up. But yeah, I want to get everybody's, because I did ramble there for a second. So I do want to get everybody's take on Halloween 6 and the debacle that it is. So Val, being that you just came back on, what is your take on Halloween 6? I've seen some of your comments, but obviously I want the live audience to hear you live and in person. So what is your take on Halloween 6?
Well, the theatrical cut, not too bad.
Ooh.
It was
Wow, hold up. I must say real quick, I am genuinely shocked that that came out of your mouth, Val. But
Yeah.
proceed.
Well, I mean, by that time, because we got the thorn, a tad of the thorn call and that, and the family connection in 4 and 5, I think I was prepared going into 6. But now, I want to say like 6 months ago, we did a watch party of the producer's cut of it. Oh, hell no. Hell no. That whole ending, like you were talking about, Marcus, where they passed the thorn cult on to Liz, I just was like, you freaking serious here? But I think, again, I think overall it was an okay movie. Was it the best? No. Was it the worst? No. We'll talk the worst when we get to Resurrection and Rob Zombies, but I think in part for me it's because I really did I really do like Paul Rudd, and I think for what he was given, I think he did a really good job in there.
Oh yeah,
agreed.
Yeah. I hated that, again, I hated that they killed, quote unquote, Jamie Lloyd off right away.
Right.
And the insinuation in the theatrical cut with the baby and everything, that was not a tad, that was cringy.
Yes. Yeah.
But
and remember, Val, in the producer's cut, they basically admitted it. When Kira's on the table, she looks at Michael and she says, "It's your baby, isn't it, Michael?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, what?
Yeah, they touched on it a lot more in the cut.
It's like, wow.
Yeah, that producer's cut was rough to watch. It was just wow. And I'm glad that is not the version we got of it, because that was way more cringy than what we got. But again, I think it was overall a good movie. It, again, not the worst of it. I think some of the characters were able. I mean, come on, we got a little girl dancing in Blood Rain.
It's raining red.
Yeah. It's warm. Even though he was an ass, I did like the short part that Barry Sims had on there. I didn't mind the Kira character. So, again, not the worst for me. Which ones are my worst.
I do. That's and there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, for me, it's mostly negative, but there wasn't everything that was negative with it. I just hated the direction they decided to go in terms of the Jamie Lloyd story and doing this whole thing that they did, with this whole cult of Thorn and the baby and stuff. Like, I feel like there was a golden opportunity to really bring Jamie Lloyd back into the fold the right way.
Right.
And then still have a movie where we get Paul Rudd as Tommy Doyle.
Right.
Like that. That's why I say, even now, if you're going to bring Danielle Harris back, I would love to see Paul Rudd alongside of her as Tommy Doyle.
You're going to love my script then. I'll have to, when I'm done.
That, to me, I mean, outside of John Tate, because I love John Tate too. But outside of that, like, for me, I think because in a direct sequel to 78, like we were talking about earlier, you can write a script for both Danielle Harris's character, Jamie, and Tommy. Because directly after 78, we don't know what Tommy is up to. We don't,
Right.
And 6, we get that decent little backstory about him. We know what he's been up to. He's spent his life tracking Michael Myers, kind of much like Loomis.
Well, even then, Marcus, you just have a chance to do a little better with the Lindsay character too, because she's still up there at that point. Lindsay Wallace.
Yeah. So, wow. See, that's a good point, Val. Yeah, you could see. You see how we come up with so many fucking possibilities on to how this movie could have been better.
Oh my god.
There's so many possibilities for this franchise going forward. And I really hope that they would do a Danielle Harris movie with Tommy Doyle, and now that you say her, Lindsay Wallace. Because Lindsay, we didn't get to see much of her in Halloween Kills, and then in the ends, we barely saw her.
Right.
So that character needs to, get some justice done for her as well and stuff. So I agree with that, Val. That's good stuff.
And especially because the girl who actually played her obviously still wants to be a part of the franchise. So, again, use all of it. Marcus, there's just so many things that they can do, and that they have so many great opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
If they strike while it's hot, again, I know I have to agree. We'll probably get another one or announcement of another one like in 3 years.
I agree. I think that there's definitely a possibility that there's going to be another Halloween movie in the next couple of years, and at least the next 3 to 5 years. I'm hoping 3, but I'm not against waiting 5 to get everything right and into place.
I think though, if you wait, I wouldn't be mad at 5, but I think you're going to lose a lot of the fan base, especially the newer fan base, because they're younger. They're not going to sit around and wait 5 years like us older fans or us OG fans would.
Right.
So I think if they wait too long, they might lose a nice chunk of that fan base.
You have a good point. You do. But this is why I say, if you bring somebody in, like a Paul Rudd, that will alleviate some of that pressure. Because he's box office.
Yeah, but also, where are we starting off, though, from? We got so many different storylines and plots, and we're
starting off directly from 78. Because you can do that with both characters. We'll do that with all 3 characters. With Danielle Harris's character, Jamie Lloyd, with Tommy Doyle, with Lindsay Wallace. You can do all of that directly after 78. You can kind of still stick with the same formula. Not even the same formula, because we got to keep in mind, even in the newer ones, like this was touched on earlier, Laurie said she had 2 failed marriages.
Right.
How do we not know she didn't have other children outside of Karen? So there's definitely, some meat on the bone for it to happen directly after 78. Maybe 25, 30 years somewhere down the road, you go back to the well with, Laurie has passed, because she got in a car accident. Maybe Danielle has been through the system, or maybe you retcon the entire Carruthers family and just make it, obviously updated.
Can I shoot you guys something real quick?
Yeah.
So my script is it starts out with John. He's now older. He's a detective.
Ooh.
And it starts off with him driving to the hospital where Laurie was held before she dies, and Michael follows him there. That's how Michael finds Laurie. He follows John to the hospital.
Oh.
And then he finds out about Tommy. He searches for Tommy. Tommy tells him everything. Tells him everything about his mom's past, about what happened with him. He tells him he has a sister. And then Danielle Harris is brought into the picture. She faked her death. That wasn't her that got killed.
That's interesting.
And Danny will be in it. Like, Tommy's now married to the woman across the street with Danny. John's now married to the woman, the girlfriend from H2O. All those characters will be in it.
Hey, man, that sets up for a nice legacy fan film, bro. Like, honestly, And if you're trying to get it into a bigger picture, that's not a bad idea because you're bringing back characters that are known in the franchise. You know what I mean?
Story plot though. So Stephen, Michael's baby, takes over the Thorn, and he becomes Michael.
And let's not
Ooh.
forget, seeing as we are talking about 6, we still have that baby floating around.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was hit with the Cult of Thorn symbol. And regardless to how you feel about this, whole Cult of Thorn, regardless to how you feel about it, it's a storyline that can still be used and happen. I think a lot of people, forget about that. I talked about that in my 6 Ways Back to Haddonfield. I said if they wanted to, even if some people don't like it, let's say if they decide not to go to Danielle route, and they decide to go to Tommy Doyle route because Paul Rudd, he's box office. They could easily, if they wanted to, even if people don't like it, they could easily pick up from where 6 left off, introduce Steven now as an older kid. Maybe now because he has a cult, he was branded with the Cult of Thorn, he sees flashbacks. He sees these visions of Michael, the voice man, whatever, and stuff like that. And you could put that together. Again, some people might not like it. There's going to be people who do. You know what I mean?
So in my script, Steven, which is in my story around the same age as Michael when he killed his sister, Tommy and John end up killing Michael and burying him in some field, and Steven ends up stabbing Tommy and John and going into a foster home and changes his name to Michael. So when they ask him what his name is at the end of my movie, he says, "My name's Michael."
Well, see, I will say this. Why that, it ties in is because Steven is Michael's kid. So basically you're going, with the offspring of Michael route.
Yeah.
And, it ties in, man. And that's not a bad script, especially if you put it together the way you want to. I say it all the time. Bro, create what the hell you want. Be the creator you want to be.
Marcus, you've been watching these fan films now. Look at how freaking phenomenal these are.
Yeah.
The Jason versus Michael one. I don't know if you watched that one. Watch it.
Peter
Anthony.
Okay.
Watch it, dude. I think you did, dude. What's the review you just did?
You talk about Roseblood?
Well, that's Friday. That's with Tina. That was another one that we.
That was a good one too.
That was a really good one.
Yeah, I used to play with the guy Peter Anthony that made that.
Marcus, what's the movie?
Oh, thank you, man. What was that,
Val?
Val?
You're talking about when they're fighting in the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the name of it.
And Marcus, go on to Michael's Movie and Beyond. Go on to his channel, and he's got a bunch of fan films that we did watch parties for, and check them all out.
Isn't Jason chasing somebody through the woods and then he runs into Michael?
Phenomenal.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think Jason's chasing somebody through the woods and then he just stumbles across Michael and they just lock eyes and start going at it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I will say this. I'm definitely going to, because like I said, I'm going to start making Fridays mornings like fan film reviews and stuff like that, live streaming. And I will say this. I'm really excited for Dylan's New Nightmare.
Oh, my God, dude.
And Never Hike Alone 2. Y'all, you know this, Bob. Val, you know this. That's, Tom Matthews is my boy.
My buddy worked on that film, Dylan's New Nightmare. My buddy
Nice. Heck yeah, man. I can't wait for that to come out. That looks so good. It really does.
Michael had the writers in that on his channel and did an interview. Dude, they are awesome. Awesome guys. So, and do you have the link to their channel, Marcus?
See, I asked Michael because I tried to go on their Instagram and he did tell me something had happened. He told me to go on to Dylan's New Nightmare site on there or whatever, and I haven't gotten around to it. So if you have the link, just send it over to me, Val.
I will. And
I've been wanting to get them guys on here for months, and
That'd be
You'd
awesome.
have so much
Yeah,
fun
like-
with them, Marcus.
Like I talked to them back when I first did the first look reactions to like the photos and stuff, and they commented on my video. And I told them, I would love to get them here on a live stream. But then you guys know I was having issues, and stuff like that. So then, things start getting better. And I did the trailer reaction with Michael or whatever. I went on his channel, then we basically did it back to back, came back on here and stuff. And they commented on that as well, and they still want to do the interview. So, yeah, definitely send me that link, Val, because
I will.
what I envision, you know what I mean, is because my birthday is coming up on the 20th or whatever, and I have off that day. I'm envisioning having like a 3-part stream, like one in the morning, one like in the like late afternoon, and then one at night and stuff like that. And what I'm trying to do is see if maybe in the afternoon they can come on for like an hour or two.
Oh, that would be so cool. You would enjoy them.
I think I would too. Like, I think that would be a fun stream, like for real, because I'm so hyped for this fan film because Wes Craven's New Nightmare is my favorite Freddy sequel in the franchise.
And to get the original Dylan back.
Yes. That was the hook, line, and sinker for me, as well as Dave McRae. I'm really interested to see how he does. Like, I can't wait to see the entire film to make my overall critique. But so far, man, he's good. He's real good. So
write your script your way.
That's right. Absolutely. Like I said, man, like, listen, there's not everything is bad with Halloween 6. There is some good ways you can utilize this whole cult concept if you just, if you just take out a couple of the things that they obviously did and stuff like that. But again,
in my script, it's so iconic because Tommy, the first time Tommy meets John and John meets Tommy, they meet in a coffee shop right across the street from the Vincent drugstore where Michael got his mask in H4.
Wow, that's a good spot, man. See, that's what I'm talking about, man. Like I said, man, create your shit, bro. You know what I mean? I'll watch it. You know what I mean? I'll support it. You ever say, are you?
And I think it's the best for 9 because what's a 6 upside down? It's a 9, and a 9 upside down is a 6. So I figured that would be the best time to bring that storyline into it is for Halloween 9, and it's supposed to be called Halloween 9: Legacy of Thorn because his son takes on his legacy.
Right. No, that makes perfect sense. Like I said, man, listen, whenever you're done writing the script, and if you're you can get some backing behind it, and you can get the fan film, whatever you're trying to do. You let me know. You send me a link. I will support, man. I'll donate. I will help out.
Yes, well, even if nothing even happens with it, just for me I just want to see it. It's not even care if anybody else sees it. I just want to see it.
Right, man. Like, yo, I love it, man. Like I said, I can't wait till I can start getting around to doing that stuff or whatever and stuff. Like being able to really focus on once I get the channel to a certain point.
And they make a good point here. I'm looking at them. Keep reading this comment over and over again.
Well, and Marcus, don't forget we have.
Oh, I know.
Rat's Halloween fan film coming out this year.
Yeah, The Shape of Halloween.
Yeah,
that's another one. I'm watching that. That damn bridge scene got me. I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
trust me, I ain't forget about Brett. I want to bring him on the channel and talk about it as well.
Hey, I didn't forget about Brett, but I'm hooked into Halloween 9 Legacy, man. I'm hooked now.
Yeah, man. Like I said, let's go. You know what I mean? Like I said, with stuff, listen, whether you create videos, whether you create fan films about your favorite horror movies, the beautiful thing about doing that is you're keeping the legacies of it alive in the mainstream.
Absolutely.
That means we're going to
the reason part of the title Legacy too, not just because of Michael's son, but because it's continuing the legacy of the franchise.
Right, exactly.
And one of the biggest things that us huge, big Michael Halloween fans is that, like, why do you always keep putting a terror in the storyline? It's like, continue the story and make it make sense and stop going off. You know what I mean? Because in H2O, she never mentions Jamie. Where'd Jamie go? You know what I mean? So my story ties in. It pretty much it's H1. It cuts out H2, and then 4, 5, 6, and then on and on.
And Marcus, I'm all down for being a part of making that fan film with Sandy Johnson's idea. Judith?
Yes, yeah. Like, I think that could work, y'all. Like, I really do. I think that would be a really fun fan film because, Sandy said on Knight's channel that, she basically would kind of have it like Lori, like she like survived, Michael stabbing her and stuff, but like she would want to go up against him, fight back. She don't want to run from him, stuff like that. And
yeah, you'd only be able to do that in the fan
I think
film.
that's so cool.
She's not coming back for no Halloween's.
I think that's so cool though, because I actually asked her, would you do a fan film about that? And she said she would be down.
Yeah, she said yes, she would.
She would be down. Like, so.
You say Jamie or Danielle?
No, I'm talking about Sandy Johnson, who played Judith Myers in the original 78.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. I thought you said Jamie Lee Curtis. I was going to say, oh, God, that lawsuit from earlier could happen then. Oh, God.
I'll say, because as far as I know, she's been done with Halloween films since H2O.
Yeah, listen, I mean, and this is no shade to Jamie Lee, but I think I would have to come with a considerable bag to get her.
I think she ruined those Blumhouse films because she had such a vendetta against the directors of H2O because she wanted to be the one that killed Michael in H2O and they didn't give it to her.
Yeah.
I mean, you do make an excellent point when it boils down to it, but the way I see it, one of them was going to die.
Yep.
And I wasn't surprised that it wasn't Laurie. She's the ultimate final girl. That's the arc of her.
Marcus,
that's the pain though. Michael's not dead because no matter what, there's going to be another Halloween film, and it's not going to have Jamie Lee Curtis in it. It's going to have Michael Myers in it. So she didn't win.
Yeah,
and
because in her timeline she did.
Yeah.
And that's exactly why. And I took so much crap for it. From the get-go, when Angel coming out, I said Michael was going to be the one who was going to die. And again, Marcus, you'll understand that more when I send you the script, that little script for the video I wrote.
Yeah.
I'm
not gonna lie. I'm going into the movie. I was expecting Michael to die.
Yeah.
I just didn't expect him. I didn't expect him to kill him that way. I mean, listen. What did Loomis say?
You're gonna kill the shape but to grind.
That's what I'm saying. You have to desecrate the body. That's exactly what Loomis's voiceover said in 18. He said, you have to disintegrate the body.
Mm-hmm.
So me personally, I wasn't mad. I thought it was a fucking cool kill.
I think it would be cool if she dove in with him, though. It would have been cool if she jumped in with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to know how perfect ending to it all would have been? Do it how it all began. Have them both go. Guess what? That means you're done with the franchise. You can't come back. And you got your wish. Michael's dead in your little trilogy here, so they can't decide to retcon what you want. So you can stay away and let other people have a go at it.
I honestly thought when she was standing there watching him get ground up, I honestly thought I was just waiting for her to say, you know what, I'm jumping in.
Actually, I'm not going to lie. I was expecting Allison to push her in.
Oh, shit. Well, I will say this, guys, and then I'm going to read this comment. I'm going to read this comment by Million because I want us to touch on it real quick. But I will say this. Jamie Lee can say that she's done with the Halloween franchise. I will counter that by saying I've heard that same song and dance before.
Oh, no, I think if somebody gave her the right amount of money, she'd come back a heartbeat.
Listen.
Yeah, but I'm going to say this. Stay away. You've had your time in the sunshine. I don't want to see Halloween 60 years later, Battle of the Nursing Home.
No, I'm not saying her coming back is like the main focus. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying if we get this Danielle route right, and what if they don't all the way confirm Laurie's dead, right? What if they go with the route that they faked her death and Danielle's, Jamie doesn't know that.
And then leave it open that she's out there somewhere.
And then, like, let's say if they do a 2 or 3-parter, I would say it would probably be a trilogy, most likely.
I mean, they left it open in Resurrection. You don't physically see her die. She gets stabbed in the back and falls. We don't know how far of a drop that
right.
was.
That is a good point to make. So, like, I'll put it this way. If we get this story with Danielle, and let's say we get 2 of them, right, to start off, and they do great business, they do big money, and they leave the door open that the Laurie Strode character could still be alive and come back, I would not be surprised if they offered her the script, threw her the fucking bag, and she said, I'm coming back. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all. And it doesn't have to be, for half the movie. It doesn't have to be the entire movie. You can have her show up in the final showdown. You know what I mean? To team up with her daughter.
All I'm going to say is, me personally, if that does happen, I'd be walking out the theater.
Yeah,
I mean, hey, everybody might not like it. It's not suitable for everybody.
I think
I just personally, just dealing with this woman, basically since I was a child with this fucking franchise, and seeing how she said after Halloween 2, I'll never come back. And then what did she do? She come back for H2O and a little bit of Resurrection. Says after that, I'm done with the Halloween franchise. 2018, what happened? She comes back. 2021 comes back. 2022 comes back.
Well,
I'm just saying.
Resurrection was only because it was still in her contract from H2O that she had to do the scene in Resurrection.
Yeah, but my whole thing is that if she was really trying to be done with Halloween after H2O, like she claims, you wouldn't sign that 2-parter. You wouldn't sign that contract saying there's going to probably be another part.
Right.
So I'll just leave it at this. I ain't trusting her when she says, "Oh, I'll never coming back," because I've heard it before.
Yeah, because it's not like her career wasn't going downhill during H2O, and she was still doing films.
And this is my thing. She's still relatively young. She's not that old. She's still got years. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Here's my thing. At this point, Marcus 5, Laurie Strode is my number 1 final girl.
Right.
But there are way too many avenues that they can go with this that don't include her. Maybe in the background, you know what I mean? Like a mention, if they pick up the dance. But kind of, and here's kind of like I said with the Scream 6 and Sydney, I'm ready to move on.
Right.
Even though she's my favorite, she will always be my favorite. Without her, 78 wouldn't be what we got. But with so many other avenues that really don't include her, I hope they steer away from it. Even if she, hinted she wanted to come back, I would like them to steer down these different avenues.
Literally, in my script, the only part that Laurie Strode has mentioned is when in the very beginning, when he goes to the hospital to see her, she doesn't even have a line. He literally talks to the doctors that was talking to, the ones that said she hasn't spoken in years. He literally just goes in the room, tells her that, he's gonna, because he knows Michael's still out there too. He literally tells her, like, "Mom, I'm gonna find him," and then she's just staring out the window like she always does in the hospital. That's the only time you see her in my script, is she's staring out the window before she dies.
Yeah, I mean, you don't. I agree with you, Val. It is time to move on. I'm just sitting there saying, we know this woman. We know this woman. And if the money is right, if the story is right, especially if it's like the last of this 3-parter with Danielle, I would not be surprised if she said yes. I wouldn't. I would not be at all. Because if there's one thing we know about Jamie Lee Curtis, she loves the bag.
Yeah.
I don't think Danielle Harris would do a movie with her, though.
Well, not just that. I'm going to say this, and this is going to be controversial, I know. I would rather Radio Silence, Paramount, and all them throw Nev Campbell a bag of money than see Jamie Lee Curtis come back. It's not that I hate Jamie Lee. It's if you look at all the comments and everything leading up to things, she doesn't like that parents showed kids these horror movies like Halloween and that, which actually led to your legacy if you think about it.
Janet
Then
Leigh.
you have the Danielle Harris incident. You not really interacting with fans by going to conventions. You don't have to go to horror conventions, but you're in action movies and other things. We don't really see her interact with fans. I just can't support somebody that doesn't seem to really want to be once in a while around fans.
I mean, look what she
I
did to
agree.
Danielle Harris.
You make a good point.
Danielle Harris went to go meet her, and she pretty much told her that she didn't know who she was. And
which led to the rant of BS, and I stand by that. So again, if you want to sue me, good luck, because I don't have a dime to my name.
Listen, I feel like this. Danielle's end anyway. For not only the sake of business, but for the sake of the legacy of the franchise, I feel like if that offer were to come up, she would do it. She would. Just on those alone.
Only because she wants to be in another
Halloween. She loves this fucking franchise so much.
Harris, yes, but I have one question. When the company throws money at Jamie Lee Curtis, how much control is Jamie Lee Curtis going to have? She could easily.
That is a good question.
And I'm not trying to bash Jamie Lee here, but she could easily destroy Danielle Harris's career from Halloween in a blink if she has control. She could be like, I don't want someone replacing me. If I decide to come back, I want to be the star. That's
she has
the
too
only
much
thing
control
in
ends and kills.
I'll be honest.
And that's what I would be afraid of, Bob, is that they
and I agree with that.
Her together, that they would put the Jamie Lee Curtis, Laurie Strode over the Danielle Harris character, and I think this is a time for Danielle to shine in this. Once again, in this franchise, if somebody gives her the opportunity.
And it's not just that. Like I always say, Jamie Lee had the time in the sun for this franchise. You did what you could. Even if you don't bring Danielle Harris back, let's get someone else to shine up in this franchise. Halloween started people's careers. Why don't we, if you don't bring somebody back, let it upstart someone new. You don't know. You could have the next big celebrity if they catch some random teenager.
I mean, if you think about it, horror is the first step in a lot of the big actors we have out there. The horror is their first film.
Exactly. I'm thinking like Paul Rudd. Look at 6. Harris wasn't that, but that pretty much helped Paul Rudd. So, I mean, we could have the next big name if we don't go big named either. So,
right.
I just think it's time to move on from Jamie Lee and just general. It doesn't even have to be if you go the Harris route. Let's get some new people in.
Agreed.
Oh no, I'm not against that at all. But I'm not going to lie to you. You know what I mean? For me,
I do have to agree with that.
I feel like this. I feel like Jamie Lee, and like I said, if it's a 3-parter with Danielle, and she's going to come in on the 3rd one, right? She's not there as much. She's not there, all like that. They give her a considerable amount of money for a few scenes, a few minutes. How iconic would it be to have Jamie Lee and Danielle standing side by side, vanquishing the shape, right? And then basically at the end, she basically passes the torch off to Danielle.
You have two of the main faces of Halloween, right, with Jamie Lee Curtis and Danielle Harris.
Like, I'm just saying that
it would be iconic and everybody would want to see it, but
I'm just saying as a fan, I wouldn't mind not passing that opportunity up if it was done correctly. It has to be done correctly. It can't be done the way Jamie Lee and whoever the fucking director is or whatever has to let that be known. This isn't about you, but we want to bring you in to piece in this last part of this story and have you pass the torch. I personally think, especially at that point in time, if that were to happen, at that point in time, Jamie Lee would be a little bit older as she is now. She knows she's not trying to carry the Halloween franchise anymore. I personally feel like she would be up for that. That's just me. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, she may have gave Danielle the cold shoulder, when they met. But time heals all wounds or whatever, and time, maybe down the line she might feel different
I don't know.
about that
Jamie Lee
situation.
Curtis holds grudges, man. I don't know.
See, I don't see, and see that's the thing though. You know what I mean? Maybe she could feel that way, but
Especially being
what
that
would
Danielle
this
Harris
grudge
scout.
be? What would this grudge be against Danielle? What, because she came into
Because
the
they went on their
franchise and saved
podcast
it?
and pretty much.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring up something interesting. What if it has nothing to do with that? Her and John Carpenter are good friends. What was the cause of Halloween 4? John Carpenter gave away his rights. Everything pretty much after that, to her, because of the friendship, Carpenter gave me my career. None of this stuff matters.
Deborah Hill.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, she could be holding a grudge over that. And, well, Rob Zombie's doesn't help matters either. The fact that you had... Look, I'm not insulting Jamie Lee. I still like her as Laurie. But I think Scout held her own as Laurie, too. It was just a
she
different
did.
version. It's like there has to be a time when an actress or even an actor, you have to pass the torch down and not hold grudges. I get it. You're famous, blah, blah, blah. Guess what? You're not on a pedestal. Technically, you're no better than the four of us right now. We all breathe air. We all have to eat. We all sleep. We all put our clothes on. What makes you any better than me? What, you make more money than me? Ooh, big deal. At the end of the day, we're all humans.
Very
That's
true.
just how I view it.
No, that's very true.
I think it's more or less the fact that Danielle went on with Scout Taylor, and they kind of, not in a nice way, kind of bashed Jamie Lee Curtis on their podcast. You know what I mean? So that might be the grudge that she might hold on.
Marcus,
I didn't know about all that. But even so, it's like, come on, we're fucking adults here. Like, let's put the bullshit to the side. And like I said, passing the torch the right way. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's get you two in a fucking movie together, even for if it's the scene for fucking 10, 15 minutes. And you, as the original final girl, you pass it on to this one.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Solidifying her. I think Danielle could be solidified on her own. She already is. But, and you know this, Bob, being a wrestling fan, sometimes, no matter how hot something is, you need that extra little special touch to finish it off.
True.
I think that, man, I'm optimistic. I don't think I'm not gonna. My percentages isn't high, but I'm optimistic. You know, especially if we can get Danielle. First, we got to get Danielle to come back. That's well, we know she wants to come back, but we got to get the people who want to bring her back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that happens, then hopefully, like I said, maybe time heals all wounds. And if that is the direction they were to go, as if in the third part in the trilogy, bring Jamie in for a few fucking minutes, have her pass off the torch to Danielle, bro. It would be just phenomenal. You know what I mean? Like, it would be a sight before eyes because you never thought you'd see it.
Did they do the Halloween convention yet in Pasadena, or did they?
I have no idea, but I know that I'm going to be going to Monster Mania in a couple weeks in Jersey. Kiefer Sutherland's
the one in Jersey.
I am. Kiefer Sutherland's going to be there, Val.
Yes, I live in Delaware, so I'm right over the bridge.
Kiefer and Alyssa Sutherland's going to be there. My favorite Deadite in the Evil Dead franchise. I can't pass her up.
Isn't that the same weekend as the New York one?
No, New York's not until October.
Okay.
Yeah,
oh no, Val. Trust me, Val. I got this spaced out perfectly. Don't worry.
Are you going to the Philly Expo?
The Monster Mania Con 57 with Matthew, Nev, and Skeet and all them?
With everybody from Scream, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Listen, I live in Delaware, so I'm 40 minutes from Jersey and Philly.
I'm about 2 hours away from it. But that ain't shit. So
yeah, you're closer to Hunt Valley, right?
Yep. I'm 40 minutes away from Hunts Valley. Yep. And they got I'm glad you brought that up. Guess who's going to be at Hunts Valley?
No, I haven't been keeping up on it.
Feldman.
Oh, nice.
Feldman's going to be there 2 days. He's going to be there Saturday and Sunday.
I know he was supposed to be at one of the ones here in Jersey, but he got canceled not that long ago. One of the past
Yeah, if
ones.
he stays on,
Yeah.
if he stays on, it's safe to say he's shortened my New York trip because New York starts on a Thursday. So I'm getting there. I'm gonna be there that day. I'm not playing games or whatever. My hope is that if anything, I can leave early Saturday, get back because Sunday is the last day he's going to be there, Feldman, and then go up to Monster Mania Con in Maryland for that day and grab Feldman's autograph.
I'm going to try to get to the one. I'd like to go to the one in Cincinnati, and
Horror Hound.
I want to do that one in Nashville, right, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Okay. See, I know Horror Hound does go around, so that one might be in Tennessee. Then I know they have one in Ohio.
Yeah, the one in Cincinnati, and then in October, I think there's one in Tennessee.
Oh,
Yeah. And unfortunately for me, I'm stuck going to the one in New Jersey for Monster Mania because of all who's going to be there. Yeah, Mom, wanted to go to the other one, with Nev and them, but
I was trying to find them. I have like a bunch of the Monster Mania convention shirts, because I get one every time I go there.
bro,
Here's the
that's what I'm saying. Like, and then another thing I'm gonna start doing, especially with Monster Mania, because they're the cheapest ones I've seen. I'm starting to get VIP shit.
Oh yeah, it's always cheaper to do VIP.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just too much perks and access, that I have to get my hands on. Especially
skip the line. Skip the line for like.
Yep. Not even just that. And see, this is the thing, because I've seen it on a New York City Comic-Con. Now, obviously, I want to be able to go into these, Q&As and be able to get some footage. They did say that they allow it, but it depends on who's running it. So there's some that might not be cool with me recording. There's some that might will. So fingers crossed I can record in Carpenter's room.
No,
I was just saying, depending on like what kind of time you're on, some of those, big stars, they'll have lines that you're sitting there for hours and they're waiting to go get a.
Oh, I know. Oh,
That's
bro, my first.
That skip the line. That skip the line for that VIP comes in handy sometimes.
My first convention was last year at Horror Hound in Cincinnati, Cincinnati. That's what I call it. Or whatever. Fun time. Amazing time. People were down there were really cool. Or whatnot. We stayed until we didn't get back in PA. Did we stay till Monday? I think we did. Yeah, we stayed till Monday. So, getting back late didn't matter. But the convention closed at 5. We were in line waiting. Nev left early. She had to leave early because she had to catch a flight. So me and my friend were waiting in Matthew Lillard's line. This line was from the entrance of the convention, my friend, all the way to the fucking room.
You talking about the last time Nev was at Monster Mania?
No, at Horror Hound 2022 in Cincy. We waited 3.5 hours to get in.
Yeah.
Yep. We didn't get to the front basically till like 7:30. But it was worth the wait. But having a VIP ticket is definitely better because then you don't have to wait those long lines, especially if you're trying to get more stars. You know what I mean? If you want to get a couple stars under your belt and stuff like that, because some of them only offer you 1 star to jump into the VIP line. Some offer you all of them or whatever, whichever one you want or whatnot. But that's the good thing about having that, because then you don't got to wait. You know what I mean? You can bounce around. You got time to do other stuff too and all that. And I will say this, Texas Frightmare in Irving that I just came back from I can't believe it's already been fucking 2 weeks.
Marcus, if you go back next year, I might go.
Hey, come on. What did Bob Barker used to say? Come on down. Let's go. Let's go, Val. Let's do it.
Be cool to meet Justin too.
Yeah, listen, it was such a fun time with Destin. It was cool, man. Like,
yeah, I buy VIPs all the time because one of the conventions when they had, I think it was all the Jasons were there. Ted White was there, Tom Morgan was there, Kane Hodder, CJ Graham, everybody was there. I got caught in a line. I forget who I was waiting for, but I missed Ted White's signature and CJ Graham's signature. And then Ted White ended up passing away. So, but I missed it. But I got this signed by Tom Moore, Kane Hodder, and I wanted Ted White. This is for the backers when you bought Friday the 13th. That was a backer for the game.
Knight and Corey said the same thing too about their next HorrorCon. They would absolutely do the VIP because they spent so much time standing in line and not getting to see everything and everyone that they wanted to. So that spending the extra money on the VIP tickets would be way worth it, especially if you wanted to get multiple people. You know, there are
and more access to those. Like, I think you get to the front of the line with the Q&As and shit like that. Like, so like, there's definitely some cool perks. You know what I mean? Some give free shirts, some give like discounted and all that. There's some good stuff when you get VIP or whatnot. Definitely the conventions. I love them. I'm not even going to lie. Like, you know what I mean? It's definitely a fun experience. And there's just so much, especially when there's room to breathe. There's so much that you can see and there's so much you can do. And
my favorite point is just
right
the people, the atmosphere, because it's like everybody's family. We all have the same passion, and the vendors. You know, this is my favorite part of going to the conventions. Is just the people talking with just random strangers that share the same passion as you do.
Right.
I spend more time in the atriums talking to people and going to the vendors and talking to the vendors.
Oh yeah. And I will say this, Texas Frightmare at Irving, and I hope they keep it there because Destin said they had it at the Hyatt Hotel, which is like connected to the airport, and it was cluttered. So hopefully they keep it there at the Irving Convention Center because they had a lot of room. And not only that, they did a really good job with pushing those lines. Like, I didn't even have to wait 10 minutes to get to Nick Castle. And when I started at the line, I was probably like the 20th person or whatever. And dude was just knocking them out like 5, 6 at a time. Quick. Yep. Quick like hotcakes. It was crazy.
You want to see something cool? Since you mentioned Nick Castle?
Yeah, what's up?
Do I have to say a disclaimer? Because I'm showing something, but it's not real. It's fake. It's prop. So this is a fake.
Yeah, you said it's a prop. So yeah, you said it's a prop. So you're good.
It's a prop, but I don't know if you can see it.
Yep, I see it right there.
Tommy Lee Wallace.
Bro, that's tight.
And then you got
Nick Castle
and John.
Ew.
Nice.
Yeah, that's sick, man. Yeah, man, it was such a pleasure meeting Nick, man. He was really cool.
Like, oh my God, dude, he's one of the freaking nicest dudes, man.
Yes, dead serious. It was funny because like he even seemed like just how fucking giddy I was. I was like, yo, man, I said, thank you so much. I said, and I, gave him Val's message as well. I said, but thank you so much. I said, because you shaped my childhood, no pun intended. Yeah. I said, but you really did when it comes to horror movies and stuff like that. Like, I absolutely love your work. He was like, hey, thank you so much, man, and stuff. He was like, come on, let's get this picture. So I went to sit down next to him. He said, oh, man, I absolutely love your shirt. And I'm like, oh, man, thank you.
Dude, he's a Halloween fan.
Yeah, man. It was just so cool. And now I got to get Carpenter because I wanted to get him there, but I should have prepared better for it, and I didn't. And now I am because he's going to be in New York City. At New York City Comic Con, he's going to have Q&As regarding Halloween, They Live, and Escape from New York.
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
That'd be dope.
Yeah. That one.
I am a man on a mission. I am getting John Carpenter this year. I'm not playing games. It's happening. The tickets, the VIP tickets go on sale the day after my birthday. So I plan on buying them then or whatever and stuff. I'm trying to get a beat on it immediately. And the cool thing is they have 2 offers on the VIP. You can get the $550 one or the $250 one. Now, obviously, the $250 comes with lesser perks, but that's still not a bad option to have. Jesus, but me personally, I'm going $550.
What does that get you?
Well, from what I read,
a day with one of the actors of your choice. Jesus.
Well, from what I read, also that's what you got to understand too. They got Chris Evans showing up, Tim Curry. They got wrestlers showing up, Sasha Banks, Sting. the Icon Sting is going to be there. I look forward to getting his autograph as well.
Oh, man. So Tim Curry, he was at one of the last.
And I look forward to getting him as well.
The only thing is that he's not signing signatures; he's having other people sign them for him. So it's not actually coming from Tim Curry.
It's all right. That's fine. I just want to meet him. You know what I mean? I understand.
He can't talk. He's in a wheelchair. It's kind of sad seeing Tim Curry now.
Hey, and I understand that. That is heartbreaking. But you know what? You know how we keep that man's spirits alive? By showing up and showing our love for him.
Definitely. You should have seen the crowd that was around him, man. Just
like, he's amazing. Man, he needs to be known how much of an impact that he had in all of our lives when it comes to movies. He's an incredible actor.
Starting with Rocky Horror.
Yes, that is true. Yep. Frankenfurter. Like I said, that's why.
The reason I brought up,
he straight smoked Susan Sarandon. My boy said, apple pie don't taste too nice. That is raw. Like, straight raw, man. Like, love it, though. You know what I mean? Like, and just so many iconic roles. Home Alone 2. If anybody could have played the Grinch, it would have been Tim Curry.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Like, so there's definitely a plethora of people that's going to be there at New York City Comic Con. That's why I think the prices on the VIP is high. But from what I saw, and what really piqued my interest is because they said about the Q&A vendors and the ability to possibly record if you get permission and stuff like that. So as soon as I saw that, I said, listen, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going in this thing, you know what I mean? Expecting I could get it, I could not. One way or another, I'm going to have a great time, and I'm going to do what I can. You know what I mean? Hopefully, I can get some footage from that Q&A with Carter.
Wear a hidden GoPro.
Right.
You're going to have a nice kick-ass autograph collection going there.
I know. And I'm also building my poster collection. I can't wait till I have more space so I can build up my background. But that's why I'm keeping everything in the tuck. I'm building everything up so that when I do get my own space and get my background, everything's going to look the way I want it.
Right.
I can't wait. I'm not going to lie. I can't wait to have my background set up. I ain't going to lie. I'm tired of just, leaning up against the wall.
Right? But really quick, the reason why I brought up the Halloween convention is because you were talking about the possible bad blood between Danielle and Jamie Lee Curtis.
Right.
The similar to what the 40 Years convention was, pretty much it's just anyone that was ever involved in a Halloween film is going to be at this Pasadena convention. So I'm wondering if Jamie Lee Curtis and Danielle will both be there and they'll kind of just talk and get that out, settled right there and then at that convention. Like, hey, I'm sorry, I said I didn't know who you were. Now I know who you are.
Yeah. I mean, listen, hey, if we get that, then my percentiles on that, dream couple minutes
they're going
goes
up.
up.
It's like Deal or No Deal. It's like you open up a couple low cases and now you still got that money.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? We'll see how it plays out. I hope so. Even if that doesn't ever happen, with, the whole passing of the torch, like I said, even if that doesn't happen, I just would like them to reconcile, clear the air, you know what I mean? And let that be that. You know what I mean? They're both icons of this franchise and they both should embrace it together. Right. But to cap off the stream, because we are going on almost 5 hours. Oh, man. We're going on almost 5 hours.
Yeah, we got
That's
Bob's
crazy.
opinion on 8-6.
Yes. So let's fly through Bob's opinion on 8-6, and then we are going to wind it down and shut down the stream for tonight. But everybody who did stop in, I do want to say thank you guys. I definitely appreciate it. I did not expect this stream to go that long, but this is how you are having a great conversation with family. So I'm not mad. You know what I mean? This was a great time for sure. Even if we went off topic a little bit, there's nothing wrong with that because we're keeping you guys informed, especially about the conventions, if you so happen to want to go to one yourself. So,
definitely.
You know what I mean? Definitely. So Bob, let's get to it real quick, buddy. What is your overall take on Halloween 6?
It's aged a little bit better for me talking to people I know that actually do like it. But it is still a poorly executed film if you look at continuity, in that, and it did not help with incest. But overall, I actually like it more than I did as a kid. So you know what? Brutal Michael for the win from that one.
Hey, you know what? That's another thing. He was brutal in that movie. Him killing that nurse the way he did, putting her on that pointed, whatever you want to call it, thing in the hallway. That
God,
was gnarly. That
one
was
of my
one of the
favorite
best
kills.
for me. That's one of the best kills in the franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
absolutely. That was a beautiful kill right there.
That and the Bob kill in the kitchen, like the
Oh
way he
yeah,
just looked at it like it's a piece of art. I just
right.
love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like absolutely. It was just he definitely has some great kills in Halloween 6 and Halloween Curse. Like the dad kill in the basement.
Mhm.
That was a fun kill. I absolutely love that kill. I love how you saw the slow cooking and the bubbles and all that
I
and
cheered
stuff.
for that
Yeah.
too.
I feel like they pulled out made him kind of like a Jason, like the way he was killing in that, like it was like Jason type kills.
Yeah, especially when he killed like the mother, like all you saw was the blood spatter on the white sheets.
Right.
Felt very Jason reminiscent on that
Yeah.
one.
I'd have to agree. That's a good observation right there.
I
And
mean
I'm gonna
that
bring something up real quick that I brought up with like certain kills from kills and that. Look at the Barry Sims. We don't see the death, but again, he sets it up like art. So all of these films, to a certain extent, play off of that. And
Right.
people say like kills has no purpose in that. Michael's always set up certain victims like artwork and admired it. So I mean, now granted, yes, kills he was far more brutal compared to what we've seen with him setting up the artwork, but it is consistent. So
That's
the way
very
I always
true.
looked at it, was that he was setting them up as kind of like how Jason did in some of his films. But Michael, it was like a booby trap in a sense. You know what I mean? Like it was a way for somebody to discover this body, his art, but it was also a way like they screamed and it alerted him to let them know where he was at, wherever they
yeah,
were at.
yeah,
It was like
like
it
in
was
the
like a booby
original
trap.
with like the closet too. Like when I forget which one it was, I have to go back to watch the original. But he gets to the closet and then boom, here comes the body. There she goes again, screaming. Alerts Michael to her. So brutal killer.
Yeah. Like I said, I'll cap it off with this, you guys, because I'm not gonna lie, my phone is like it's damn near dying or whatnot. So I gotta hit the off button on the stream. But what I'm gonna do is switch over to my laptop so we can talk a little bit more and stuff. Probably like another 5 minutes backstage and stuff, and then I do got to get some stuff uploaded to the channel. So I'm gonna be still busy and all that.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll cap it off with this. No matter how
Nice. I was
outrageous.
missing my phone at Halloween 4 on my TV. That's cool.
Yeah, Adrian. And also, yeah, let me get back to that comment real quick because I do want to point this out. Adrian says, been here since the start, but I'm tired. Good night, everyone. Awesome stream. Thank you so much, Adrian. Yes, I know you
Good
have been
night,
here all
Adrian.
night. You rode out the entire 5 hours. I
That's
greatly
right.
appreciate you, Adrian, like for real. And again, with your compliment earlier, I'm so glad that, my channel makes you feel that way, that this could be a place to where you can feel cool to talk about horror movies and just hang out and just be with family. Like, I really appreciate that. So you enjoy the rest of your night, get some rest, and I will catch you later.
Yep. Have a good night, DX. Glad you actually stopped by.
I mean, that's why streamers and people do this is to connect with people that have the same interest as you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But to finish what I was saying, no matter how outrageous this franchise might get, at the end of the day, you can't help but love it because at some point we're going to get more movies. And in between those movies that might not be so great, we're going to get great ones.
Yep.
So I'm all for it. I can't wait till the next Halloween film comes out. Hopefully we all get what we want and get Danielle Harris to come back. And let's get this thing kickstarted.
Yeah.
Amen.
But okay, everyone, I am going to shut down the stream right now. I greatly appreciate everybody who hung out for the entire 5 hours and 3 minutes of this stream. Everybody enjoy the rest of the night. I'm going to catch you guys tomorrow. Everybody get some rest. Say goodbye to our guests here on the panel, Val, Joe, Bob, Brandon from earlier, thank you guys so much for joining me here tonight. This was definitely a great time, and I'm
Thank
going to
you
send
for
you guys
having me.
backstage.
Thank
Bye, brother.
you.
Hi, everyone.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
You are now watching a Shot in 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times.